The strongest dull prince's secret battle for the throne. I don't care about the throne, but since I don't want to die, I think I will make my little brother the emperor. Volume 13. By Timbre. Translated by Hillis Cat Corner. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 45. The Principality Again. Chapter 497. The Peace. While Ull was en route to the duchy, something was happening at the western border of the empire. Commander, we've spotted it. It's the enemy camp where they are storing their provisions. The kingdom's army had launched several assaults on the western border defense force, which was left without Leo. Although a ceasefire was in place, it was still the front lines, and such attacks were not unusual. The Imperial Army, with the Mage Division at the helm, had repelled all of them. However, in the process, the Western Border Defense Force obtained the enemy's invasion plan. Although fragmented, the plan was to strike a significant blow to the Border Defense Force before Leo took command. Execution of the plan was only a few days away. Confirming this, General Barand, a famous general of the kingdom, had vanished with an army of 50,000. Heading towards the border, the resulting army, which included the kingdom's forces, would exceed 80,000. If they waited for confirmation from the capital, they would be hit first. Based on information obtained from kingdom soldiers taken prisoner during previous battles, the Western Border Defense Force had discovered the location of the enemy's provisions. Colonel Regal, commander of the Mage Division, proposed a surprise attack on the site. Currently, the Western Border Defense Force numbers 40,000. They would be no match if the enemy swelled to 80,000. Even if they could not break through, they were certain to be hit hard. But the enemy is a large army, they cannot move without provisions. They could at least buy some time until Leo arrived. However, there were two problems. One was that they were technically in a ceasefire. Small skirmishes were one thing, but a surprise attack on the enemy's supply depot would be a clear act of aggression. They could be accused by the Empire of breaking the ceasefire. The other problem was that the camp housing the provisions was heavily guarded. The location was in the mountains, and the regular roads were heavily guarded, making it impossible to break through any other way. The backside was a cliff, also making it impossible to break through. It was impossible to approach without being noticed. However, the Mage Division managed to break through the cliff at the back using magic. Just in case they were discovered, they were disguised as bandits. This would give the Empire an excuse. There's no such thing as a bandit who can break through a cliff. Colonel Regal muttered with a bitter smile. In politics, that slight escape route is important. It's fine as long as there's no proof that the Empire did it. Even if it's clear the Empire did it, diplomatic experts will deny it with a straight face. It was a precaution for that purpose. Regal was well aware of this. But the 500 elite soldiers participating in this operation would not be treated as members of the Imperial Army. They would not die an honorable death in battle. They were the elites at the heart of the Mage Division. They were all mages that Regal had personally scouted and trained, alongside Xandra. That's why, after Xandra's death, they were almost under house arrest. Regardless of their involvement in Xandra's rebellion, Xandra was involved in its establishment. Many of the top brass were close to Xandra. In fact, Xandra had asked for their help many times. They had rejected all of those requests, as they were soldiers to the end. However, they were still not trusted. They were just waiting to be disbanded. And then, someone pulled the Mage Division back to the front line. It was none other than Leo, who had fought Xandra. Leo, in an almost unilateral move, took the Mage Division, including Regal, to the front line. If they wanted to clear their name, they had to achieve something. He gave them the opportunity to do so. Leo used the Mage Division precisely, and they, believing Leo's words, fought desperately. Now, no one in the Western Border Defense Force distrusts the Mage Division. But they are still not trusted at the heart of the Empire. They need more achievements. Otherwise, their subordinates would spend their lives in discomfort. Let's go. Regal signaled his subordinates, and they quietly infiltrated the enemy camp. If they were exposed here, it would all be for nothing. They had to quietly burn the provisions. But they quickly noticed something strange. There was no one in the camp. Not even a guard. What's going on? Commander, there are no provisions. It's all oil. Damn. It's a trap. Retreat. By the time Regal shouted, it was too late. As the Mage Division infiltrated the camp, Kingdom soldiers appeared from everywhere, surrounding them. What they held in their hands were flaming arrows. In the provision warehouse, instead of provisions, there was stored oil. If they shot so many flaming arrows, there would be no escape. But the soldiers didn't release their flaming arrows right away. That was an impressive surprise attack. Colonel Regal, a man with black hair, mounted on a horse, emerged from behind the soldiers. He must be over 40. A tall, handsome figure. He could tell who it was right away. General Barand, a renowned general of the kingdom, who had fought alongside the Holy Maiden Letitia during the war with the United Kingdom. Who's Colonel Regal? Thoroughly done. I must say it's impressive. It's no wonder His Highness went out of his way to set a trap. His Highness. That's right. It was all planned. I moved with the army, information leaked, everything. All to lure you guys here. It's a strategy thought out by our Prince Ansem, the third prince of the kingdom. A prodigy who was once expected to become one of the greatest military kings in the history of the kingdom. But his health was compromised by poison, and those expectations were shattered. In recent years, he had been away from the public eye, recuperating. However, that prodigy finally bared his fangs against the Empire. His Highness has given me a message for you guys. I'll relay it as is. Princess Sandra did a good job building her forces. Out of respect, we will not fight them head-on. That's all. A great honor. If everything was planned, there was not a single hope of escape. In that case, the target is enemy General Barand. He's worth more than the provisions. Take his head. Already prepared for death. They infiltrated enemy territory knowing the risks. They couldn't go back empty-handed. At least they would drag him down to hell with them. Regal led the movement of the Mage Division members. At the same time, the flaming arrows were released. The camp was engulfed in flames, and many division members were burned. However, while being burned, the division members approached Barand. Yuwu. The soldiers who fortified the area around Barand were killed one after another. However, Barand had anticipated this, and defense soldiers began gathering in succession. Damn. Are these guys immortal? Don't panic. They're protecting themselves with barriers. They can't use magic for attacks. As Barand shouted this, a large fireball hit near him, blowing away a large number of defensive soldiers. What? The fireball had flown from within the camp. Looking closely, Regal was there. He attacked without protecting himself. Regal's attacks were relentless. Several fireballs attacked Barand. However, Barand deflected all of them with his sword. Eventually, the attacks ceased, and the division members who had escaped the flames were also gradually taken down. General Barand, are you all right? I'm not all right. Barand said this while looking at his beloved sword held in his right hand. My beloved sword that has been with me for over 20 years. It's like losing an arm. The sword had melted by about half and was no longer usable. I couldn't have blocked the next attack. This is the result of being caught in a trap. If I had been ambushed on the battlefield under Leonardo's command, I would have been dead. At Barand's calm analysis, the face of the soldier next to him turned pale. Handing his beloved sword to such a soldier, Barand called for a messenger. Tell His Highness that the operation went well. General, are you referring to Prince Lucian or Prince Ansem? I don't use honorifics like His Highness for someone who imprisons the king and proclaims himself the crown prince. If you understand, go. But, I thought they would be waiting for the report in the capital. Then just tell them that it went well after you've reported to His Highness. After yelling at the messenger, Barand sighed deeply. Ansem had complied, and Barand was following him, but he still had dissatisfaction with the crown prince. Most of the experienced generals on the front lines had fought to protect the kingdom with the Holy Maiden Letitia. If only His Highness would succeed to the throne. Knowing it was impossible, Barand muttered. Then he ordered the entire army to retreat. Regal and the Mage Division were excellent pieces. That's why they were targeted. But the same goes for Barand. He is a piece, not a player. Taking this incident into account, Leonard will rush to the Western Border Defense Force. Then he would be in Regal's position. The full-scale battle begins when all the players are assembled. The Empire isn't the only one with a competent prince. After murmuring towards the direction of the Empire, Barand galloped his horse away. Chapter 498. Minister of Maritime Affairs. We were in the port town of Hanma, located in the southwestern part of the Empire. The reason was that we were heading to the Albatro Duchy from there. However, it is possible to reach the Albatro Duchy by land. When I was entrusted with Leo and the ambassadorship, the plan was to go even further, to the Rondine Duchy. So, we needed a ship. In other words, even though we could choose the land route this time, we deliberately chose to go by sea. The reason for this? What a big ship! The new flagship of the Imperial Navy, Kaiser Alphonse. Named after the first emperor, it's said to be the strongest military ship in the history of the Imperial Navy. It certainly looked the part of the Imperial Navy's flagship. As a flagship, its size stood apart from other ships. Its majesty was overwhelming, and fitting for a ship bearing the emperor's name, it was intricately designed. Decorated in gold and blue, the ship's body was sleek. Anyone who saw it would undoubtedly be captivated by its beauty. The Minister of Technology, Cuba, who was involved in its design, has called it a masterpiece. With the technical support provided by Rondine, it seems to have achieved performance that sets it apart from existing military ships. Its appearance, as well as its performance, are top-notch. And the reason this ship was docked here. Are we going to the Albatro Duchy on that ship? That's the decision. We have to board it, whether we like it or not. I scowled openly, and Finn tilted her head. She probably didn't understand why I was so reluctant. Do you dislike ships? I don't dislike them. I just don't like the idea of heading to the Albatro Duchy on that ship. Idea? Yes. I deliberately minimized our escort. To avoid provoking the Albatro Duchy. The Albatro Duchy is leaning towards the Empire since Leo and I dealt with the Sea Dragon, but that's mostly the younger generation. The elder statesmen, centered around the Duke, still favor the kingdom. They have a long history of friendship. That's why we're going there, to change their mindset. I see. So while we're trying not to provoke them, heading there on that ship might end up provoking the Albatro Duchy. I shook my head at Finn's response. She gets 50% for that. Sure, it dilutes the reason why we reduced our escort. We should just use a regular ship instead of a military one. But the main problem is that the Albatro Duchy is a maritime country, while the Empire is a continental one. The Imperial Navy is formidable. It has never lost to the navies of the Kingdom or the Empire. But essentially, both are continental countries. Their main force is their army. On the other hand, the Albatro Duchy is a maritime nation. Their main force is their navy. It's their lifeline, and its strength sets it apart from other countries. The Empire developed the Kaiser Alphonse with technological assistance from Rondine, a similar maritime nation. Even though the Imperial Navy may be a step or two behind in quality, let alone quantity. In other words, heading to the Albatro Duchy on this ship won't provoke them. It might have been different if they could have mass-produced it given more time, but it's just a newly built ship. The impact one ship can have is limited. Why were we sent to Rondine as goodwill ambassadors as a reward for the night hunting festival? That's because the Albatro Duchy is a threat. Rondine, which can contain the Albatro Duchy, will become an important partner in the future. That's why we were sent. Our plans may have been disrupted due to various troubles, but the essential point remains the same. The Empire can't contain the Albatro Duchy at sea. This was made clear in the previous war with the Kingdom. The Imperial Navy couldn't capture the Albatro Duchy's ships that were supplying the fortress. These guys never learn, really. Do you want to change the ship now? If that were possible, it wouldn't be a problem. My father's policy is clear. He wants to rely on Albatro and Rondine for maritime power from now on. If we can't win, we'll use them. It's a wise strategy, but it also means someone will lose out. The Imperial Navy. That's right. They're already complaining about the lack of budget. This ship was almost built to vent their dissatisfaction. If they don't show their presence here, they won't have a future. That's why they're pushing this flagship on us this time. The Imperial Navy has produced results. But due to the Empire's location, naval battles seldom determine the outcome of a war. Furthermore, building ships is expensive. If we can borrow the power of other countries, there's nothing better. The Empire's overall strategy is to place allied countries to the north and south, and prepare for strong countries to the east and west. This was the conclusion reached by my father and the Chancellor. It must be frustrating for the Navy, but it's the best strategy under the current circumstances. They can struggle all they want, but I wish they wouldn't drag us into it. I think it's about time you put on a smile. Sebers, who had been silent behind me, spoke up. Looking ahead, a man stood in front of the flagship. He looked to be in his late 50s and was very tall. With a resolute look on his face, he was waiting for me. It was Gasberger, the Minister of Maritime Affairs. He was the de facto head of the Imperial Navy. He was also the one who, in collaboration with Minister of Technology Cuba, led the construction of this flagship. Prince Arnold, we've been waiting for you. Minister Gasberger. What a magnificent ship. It's so stunning that it's hard to take my eyes off it. I've heard from Minister Cuba that it's the strongest ship in the Empire. I smiled and extended my right hand for a handshake with Gasberger. Finn, who was standing next to me, was dumbfounded by my quick change of demeanor, but I couldn't afford to pay it any mind. Indeed, Your Highness. Do you understand? I've been interested in ships since I became an ambassador. It's rare for me, but I've read a few books about ships. Your Highness is a bookworm. This ship, which has been given the name of the first emperor, carries the future of the Imperial Navy. It will surely become a powerful tool for you. I expect it to be so. Leo is planning to attack the kingdom. The obstacle to that plan is the fortress we failed to capture in the past. We can't fully capture it from the land. In order to cut off its supplies, I'm heading to the Albatro Duchy. If we're going to capture it, we'll need the power of the Navy. I would appreciate your support. Of course. We'll capture the fortress on the honor of the Imperial Navy. Thank you. I'm sure Leo won't forget this favor. Gasberger was a man who rose through the ranks of the Navy. Until a short while ago, there wasn't even a position such as Minister of Maritime Affairs. The Navy used to be under the Minister of Military Affairs. However, the Minister of Military Affairs would never be selected from among the Navy officers. They are a minority. That's why Gasberger persuaded my father to create a ministerial position to oversee the Navy. All for the sake of the Navy. That's the kind of man Gasberger is. Therefore, he didn't show interest in the succession dispute. There are hardly any situations where the Navy would be useful. However, the situation has changed. The candidates for the next emperor have been narrowed down to two, one of whom is planning to attack the kingdom. Capturing the fortress requires the power of the Navy. That's why Gasberger came to see me off. I could have voiced that there's no point in going on the flagship, but doing so would have cost me Gasberger's support. To Gasberger, those who value the Navy are worthy of becoming the emperor. If I don't show friendliness here, he might join forces with Eric. If you're talking about favors, we're the ones who should feel indebted. Thanks to your statement that you needed a few escorts, my proposal to at least have a powerful ship was accepted. I didn't intend it specifically, but I'm glad I could help. I smiled while inwardly cursing about unnecessary things. I reduced the number of escorts to apply silent pressure. Sending two such easy-to-capture people is because we trust the Albatro Duchy. Are you aware of what will happen if you betray that trust? Silent pressure. This pressure will suppress the radicals in the Albatro Duchy. The Empire's sword, which is currently facing the kingdom, could turn towards the Albatro Duchy. That's why I brought Fine. Whether it's actually possible or not, her presence alone is enough to make them think it could happen. That's why fewer escorts were fine. In case of an emergency, I'm there. Everything should have been perfect, but the appearance of this flagship has ruined it all. I don't know how the Albatro Duchy will react now. As I was sighing inwardly, Gasberger quietly leaned in closer. Your Highness, we have a guest waiting for you inside the ship. Understood. The fact that he chose to tell me here means that the guest wants to meet in secret. Who would want to meet in such a place? I wonder. Chapter 499. Uncle. I was led alone to a room inside the flagship, separating from Finn. The room I was guided to was inside the flagship. The person who was there was quite unexpected. It's been a long time, Uncle. The person there was a man in his 40s. His hair was short, and his slender body made him look younger than his age. This would be the same as my brother. It's been a while, Arnold. The man's name was Diethelm von Bergwijn, a duke. He was my father's younger brother. My father had 5 brothers, 3 of whom opposed my father and lost their lives. The remaining 2 supported my father and were given the title of duke. Despite his position as the 3rd imperial prince, my uncle was a key figure who supported my father first and contributed to solidifying his power base. Because of my uncle, my father could be laid back, and because of that, the other candidates had their imperial positions snatched away by my father. Even though he's such an uncle, after my father ascended to the throne, he received a territory too small for a duke and retired there. He was someone who would only occasionally show his face when spending time with the family. Naturally, he didn't show any signs of being involved in the second imperial succession dispute. Let me apologize in advance. I'm sorry for the suddenness. No, but what is the matter? Is there something from my father? Your brother has nothing to do with this matter. Although I'm retired, I still keep in touch with friends from various places. And recently, I received a message warning of a crisis. Is it the Albatro duchy? Yes, it is. Kingdom envoys have already entered the duchy. The duke seems to be at a loss due to their pressure. That's fine, but the surrounding nobles seem to think that the duke is unreliable. I've roughly grasped the flow of the story. This seems to be a more troublesome journey than I thought. I think you've already understood, but there's a high chance of rebellion in the duchy. The duke is indecisive because he's being swayed between the empire and the kingdom. The kingdom would prefer their own king over such a duke, so they'll support him with all their might. If you go now, you'll definitely get caught up in the turmoil. There's a high chance you'll be taken hostage. But if I don't go, the duchy will be taken over. I believe the duke needs reinforcements. It's okay to get support from the Rondine duchy. There should be no need to go to such a dangerous place. I remained silent for a moment at my uncle's persuasion. The opponent has taken the initiative. We are already on the back foot. Our options are limited. However, the one commanding the kingdom is the 3rd prince, right? He's a little older than me. He hasn't appeared on the public stage since he was poisoned, but his talents were such that they foretold the birth of a martial king. Indeed, he was involved in the early stages of the war with the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom couldn't even land as long as he was there. But after he was poisoned, the kingdom's army was thrown into great chaos, and they continued to be pushed back until the Holy Maiden appeared. Such a man took the initiative. If you push yourself too hard, you could lose your life, you know? That may be true. But if the duchy is taken over, the situation will be decisively decided. That's why they took the initiative. The battle has already begun, and this is a critical point. I must go, no matter what. I understand that you want to let Leonard score points. But Leonardi's still young. Your brother is still in good health. On the other hand, the 3rd prince of the kingdom is suffering from poison. There's no need to participate in the match. If you're worried about your brother, I'll persuade him. There's no need to rush the match. My uncle's words are extremely clear. They are very reasonable. However, there is one part that lacks imagination. The opponent's capability. Uncle. Our adversary is formidable. He must be aware of his own physical condition. I doubt he will be satisfied with just creating a deadlock with the Empire. If we allow him to take the duchy here, he will certainly cooperate with the Holy Kingdom and attack the Empire. He knows he has little time. I've thought about that too, but would the Holy Kingdom participate in such a gamble? Although my father is in good health, the Emperor is aged. The Crown Prince should want to seize power quickly. If we continue to let them take the initiative, we will be played into their hands. We need to seize the initiative at some point. Besides, what? It's strange that only your information network catches on so quickly. We should interpret this as them deliberately leaking information to prevent me from going. What? Would information come to my retired uncle first? Deliberately leak information and detain him. Such intentions are visible. The opponent must be quite a tactician. You're suggesting I dance to their tune? You're not wrong, uncle. It's dangerous, and the surest course of action is to use the Rondine duchy skillfully. But since they've taken the initiative, if we make a move that's 80% effective, we won't catch up. I will seek a 120% result even at the risk of danger. Forgive me for making your concern in vain. With that, I opened the door to the room. Any further persuasion would be meaningless. Deciding so, I left the room with my uncle, Arnold. I pride myself on having a reasonably good head on my shoulders. You've put my father on the throne. Of course. That's right. But the opponent used me with incredible ease. They're a formidable enemy, aren't they? Don't worry. I'm good at deception. Is that so? I'll head to the Southern Border Defense Army. If necessary, I'll rush over with the army. Don't do anything reckless. Thank you. After bowing, I saw off my uncle right there. My uncle is a retiree. Although he's concerned about me, it's not good for it to be revealed that we have met often, regardless of the succession dispute. My uncle himself probably wouldn't want to get involved in factional disputes. But, using my retired uncle skillfully is his play. Indeed, they are formidable. Not only the third prince who commands the kingdom but also the envoy who came to the duchy must be skilled. Now, what to do? Just as my uncle said. Going there would be akin to becoming a hostage. I need a plan. Chapter 500. The second move. On the flagship Alphonse, which departed from the harbor, there was someone familiar. I never expected to have both the younger and the older brother on board, said the captain. It seems you supported Leo back then. I'm grateful, Captain. He was the captain who had taken me on board disguised as Leo during the Sea Dragon incident. He was the one who came up with the idea of raising the white flag. Whether it was due to his skills being recognized or his experience of having been to the Principality, he seemed to have been selected as the captain of the flagship Alphonse this time. It's embarrassing to be called a supporter. Well, I will safely deliver your highness, said the captain. That would be helpful. By the way, were the packages opened? Yes, I instructed my subordinates earlier. The captain seemed to be wondering why we were opening the packages at sea. But the answer came immediately. We finally made it out, said a small bear, walking out in small steps. It was Saig. Honestly, your highness, you will never cease to amaze me, said Colonel Lars of Nerberita, following Saig. His subordinates followed suit. Finally, Linfia appeared. As you instructed, 10 of us, including me and Saig, hid among the packages. I appreciate your efforts. Hold on a moment. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Officially, my only escorts are the crew of this ship and Captain Finn, the commander of the airborne knights. They should have confirmed before the ship departed, as they must have spies as well. So we hid among the packages. I'm not asking about that. Why do we have more escorts? Wasn't our mission negotiation? It is a negotiation. However, we must be prepared even for the possibility of negotiation failure. They were meant to be shields to protect us. But, the prince sighed. As he spoke, he let out a sigh. The plan was to deliberately reduce the number of escorts and exert pressure on the Principality. It was a form of pressure that said, don't betray our trust. However, if we were too honest and did that, it would be troublesome if we failed. That's why I brought along a few skilled individuals, just in case. For emergencies. However, is there a problem? Yeah, there are countless problems. The situation is already close to the worst-case scenario I anticipated. So, Your Highness, is the mission a failure from the beginning? That seems to be the case. The prince is wavering between the Empire and the kingdom, and the feudal lords see such a king as pitiful and unreliable. After all, Albatro is a vassal state of the kingdom. Even if the prince and I negotiate and succeed, the new king will likely break the agreement. The dissatisfaction with a king who has yet to decide to support the kingdom is growing. The younger generation has relatively little consciousness of the favors bestowed by the kingdom. However, the older generation values the long-standing friendship with the kingdom, which has been passed down through generations. The prince is aware of the friendship between the prince and the kingdom and also knows that there are debts owed to the empire. That's why he is caught in a dilemma. The prince is currently seeking reinforcements. The kingdom is planning to replace the king, and the feudal lords are aiming for the throne. In that situation, we, the empire, are who the prince should rely on. Then let's demonstrate our might with this flagship Alphonse, the captain declared loudly. However, that would be a grave mistake. Captain, I'm really sorry, but this ship has no value in this situation. What? It's the Empire's state-of-the-art ship, you know? This ship was built with technological assistance from the Principality. It may be superior in performance to the Principality's ships, but it's not enough to change the course of the battle single-handedly. It's not suitable for demonstrating the might of the Empire. Oh. The captain, who had been commanding the ship with confidence, visibly deflated upon hearing those words. It hurt his pride, but facts were facts. If we boldly boarded this ship with confidence, the prince of the Principality might sway toward the kingdom. Because it would make the empire appear unreliable. The Principality relies mainly on its navy, while the empire relies primarily on its army. It's a mistake to try to compete with them using the navy. If we want to demonstrate our might, it's better to lead a strong knight order or army. Shall we move the Southern Border Defense Army under the guise of an exercise? I shook my head at Linfia's suggestion. If we did that, it might be seen as threatening the entire Principality. What matters is that we are acting for the future of the Principality. Finn, I'm sorry, but I have a favor to ask. Yes, anything. This time, Finn and I are in the position of envoys. There are 2 of us. Let's make use of that. Currently, if we dock this flagship in the harbor, the Empire's military strength may be doubted. That's why we won't enter Albatro Principality. We will head to the Rondine Principality. What are we supposed to do in Rondine? Since the Sea Dragon incident, Rondine and Albatro have been in an alliance. A letter of support from King Rondine carries some weight. Finn, I want you to receive a letter from King Rondine stating that he supports the decision of King Albatro. Understood. And what about you, Ulsama? I will enter the Albatro Principality. Upon hearing my words, the captain held his head in his hands. He couldn't understand the meaning behind it. How are you going to enter Albatro if you're heading to Rondine? It will take time if you go overland from Rondine. No problem. Colonel Lars, do you have confidence in rope climbing? I have received training in it to a certain extent. Then select 6 people for the task. Saig will go with me from the air. What about me? Shall I be Finsama's escort? You will be both an escort and an advisor. You will move in a way that the prince doesn't yield to the pressure, but when his options run out, the kingdom's envoy will likely incite rebellion. At that time, Rondine's support will be crucial. If we can bring Rondine Principality on our side, the rebels will be isolated. Finally, the relationship with the Rondine Principality is improving, and we should not take actions that would antagonize the Albatro Principality, which has improved relations with Rondine. If we can approach nearby and board using a small boat and ropes. Are you serious? We have no other options. It's pointless just for me to go to Albatro Principality. We need capable individuals. I leave it to you. Upon hearing Lars' response, the captain realized that it would be futile to say anything more and started instructing his subordinates to prepare the ropes. Well, let's go and greet the prince for now. From now on, we'll split up. Finn, I'm counting on you. Yes, leave it to me. I wish you good luck, Ulsama. Yeah, pray for our success. Sebers, stay by Finn's side. Understood. We have been too reactive this time. Although the fact that Albatro Principality has sided with the kingdom does not immediately pose a threat to the empire, in the long run, it will gradually corner us. The person who saw that vision and sent the envoy was undoubtedly cunning. While thinking about such things, I called for Finn, who was in the air. Chapter 501. A tall order. Phew. This is indeed tough. That's because it was quite a height. Saig, Finn, and I landed and threw down a rope to help the others, including Lars, to come ashore. Normally, they wouldn't be able to climb this place, but they managed with just one rope. This alone made it clear how intense their regular training must be. Your Highness, what should we do next? Finn posed the question. The reason we landed separately from the rest was that we absolutely had to meet with the Duke. Ideally, we wanted to leave an impression that we could rely on the Empire. We need to head to the castle, but the question is how to make contact. The Duke is being pressured by the kingdom's emissaries. If we leave him alone for too long, he might say that he will side with the kingdom. However, if he thinks that the Empire is unreliable, the result will be the same. The tricky part is that the Duke, who is in the most unstable position, is trying to assess the situation the most. The Duke isn't reluctant to side with the kingdom simply out of obligation to the Empire. At present, which side should he choose for the benefit of the duchy? He hasn't made a decision yet, because he wants to avoid making the wrong choice. Looking back, during the Sea Dragon incident, the king immediately bowed his head. That decision was appropriate. Even for a prince of a major power, it's unthinkable for a king to lower his head. The only option was to avoid offending the Empire. Therefore, it's a tough situation. He has made up his mind to pay attention to the situation even if his own position is threatened. I'm sure once he makes a decision, he won't change it even if it costs him his position. In other words, we need to show the Duke that the Empire is in a more advantageous position than the kingdom. We need to gather information. We know far too little. Yes. Understood. With that, we started walking towards the city where the castle is located. Section. The harbor city where we once landed under a white flag is the capital of the duchy. Saig and I, along with Lars and the others, were staying in an inn there. Finn was left behind outside the city. We couldn't bring Nova along. It would be too conspicuous. Well, I suppose I also stand out in my own way. How did it go? Yes, it seems that a festival to celebrate the birthday of the Duke, who is the younger brother of the king, is to be held in 2 days. Is this Duke the Duke of Pastor? Yes, it seems so. Did you know about him? He's the man who fought for the throne with the current Duke until the end. Now, he's a leading figure in the parent kingdom. Why would they celebrate the birthday of such a man in the capital? It's probably not the Duke's idea. It might be due to the insistence of his ministers, or for some other reason. In any case, it's certain that the kingdom's emissaries have been working behind the scenes. Could the purpose be to bring the Duke to the capital? Or is the festival just a pretext, and the Duke is the real target? There must be some intention behind it. What else did you find out? I couldn't tell much just from the state of the city. However, it seems likely that a Griffin Lion Knight is in the castle. So they brought a valuable Griffin Lion Knight along. Quite a big shot. Even the kingdom doesn't have Griffin Lion Knights to spare. It's rare for a Griffin Lion Knight to come to such a place. However, this doesn't necessarily mean that they came to negotiate with the Duke. I see. Well, we have the date of the festival, so we'll just have to act then. I say, prompting the others to nod. We can't afford to delay any longer. To leave an impression that we can rely on the Empire, we need to act before the festival. I understand, Your Highness. We'll prepare right away. Understood, Saig. In a tense atmosphere, our strategy began to take shape. In war, it is the armies that clash. The Imperial Guard is, after all, special. Everyone knows that, but for the Duke, who is under pressure from the kingdom, it doesn't matter much. What the Duke wants is simple. Who is likely to win if the kingdom and the Empire go to war? That's what he wants to know. In that case, we just need to list the factors that seem to suggest a victory. I'm sure the kingdom is doing the same. So, assuming everything goes according to your plan, when will you meet the Duke? Lars asked. It's obvious, isn't it? At the same time as Finn. What? Depending on the role of the Griffin Lion Knight. They are probably providing air protection or are part of a show. Either way, they should be up in the sky. That's when Finn, carrying me, will show up. They will mistake us for an enemy attack, and when the Griffin Lion Knight comes to intercept us, we'll treat them like children and land. Then, I'll meet with the Duke. It's a perfect plan. When I asked Lars what he thought, he looked a little troubled before he muttered. That's bold. Yes, it is. The problem is, most of the strategy hinges on Finn's abilities. Whether or not he can treat the Griffin Lion Knights like children while carrying me, that seems challenging. In many ways. Well, he'll manage somehow. He is the captain of the Imperial Guard, after all. Isn't that a bit too reckless? Recklessness is fine. It's the role of the Imperial Guard to manage the reckless demands of the royal family. That's the first I've heard of it. It's common knowledge among the royals. With that, I looked out the window. The atmosphere didn't seem too festive. It didn't look like the mood was particularly high because of the festival. That's good. The less excited the atmosphere, the higher the chance that the Griffin Lion Knights will take to the skies. They'll want to liven things up as much as possible. Chapter 502. Arrival. 2 days later. The birthday festival of the Duke of Pastor, the king's younger brother, was being held in the capital. As expected, to liven up the festival, the kingdom's envoys sent the Griffin Lion Knights into the sky. Even for the people of the Albatro duchy, who are close to the kingdom, it's not often they get to see the Griffin Knights. Just their flight alone drew huge cheers, and they were also showing off various aerial maneuvers. The people were completely enthralled. There are 3 of them in the sky. I'm glad there aren't too many, I commented. But aren't 3 Griffin Knights a formidable threat already? Lars asked. We only need to surprise them and play around for a little while. You make it sound so simple. In the sky, atop Nova, Finn and I had such a conversation. In response to my unreasonable demands, Finn answered, please don't expect too much. However, the fact that he didn't say it was impossible meant he thought it could be done somehow. There was confidence in that. The opponents weren't flying with the assumption of combat. They would be forced to deal with the sudden appearance of a dragon knight. We could completely take them by surprise. For Finn, this was a significant advantage. With such an advantage, there should be nothing he couldn't do. That was probably his judgment. The Finn who couldn't fight as he used to was no more. Now, he was the captain of the Imperial Guard that the Empire took pride in. To him, 3 mere Griffin Lion Knights were no formidable opponents. Hold on tight, Finn warned. All right, I'll do just that, I replied. I was secured by a safety rope around my waist, just in case I fell. But it was probably just a token gesture. If I fell during high-speed flight, it would probably break. Of course, Finn knew that too. But surely, if I fell, Finn would catch me before I crashed into the ground. He couldn't make such a bold move as carrying a prince and outmaneuvering the enemies without that kind of confidence. Let's go. Our descent started abruptly. We were closing in on the capital from the sky. Of course, we weren't hiding. Our descent was calculated to attract the attention of the Griffin Lion Knights. They were puzzled by the sudden appearance of a dragon knight, but quickly drew their spears and approached. Halt! State your name. Finn ignored the warning. There was no reason for him to stop at the behest of the Griffin Knights in the duchy. Seeing that Finn wouldn't stop, the Griffin Knights had no choice but to get even closer. That's when Finn accelerated Nova. Leaving the Griffin Knights behind, he headed for the capital. What? Don't let them get away. 2 of the knights moved quickly. They used the power of their griffins to catch up. But Finn and Nova's advantage wasn't just their acceleration. At the exact moment when the 2 pursuing knights began to catch up, they decelerated abruptly. In an instant, they were behind the 2 knights. However, they didn't mock or attack them but instead headed towards the capital via a different route. Damn you. Follow him. The 2 knights clung on desperately, but Finn and Nova's aerial maneuvers were far superior. They twisted, accelerated, and decelerated. The only reason the knights could keep up was because they were being toyed with. If Finn and Nova were serious, they would have left them behind in an instant. Again and again, they were overtaken, and their patience seemed to have reached its limits. They began to thrust their spears, which until now had been a warning, with serious intent. It was an attack meant to kill. But Finn evaded such an attack with a burst of speed that he had not shown before. In an instant, a distance opened up between him and the two knights. Then Finn drove a lightning strike into the spears of the two knights. The spearheads were blown away, and the two knights lost their weapons. What? Impossible. Their bewildered voices were audible only to me. They were supposed to be the trained Griffin Knights. It must be their first time being made a fool of in the sky. But well, there's no need for them to be ashamed. Finn and Nova are exceptional. There's little chance of victory by ordinary means. It's about time. Then, we'll descend. Make sure to show the people. Understood. Upon my request, Finn started flying low over the city. The people were startled by the sudden appearance of the Dragon Knight, and they screamed. But at the same time, cheers could be heard. They probably think it's a show. While receiving their voices, Finn landed Nova slowly in front of where the kings were seated. Surround them. Don't let them escape. You can kill them if you want. Next to the king, a fat man who looked so ill that it was hard to believe he was the brother of the king was shouting. That must be Duke Pastor. Ignoring Duke Pastor, there was someone who noticed my presence and dismissed the soldiers surrounding us. Sheathe your swords. I won't tolerate any rudeness towards the guests of our duchy. Strong words. But they weren't surprising. He was a bit weak when we met, but he had a strong core. He was the prince who kept encouraging his soldiers while adrift. I thought he would grow into a fine man. I should have been my brother here, but he couldn't come due to some obligations. I'm here in his stead. I know it's abrupt, but do you have a seat for the Empire, Your Majesty? Oh, Prince Arnold. We are honored by your presence. When I got off Nova's back and bowed, the king approached me. I've only met the king a few times. Basically, Leo had been fulfilling that role. Still, the king came up to me in a friendly manner, probably to show off. Come this way. I apologize for the rudeness. We always have a seat ready for the Empire. Thank you. I'm sorry for visiting suddenly. I made the decision in haste and didn't have time to send a notice. Don't worry about it. You and Prince Leonardo are always welcome. Saying that, the king led me to the platform for dignitaries. That's when the people noticed me. And then, suddenly, voices were raised. It's Prince Arnold of the Empire. Prince Leonardo's elder brother has come. Long live the Prince of the Twin Black. The ones raising their voices were Lars and the others whom I had hidden. But their role was just to raise the initial voices. Gradually, the voices of the people joined in, and before long, they were chanting my name. Even among the nobles and knights on the platform, there were more who were swayed by the public opinion than I had expected. In any case, it was a grand entrance as planned. I took a deep breath and prepared myself. It was the start of a new page in the history of the Empire, and I was at the center of it. Chapter 503. The Ducal Conference. Thank you for coming, Prince Arnold. The king is a good person. Sandwiched between the Empire and the kingdom, you must have been troubled a lot. If you have any complaints, I'll listen. Such is the nature of a king. After the festival had ended, I was in a meeting with Donato-di Albatro, the Duke. With a wry smile, Donato poured wine into his glass. But after all, it's just my indecisiveness. To be honest, I came close to the ship. When I learned that the kingdom's envoy had already entered the duchy, I sent the ship to Rondine. I made such an entrance to show the military prowess of the Empire to Your Majesty. I see. That was quite effective. I was shaken. Of course. The reason I can't side with the kingdom outright is that, including the incident with the holy woman, the kingdom cannot be trusted recently, and because I'm uncertain about the power of the kingdom. That's exactly right. The kingdom was once the most trustworthy ally, but now the crown prince controls the kingdom. And the crown prince easily used and discarded the holy woman, who has served the country tirelessly. There's no guarantee we won't end up the same. Letitia had survived and sided with the Empire. And she openly spoke of the reasons. The fact that the kingdom had plotted her assassination. Their plan to invade the Empire under that pretext. All these were already known to other countries. The kingdom denied this, insisting that it was a lie told by Letitia to cover up her betrayal. From the kingdom's perspective, Letitia is indeed a traitor. But Letitia's devotion to the kingdom is well known. Everyone would think that there must be a valid reason for her to betray. That's why Letitia's words are believed. This must be an unforeseen setback for the crown prince. In addition to being untrustworthy, they don't have an overwhelming advantage either. Although there will be opposition from the vassals, it would be safe to side with the Empire. It's not that simple. This morning, I received some information from the kingdom's envoy. We've verified it, and it's quite credible. Donato presented a piece of paper. When he opened it, it described an event that had occurred on the western border of the Empire. The magic battalion was wiped out. It seems that Prince Ansem planned it. The destruction of the magic battalion, which had been successful in the war against the kingdom, could be seen as information favoring the kingdom. That may be the case. But after all, it's just one unit. It won't affect the overall situation. But it will embolden the pro-kingdom faction. Until now, the situation was uncertain, so I was only criticized for being weak without making a decision. But now that this information has come in, I'm being pressured to decide. What is your Majesty's thought? It depends on how serious the Empire is. Whether they are going to fight the kingdom in earnest or not. I want to know that. I can tell you they are quite serious. It's unofficial, but there was even a plan to appoint Marshal Lizelotta, the commander of the Eastern Border Defense Army, as the general. That far. In the end, the position of the general fell to Leo, but my father probably has no intention of leaving the kingdom alone. He will entrust a substantial army to Leo, and if the war drags on, he is even considering deploying the Griffin Knights. Upon hearing my explanation, Donato nodded several times. He must have realized the power of the Griffin Knights today. If they come into play, it will be tough for the kingdom. No matter how much Prince Ansem comes to the forefront, there are limits. Then, is it possible that the hero could be deployed? That depends on the reactions of neighboring countries, especially the Empire. However, the kingdom is suspected of having relations with the demons. If they are seen as the enemy of mankind, the hero would be the first to be deployed. I see. The future of the kingdom is still unclear after all. Above all, they can't be trusted. Indeed, even if the kingdom were to win the war against the Empire, it wouldn't end there. The Albatro Duchy will be required to attack the Empire from the south to exert pressure. Even if the Empire retaliates and strikes the Duchy, the kingdom wouldn't help. If the Empire weakens, the Duchy is no longer needed. Exactly. We would just be used conveniently. Can the Empire assure this won't happen? The Empire is surrounded by major powers on the east and west. To the north are the feudal states, and to the south is the Albatro Duchy, a potential ally. If the Empire and the Duchy of Albatro can form an alliance, they can focus on the east and west. I believe the Empire and Albatro Duchy could be good partners. Very well. My decision is made. I was leaning towards the Empire to begin with, and Prince Arnold's words have solidified my stance. I will side with the Empire. However, there's a problem. I understand. It's the issue that the Albatro Duchy isn't unified. Even if the Duke made a decision, it doesn't mean everyone would simply follow. Especially the Duke Pastor, who is likely eyeing the throne. So far, the only pressure from the kingdom's envoy was because no decision had been made. Once we decide to side with the Empire, Marcel, the envoy of the kingdom, will probably start supporting Duke Pastor. If the Duke can secure the support of the kingdom, he will surely make his move. The kingdom would also prefer causing a rebellion using pro-kingdom forces than being absorbed by the Empire. If the chances of rebellion are high, they will be more inclined to do so. Many of the elders wish to continue the honeyed relationship with the kingdom. They fear change and lack the discernment to see what has changed. That can't be helped. The kingdom and the Albatro duchy have been in an alliance for a long time. It's up to the new generation to make a difference. Young, powerful individuals will see the flow of time. They'll believe we should side with the empire. Of course, part of the reason would also be their opposition to the older generation. The new generation, Are you suggesting we let Julio take the helm? Yes. Currently, Your Majesty is at a disadvantage. Announcing your stance now won't give you a chance of winning. So, we let Prince Julio unite the pro-empire faction. The younger generation will most likely support this. I wonder if Julio has that much influence. You can rest assured. My brother vouched for Prince Julio's capabilities. I want to believe in that. After a bitter smile, Donato emptied his glass of wine. Then, Julio admires Prince Leonard. He probably wants to be like him. I'm sure he'd be delighted to hear that. I'm sure he can be. The course of action has been decided. Donato is merely making a decision. It's up to Julio to advocate siding with the empire. Those who are currently being swayed by the vociferous Pastor may switch sides if the young ones unite. We must cut off Pastor's momentum at any cost. This is a proxy war between the empire and the kingdom. We must gather the pro-empire faction and resist, or we will be swallowed up. Our trump card will be brought by Finn. We just have to hold out until then. Chapter 504. Introductions. The next day, I was meeting with Julio. Prince Julio, it's been a while since our greetings in the imperial city. Yes, a lot happened there. I'm glad you managed to escape safely. I was with the emperor's entourage. Because His Majesty was safe, I was too. All thanks to your efforts, Your Highness. You're exaggerating. The one who made the decisive move was Leo. But the groundwork was laid by you, Your Highness. I've been meaning to tell you this since I met you in person. You did a splendid job. Julio bowed, paying his respects to me. Children grow up fast. The first time I met him, Julio was hiding behind his sister, Eva. He was timid and seemed unreliable. But now, he's a fine prince. The Sea Dragon incident, and the large-scale unrest in the imperial city. It seems these events have made Julio grow. I did what I had to during the incident in the imperial city. I was desperate. But this time it's different. I understand. I'm the one who needs to be desperate. If we side with a kingdom that abandons the saint, our duchy will eventually meet the same fate. I think we should ally with the empire. That's a relief. I won't have to spend time convincing you. However, the situation is serious. We're late to the party. Many of the duchy's influential figures are pro-kingdom. The information that the kingdom's envoy presents is all disadvantageous to the empire. Because of that, their numbers are steadily increasing. If we don't oppose them, His Majesty the Duke will be overridden. Rest assured. I've already reached out to many young nobles. Most of the younger generation believes that we should join the empire. Julio spoke passionately. I appreciate his enthusiasm, but you can't win with fervor alone. The older generation has led the duchy until now. They have achievements, so they have influence. The younger generation will lead the duchy in the future. They have no achievements, so they have no influence. They have momentum and new ideas, but that alone won't attract people. There are few who can act with foresight. Those who can predict start moving ahead, but those who cannot see the future do not understand their actions, and even if explained, cannot comprehend. They only understand when the problem is close. For example, when the kingdom tries to use the duchy as a pawn. They would be in uproar. But by then, there's nothing they can do. That's why we need to act now. It's hard to sway conservative people. They have their own legitimacy, backed by past experiences. They think the situation will remain the same. Of course, there may be times like that. But there are fewer things in the world that remain unchanged. Will the voice of the younger generation not change their minds? I doubt it. Youngsters with no achievements are naturally looked down upon. The voice of the underestimated does not reach. So, the first thing you need to do is to be recognized. That's why the Duke is cornered. He's been treated with contempt for his weak stance, and the influential nobles are neglecting the duke. This wouldn't have happened if they were silent and obedient to a powerful king. Of course, in that case, depending on the duke's thoughts, it would have been disadvantageous to the empire. There are good and bad aspects. Because the situation is chaotic, there's room for us to intervene. Marcel, the kingdom's envoy, is probably thinking the same thing. Do I have to achieve something myself? That's one way, but there's an easier way. What is that? Have someone with achievements become your guardian. Your father would be ideal, but since he's in a tough position, one of the other senior officials would be best. If it's like that, I have someone in mind. That's surprising. Who is it? In cases like this, we usually need to attract the other party. This requires various tricks. Grasp their weaknesses, show them benefits, or straight up debate about our legitimacy. It would be helpful if this wasn't necessary. Although Count Adlianate, a distinguished hero, leans slightly towards the kingdom, he's neutral. I'm quite close to his son. If we can bring him over, he's worth targeting, but this proxy war between the empire and the kingdom is only happening in the heart of the duchy. Nobles living on the frontier are not involved. They're close to the borders of the Rondine duchy and the empire. They don't have the luxury to get involved. If there was no other choice, I planned to move the southern border defense army and involve the frontier nobles on the empire's side. If the imperial army conducted a drill, the atmosphere among the frontier nobles would become unfavorable for those opposing the empire. Whether or not the defense army would move according to my plan is a problem, but my uncle is in the defense army. If my uncle and I requested, they would at least conduct a drill. How much can you trust his son? I trust him, but would you like to meet him if you're worried? Right. Gather the people you're close with. If they seem trustworthy, let's consider this as an option. An option. Preparing isn't a bad thing. Fine is already heading towards Rondine. If we can secure Rondine's support, the situation will turn around. Until then, we must not resort to violence. That's our task. If our forces are strong, the other side will find it hard to resort to violence. We first need to create such a situation. The next day, Julio introduced me to two of his friends. Prince Arnold. These are my close friends. The ones introduced were a tall boy and a small boy. Both of them seemed to be in their mid-teens. The tall boy stepped forward. My name is Oscar D.I. Adlianate. It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. You're the son of Count Adlianate. He hasn't made his stance clear yet. Is it all right for you to meet with us? My father and I are different. However, I believe we will eventually share the same aspirations. I see. How about you? I shifted my gaze to the small boy who had been smiling awkwardly in the background. He was slouched over, and his grin looked forced. He likely has difficulty with social interactions. My name is Raul D.I. Pinto. The Pinto family has been a border count for generations, guarding the border of the empire for many years. Prince Arnold would already know that. Can't you say something better? Well, I already knew that information. At Oscar's words, Raul shrank back. Julio gently spoke to him. Raul, Prince Arnold won't get angry over something like this. Yes. Julio probably sees his old self in him. He was being gentle. Prince Arnold, are you considering trying to sway my father to your side? Well, I am considering it. But before that, I need to determine if I can trust you. I would never betray the prince. He's a friend I've sworn to walk alongside. Ah, me. Me too. Speak out that you won't betray us. This is important. You dare to compare yourself to me. At Oscar's scolding, Raul shrank back again. It seemed their relationship wasn't great. Whether I can trust you or not, I'll figure that out. But remember, the one who needs to make that determination is me, someone who doesn't know you well. Prince Julio, however, places complete trust in you. I want you to understand that. Of course. We appreciate you calling us here. We're thankful too. I signaled Julio with my eyes to let them step back. Now, Finn, what's your impression? Finn, who had been hiding as a bodyguard, emerged from the shadows, but he had a troubled expression. I'm just a knight. Given his using his old way of referring to himself, he must be really confused. With a wry smile, I turned to my other bodyguard. What about you, Captain Lars? If we're talking about impressions, I prefer someone who can talk confidently in public. A safe answer. I don't want to say anything inappropriate. It seems this is how to respond when you're unsure, Finn. I'll take note. Lars' opinion was reasonable. Oscar had a strong sense of self. That's why he could speak confidently in public, even if his audience was the Prince of the Empire. On the other hand, Raoul seemed to lack a sense of self. Typically, people like that are easily influenced. Prince, what's your opinion? You might not like what I have to say about your friends. It can't be helped. You're behaving like an adult, that's good. I'll cut to the chase, I don't know. That's why I want to test them. With that, I gave a sly grin. Chapter 505. Sharp. After declaring that I would test the two, I was walking around the castle with Julio to prepare. That's when we ran into our opponents. Well, if it isn't Prince Arnold and Prince Julio. Where might you be heading? Ambassador Marcel. We were just thinking of getting a little tour of the capital from Prince Julio. What about you, Ambassador Marcel? Are you heading to Duke Pastor? The one we bumped into was Marcel. Next to Marcel was a female knight and another person I didn't recognize. He was a young man, but slightly chubby and didn't look like a guard. No, I have a different matter today. I was having a meeting with him. The chubby young man stepped forward and announced himself, then gave a smug bow. I wish he would do it a bit more gracefully if he's going to have such a triumphant expression. Who might you be? My name is Barnaba Pastor. I am the son of Duke Pastor. His son. I see. Are you representing your father? No, these days, I move around more than my father does. In reality, I am the head. Perhaps he didn't like the word representative, so Barnaba emphasized that he was effectively the head. Seems like he has some strange pride. What an odd fellow. He probably thinks being treated as the de facto head of the ducal family is more respectful than just being treated as the duke's son. How naive. To a prince of the empire, it doesn't matter either way. I see. Keep up the good work. Ambassador Marcel, is this lady your bodyguard? Barnaba looked a bit startled. He probably expected more conversation. Certainly, if Duke Pastor becomes king, Barnaba would be a prince. However, he's not king yet. He is not someone I need to pay respect to. More importantly, Marcel, as an envoy from the kingdom, has higher priority. Yes, this is Lisette, my most trusted bodyguard. Lisette, greet the prince. My name is Lisette. Short, trimmed red hair. Her light armor is all coordinated in red. Her looks lean more towards beautiful than cute, but she has absolutely no charm. Even now, she has an annoyed expression on her face. I've heard that Prince Arnold is close to the genius of the Brave House. Isn't she the one who came as your bodyguard? I heard she was last time. There are many enemies to be prepared for in the Empire. She might be dispatched to some country right now. Even when I say some country, there's really only one. As I smirked, Lisette stepped forward. She's probably irritated by my disrespect. But, stop, Lisette. But, our kingdom fears the sacred sword. Well, I guess every country feels the same. There's no shame in that. But we don't fear the Brave House. Without the sacred sword, they're just warriors. We can deal with them with our army. So you're safe unless the sacred sword is used. If you have information that can be used, I'd like to hear it. There was a demon stronghold in the kingdom. After that, the Adventurers Guild thoroughly investigated, and the kingdom fully cooperated. If they're still using the kingdom as a base, we should commend the demon's hide-and-seek skills. The kingdom is not at fault. The sacred sword should be used when the demons appear. So, the kingdom isn't collaborating with the demons. I understand why you might think so, but we're also making efforts to prove our innocence. You can't ignore that and treat us as an enemy of humanity. Everything Marcel said was correct. There's no evidence that the kingdom is connected with the demons. It's all speculation from the guild and the empire. If the sacred sword is used just on that basis, It could be said that the weapon to protect humanity is being abused. Are you convinced? For now, that's enough. If we can eliminate the issue of the sacred sword, there are plenty of ways to proceed. With that, Marcel led Lisette and Barnaba past us. It seems fitting that he is the confidant of the third prince. He has a clear understanding of the situation. He is terrifyingly competent. He provides precise information at the perfect times. Because of this, many of our country's ministers have shifted to a pro-kingdom stance. First off, it's impressive that he came to the duchy so quickly. The third prince who sent him should be praised. He understands very well that it's a place that could reduce the empire's military strength and bring maximum benefits to themselves. The person they sent over was Marcel, who has a good overview of the whole picture. Having such a subordinate who sees the whole picture must be relaxing. There really are hidden gems, huh? I wonder if the reason I sensed the same scent from him is because I'm pretending to be someone else. I've never heard the name Marcel before. A man of that caliber could have achieved many feats. Is it because his sworn absolute loyalty to the third prince, or is there another reason he's not been in the spotlight? Prince Julio, I don't really want to say this, but what is it? If that man is a sharper operator than we imagined, this might not end with just a power struggle. What do you mean? I'm talking about bloodshed. A lot of it. In any situation where there's an opponent, you predict what the opponent will do and act accordingly. But what if the opponent is unpredictable? In most cases, the situation turns out to be unfavorable for us. Right now, we want to avoid a military clash. They're probably thinking the same way. However, if they think they'll lose unless they act, they will. I'll fight till the end. I won't let them have their way. It's good to be motivated, but only a fool challenges a fight he has no chance of winning. First, let's find a way to win. For that, we have guardians. People who are respected by those around us. Let's test Oscar and Raoul for now. Prince Arnold, what if we can't trust those two? It's decided then. We'll use them without trusting them. Chapter 506. The Sincere One. Trust is hard to test. Regardless of how much you think you can trust someone, betrayal can occur for various reasons, because that's human nature. But because you might be able to trust them, that's what will test that. Unfortunately, there's nothing definite. How can we test whether we can trust them? Having made some preparations, we went to an inn in the city. That would be our place to wait. I have sent messengers to both of them, telling them to come at a specific time, at your request. The timing is very tight. So, we're assessing whether they can make it. Exactly. Having to return once and then be called out again is troublesome. Moreover, the location is different from before. If they underestimate us, they might think it's okay to be slightly late. Besides that, I have also arranged for some obstacles. Whether they can overcome them and arrive is one indicator. Saying this, I took a deep breath. The obstruction I prepared for the two of them is special. If they can successfully overcome it, they should appear before us. But, can we determine whether we can trust them based on this? It's just an indicator. However, daily actions shape a person. Don't you think it's better to entrust something to a sincere person? I guess you're right. Although Julio said this, he seemed somewhat unconvinced. That's understandable. If he was the type of person who could be satisfied with this, I would be worried about what comes next. As I was thinking this, a horse arrived at the inn. Then, Oscar hurriedly entered our room. I have arrived in response to your call, Oscar. He was panting heavily. Looking at the time, he just barely made it. It was a demanding request, but he rode his horse hard to make it on time. Oscar, good of you to come. Now, sit down. Thank you, Prince. Oscar drank the water we offered him, then asked for more. He was sweating profusely, wiping his sweat again and again. That shows just how much he had rushed here. The reason for the sudden call was to test your resolve. Ambassador Marcel intends to support Duke Pastor and let the pro-royalist faction seize power. There is no time to lose. Julio needs a guardian to counter this. There is no one more suitable than your father. Please persuade your father. The rewards afterwards will be guaranteed by the Empire. My father is pro-royalist. I don't know if I can convince him. Currently, siding with Duke Pastor also has little benefit. Explain this and persuade him to join us. Only then can we fight back. You are the only one who can do this, and our only hope. Please accept this role. Julio and I stood up and bowed to Oscar. Oscar hurriedly knelt down. Please, don't do that. It's not right for a prince and a duke to bow their heads. We are servants. Our duty is to serve the royal family. I will definitely convince my father and bring victory to you both. Thank you. However, this is a fight to protect the citizens of the duchy. Can you also fight for the people? Of course. A lively response. Hearing his answer, I nodded several times. After having some harmless conversation, Oscar left the inn to persuade his father back in his territory. It seems Oscar didn't meet your expectations, Prince. He's an enthusiastic young man, I'll give him that. I would trust him outside the realm of politics. But to trust him in the political arena, he lacks wisdom and sincerity. I can understand lacking wisdom, but lacking sincerity? Julio probably didn't understand. The only obstacle I had set up, Oscar had overcome it. I'll explain after Raoul arrives. It would be troublesome if Julio's attitude changed. After a while, Raoul arrived. The scheduled time had long passed. I am sorry for being late. You were supposed to be here urgently, weren't you? And my apologies. The road was congested. Raoul answered me while trembling. Julio showed a sad expression as he saw this. He was probably seeing his past self in Raoul. I apologize for the oversight. Let's continue. I apologize for my shortcoming. Raoul di Pinto, can you assure me that next time, you can clear the civilians? That is. Raoul pondered for a moment before lowering his head in resignation. Truthfully, I don't think I could. I'm sorry I'm so useless. Please entrust the important task to Oscar instead. Upon hearing Raoul's answer, I nodded and reached into my pocket to produce a sealed letter. Unfortunately, Oscar has been dismissed. The important task will now be entrusted to you. My uncle, the Imperial Prince, commands the Southern Border Defense Force. I want you to deliver this letter to him. He will give you further instructions. What? But, confused, Raoul accepted the letter I handed to him. Then I turned to address Captain Lars. Captain Lars, there should be no problems, correct? I believe there are none, Your Highness. Raoul is sincere. Your Highness, may I ask why Oscar was deemed unfit, but Raoul is considered suitable? The obstruction I arranged was a simple one. A woman faints on the road, causing a disturbance. Naturally, this blocks the path. Oscar rode his horse straight through the commotion. On the other hand, Raoul assisted the woman and ensured she was safe before coming here. Upon hearing Lars' explanation, Julio turned to look at Raoul. Why didn't you tell us the truth? I was afraid that mentioning the woman would cause her to be punished. I'm sorry for lying. No, it's we who should apologize. The test was also to see if you'd lie to protect her. Julio calmed Raoul down and had him sit back down, then I explained further. The test was for honesty and wisdom. Raoul has shown his sincerity. Wisdom is understanding when you're being tested. I specifically asked Oscar if he could fight for the people. Despite leaving the fallen woman, he immediately said he could fight for the people. A wise man would have given a different answer because he would have known he was being tested. Oscar, neither particularly wise nor honest, was not someone I could trust. But Raoul remained sincerely true to himself throughout. If this letter doesn't reach my uncle, we lose our countermeasure. We're entrusting you with our fate, Raoul. Hence the roundabout method. I apologize for any rudeness. I understand. So, Your Highness, you do not have faith in Oscar? If he succeeds, well and good. But I don't feel like gambling on it. He should have noticed the fallen woman, but he ignored her because he was summoned by us. That's acceptable. But then to declare, without hesitation, that he can fight for the people. It forced me to judge him as a man without conviction. In any case, Julio dislikes such people. Even if Oscar was aware he was being tested and purposely answered that way, he would still not be considered clever. Such half-hearted people are the most prone to exploitation. Can you depart immediately? Our opponent is more formidable than expected. My guards are useless. If anything happens, you must ensure Prince Julio escapes the city. I understand. With that, I handed Raoul a ring engraved with the Adler crest. It's a symbol of the Emperor and was loaned to me for this envoy mission. Show them this ring, and they will believe you. But remember, if you carry this, you cannot make excuses. If you're caught, it's over. I will engrave your words in my heart. With that, Raoul left, his face taut with tension. Our move has been made. Captain Lars, please double-check the escape route. Understood. However, are we resorting to arms so quickly? If it were up to me, I would strike while we have the advantage. That's the power of acting first. Chapter 507. Use of military force. The day after Raoul left the capital, Duke Pastor and his son Barnaba, as well as Marcel, vanished from the castle. Even if I did position Julio as a rival, they act swiftly, I remarked. It's expected of your highness to anticipate such moves. I didn't anticipate. I just thought it would be troublesome if they acted that way. As I walked down the castle hallway engaged in conversation with Lars, our destination was the throne room, where the Grand Duke and Julio awaited. We had to discuss the strategy for what was to come. Pardon the abruptness. Due to the urgent circumstances, I'll skip formalities. Of course. From your perspective, what does their action signify, Prince? They've likely gone to merge with their territorial soldiers. The Grand Duke frowned at this explanation, for it implied civil unrest. Why would they immediately opt for the use of military force, the last resort? Perhaps because I had put forth Prince Julio. Just by endorsing him? The power struggle hasn't even escalated yet. I nodded in response to the Grand Duke. I couldn't think of any other explanation. They saw signs of a counterattack and decided to crush it. To avoid giving us time to spot an opportunity for victory, it must have been Ambassador Marcel leading. But to act so swiftly. Recently, there have been a couple of instances in the Empire where a rising power wasn't crushed quickly, leading to a counterattack. So they feared Julio would become like Prince Leonardo? What's worse, the situations in the Empire and the Duchy are different. The Empire had a three-way standoff, which provided opportunities for intrusion. However, in the Duchy, the other side holds absolute power. If they act swiftly, we're left with no strategy. The capital's defensive force amounts to about 1,000. On the other hand, it's said that Duke Pastor can mobilize at least 3,000. The majority of the nobles en route to the capital are cooperating with Duke Pastor, leading to this imbalance. The forces at the Rondine border can't be moved, and the nobles in the direction of the Empire won't move unless it's a dire situation. The Duchy of Albatro had been at odds with the Duchy of Rondine until recently. Their armies were concentrated at the border with Rondine, a situation that continues even after forming an alliance. The Empire showed no interest in the Duchy, surrounded by major powers to the east and west, and a vassal state to the north. The Empire had many enemies and couldn't afford to interfere in the south. Hence, the majority of the army could be deployed against Rondine. With Rondine being an aggressively invading neighboring country, the internal affairs of the Duchy were united. Therefore, the capital's weak defenses weren't an issue. However, that threat has now diminished. At present, if we stay in the capital to oppose them, there's one plan. We get the cooperation of the Duchy's navy. The navy is the pride of the Duchy of Albatro. Many of the elites are assigned to the navy. It is crucial to the Duchy as the country is supported not by land routes, but sea routes. If the security of these sea routes cannot be guaranteed, the Duchy of Albatro will collapse immediately. That's why the Duchy invested heavily in its navy. Another factor is that the Duchy of Rondine also attacks via the sea. If we can borrow the power of the navy, we can push them back. However, the admiral at the top of the navy is a royalist. No, the navy itself should be considered royalist. The veteran captains supporting the current navy are all those who risked their lives to support the kingdom. They and the kingdom are comrades. The bonds there cannot be broken. Even so, we have no other options. Let's at least try to meet. I'll make arrangements. However, if it ends in failure, I want you to evacuate the capital with Julio. I will stay. If you're prepared for it, I won't stop you. However, you could be taken hostage. But it could also be used as an excuse. With the pretense of rescuing the king, we can gather soldiers. Understood. Feeling the Grand Duke's resolve, I gave a respectful bow. Falling into enemy hands was nothing but dangerous. However, if we abandon the capital to the enemy, they will have free rein. It was a wise decision. Chapter 507, Use of Military Force, Continuation. Your Majesty, I was told by the maids that Princess Eva is ill and could not meet us. As we are short on time, I will be straightforward. Where did she go? Eva has gone to Rondine. On her own, I might add. I see. She has judged that Rondine's support is necessary. Indeed, that is the case, but she had gone without the king's permission. I had thought she was an active girl when I met her, but this was beyond my expectations. Let's leave Princess Eva to Finn then. I'm sure Finn can handle it appropriately, unless there's interference from the kingdom. I turned on my heel, adding that to my thoughts. Time was of the essence. The other party was making moves one after another. If we dawdle, our escape route could be blocked. Let's go, Prince Julio. Yes. Father, please be safe. Don't worry. Go. That was our parting. There's no time to wallow in sentimentality for the weak. Section. Admiral. That is the top position in the Dutch's navy. It is always chosen from among those who have experience as captains. It's a position that demands familiarity with the field. When is the admiral coming? I apologize. The admiral is very busy. Even though Julio and I came to visit, the admiral has been keeping us waiting. The intention is clear. It's a stalling tactic. Has he clearly sided with Duke Pastor, rather than staying neutral? I mutter, standing up from my seat. The entire navy wouldn't be siding with Duke Pastor. But if the admiral himself has taken their side, then we can't expect any help. Let's go. Make way. I apologize. The admiral will be here shortly, so one of the admiral's subordinates blocks my path. At that moment, Lars, who was standing by, restrains the subordinate. What are you doing? That's my line. When I open the door, several soldiers have been silenced by Nervritter. Did you receive orders to prevent us from leaving? That is. After all, it's just orders. I'll spare your lives. But I have a message for you. To the admiral and the captains. Message? Yes, it's simple. If the kingdom is their comrade, what is my younger brother to them? Convey that. I have many elites around me. If I find out the message isn't passed, I'll come to claim your life. Got it? I pulled out the knife the soldier was holding, stabbing it into the wall next to his face. The soldier, trembling with fear, nods repeatedly. This should get the message across. Captain Lars, let's get out of here. Yes, sir. I never thought I'd have to flee from the Dutch's capital with the prince. Well done, Ambassador Marcel. Chapter 508. The Navy Admiral. Duke Pastor was marching towards the capital with a large number of soldiers. In response to this, the Dutch's navy held a meeting with the admiral and the main captains. This is clearly a rebellion, isn't it? The prince has reportedly fled with Prince Arnold. Shouldn't we be protecting His Majesty? The Duke and His Majesty are real brothers. They wouldn't do anything foolish. His Majesty stayed behind. At any rate, we'd like to avoid turning the capital into a battlefield. The captains exchanged their varied opinions. Listening silently to their discussions was the Navy Admiral, Vulta, who coughed to draw everyone's attention to him. I understand each of your opinions. Vulta was a bald man turning 50 this year. He had been standing on the deck of his ship, fighting for the duchy. However, he was appointed admiral because he had not achieved notable military successes. There are factions within the navy. Vulta ended up on top as a result of a compromise when these factions were checking each other. His role was to serve as admiral for a few years and then hand over his position to a promising successor. In other words, he was a stand-in admiral. Duke Pastor promised Vulta a long term in the admiral's position. Initially, Vulta leaned more towards the kingdom than the empire. This was because during the Sea Dragon incident, Vulta was away on duty and had not directly witnessed the event, he had only heard about it. On the other hand, he had participated in the battle to support the kingdom. Kingdom soldiers desperately resisting despite being surrounded by the empire. Kingdom soldiers expressing gratitude for the supplies delivered by Vulta and his men. These scenes were still seared into his memory. He had pushed his ship to the limit for their sake. For Vulta, this was everything. The idea of siding with the empire, who were their enemies at the time, was unthinkable. The navy is, after all, a military force to prepare against foreign enemies. If we show that we are moving to protect the capital here, the capital will become a battlefield. In order to avoid that, we, the navy, will remain neutral. I can't agree with that. One captain raised objections to Vulta's policy. The man, a little older than Vulta, was wearing the captain-specific uniform neatly. Everyone held this dignified man, with a mustache, in high esteem. The man's name was Mest. He was the captain who had stopped Leo, disguised by Arnold, from entering the port. Is neutrality the problem, Captain Mest? Perhaps you did not witness it, Admiral. But our nation, on the brink of ruin by the Sea Dragon, was saved by the Empire. The prince and princess who suffered from the Sea Dragon, and many of our comrades were rescued by the Imperial Prince. The Empire was the one who facilitated our alliance with Rondine, and when we confronted the Sea Dragon, it was the Empire that lent us the power of the Holy Sword. It can be said that the duchy as it is now exists thanks to the Empire. So, we should align with the Empire. There are ample reasons to make that judgment. The kingdom sacrificed the Saintus. Despite having the opportunity to send their troops into our country, the Empire chose to resolve the situation through the Holy Sword. It's proof that they have no intention of invading us. We've received many supplies from them too. It's child's play to see who is more trustworthy. It's an outrage to bring out the military because you don't agree with that decision. But, Captain Mest, you should remember, we fought alongside the kingdom. I still remember the faces of the kingdom soldiers we delivered supplies to. Indeed, our country and the kingdom are comrades in arms. But, we were the ones who helped, and the kingdom was the one being helped. When our country was on the brink of annihilation, it was the Empire that came to our aid. If you say that the faces of the kingdom soldiers are burnt into your eyes, the image of the Empire's ship raising a white flag for our comrades is burnt into my eyes. The princess implored the adventurers for the sake of the people, and the prince exposed himself to the Sea Dragon for the sake of the people. I believe that fact alone is sufficient, don't you? Many of the captains nodded at Mest's words. The kingdom was a former comrade, but they faced the greatest crisis with the Empire. The Empire was also a comrade. From the perspective of captains like Mest who had this sense, Duke Pastor, who demanded an alliance with the kingdom backed by their military power, appeared to be high-handed. Vulta fell silent at the unexpected defiance. During this, one of the subordinates entered the room. I'm sorry. What is it? There's a message for the admiral and the captains. The soldier who had been threatened by delivered his message. The soldier hadn't spoken of the message to Admiral Vulta after and Julio had escaped. He was afraid that if he told Vulta, he would be told to keep silent. But the message was for the admiral and the captains. If it hadn't been delivered, he would be killed. There was no other option for the soldier but to speak here. What did you say? The message is from Prince Arnold. If the kingdom is a comrade, what is my brother to you? That's the message. I see. Step back. Vulta tried to have the soldier step back immediately, but Mest did not allow it. Hold on. Why did you receive the message? Well, tell the truth. Prince Arnold is a terrifying person. If you don't convey it accurately, you could be retaliated against, right? Actually, When the prince and the duke came to visit the admiral, I was instructed to buy some time, so I held them back. When Prince Arnold noticed this, he gave me a message as he left. He said he'd kill me if I didn't deliver it. The soldier began to tremble with fear. Mest ordered another soldier to help the trembling soldier step back. Then he slowly turned his gaze towards Vulta. What's the meaning of this? Can you explain, Admiral? They just misunderstood. We just have to say we're neutral, right? Why the delay? I didn't delay them. I just wanted time to think. Do you think such a lie would work? You say we're neutral, but you're connected with the Duke. We should join forces with the kingdom for our country. Why can't you understand that? Vulta revealed his irritation. Mest stared back at Vulta with a cool gaze. Then, I suggest you think carefully about Prince Arnold's message. If the kingdom is a comrade, then so are Prince Leonard and Prince Arnold, in other words, the Empire. We have been at odds with the Empire. We were also in conflict with Rondine. Friends and enemies change according to the situation. Even serving as the admiral, you don't understand this. You took independent action, so you should bear the responsibility. What did you say? Do you think I don't know that Prince Arnold thoroughly oppressed the nobility as the prime minister of the subordinate country? If I were you, I couldn't do something like buying time against such a prince. If you point that out, I'm sorry, but I will point to you first. After saying this, Mest left the room as if to indicate that the conversation was over. One by one, the other captains also left the room. The remaining Vulta, feeling an indescribable fear, waited for the arrival of Duke Pastor. Chapter 509. The Pursuit Squad. On the Imperial Navy flagship, Kaiser Alphonse, Linfear asked Sebers as they captured Rondine's port in their sight. Was it okay? What do you mean? Not following Ull. Given that we are at a disadvantage, Ull should need information. The Narben Ritter are ultimately soldiers. They can't move as covertly as you can. You have a point, but I wasn't told to come along. Sebers didn't decide to follow Finn. It was Ull who had told him to follow Finn. Sebers had no reason to intentionally defy that. That is true, but are you worried? Yes. I think his protection is too thin. That's probably what he wanted. Besides, Arnold should have known that he needed information. He intentionally placed me by Finn's side, probably thinking I would be needed in Rondine. You think something will happen in Rondine? I'm not sure, but he's the type to take the initiative when he's at a disadvantage. He may be planning to make up for the disadvantage in Albatro by gaining an advantage somewhere else. Linfear seemed to be convinced by Sebers' explanation and returned to prepare for disembarking. However, even Sebers, who was explaining, didn't fully understand Ull's intentions. There might not be any profound reasoning. Ull was the type of person who, given the intent, could do almost anything. So, he would manage even without Sebers. That's why Sebers was assigned to Finn. Just for his own peace of mind. Thinking this far, Sebers realized that it was pointless. He's the type to hide his true intentions behind a facade. His true concern for Finn was likely hidden behind the pretext that Sebers was needed in Rondine. Even if he asked, he would probably just get the pretext. Sebers, who had pondered over the meaningless, turned on his heel, chuckling wryly. The ship was preparing to disembark. The crew, working quickly and efficiently, showed why they had been entrusted with the flagship. The sailors all stopped in their tracks. Because out from the depths of the ship emerged Finn, dressed in a blue long dress. Everyone followed Finn with their eyes. Even the captain, who was supposed to be reprimanding them, was captivated by Finn. Sebers, what do you think? It's not strange, is it? Finn asked. You look beautiful. I'm sure the Duke of Rondine will be captivated as well. I wonder. The Duke of Rondine has met Elna before. The beauty of the sword is understood only by those who know it, but the beauty of a flower is understood by all. I'm sure it will reach the Duke. With that, Sebers smiled gently. Darn it. Where did they go? Arnold and Julio, who had escaped from the capital, were naturally pursued. However, no pursuers were able to reach the duo. The pursuers were already on their third squad. The first and second squads had lost contact. Therefore, the third squad advanced cautiously but was ambushed in the darkness. The location was a highway a little away from the capital. Arnold and Julio had traveled this road. Knowing this, the squad chose this path, but there was a trap set up there. A simple trap of placing formidable enemies. Damn it. Where from? Hold up. Form a circle. In the darkness where their vision was limited, their enemy was strong. If they didn't consolidate, they would be defeated. At the captain's instruction, the squad formed a circular defensive formation, weapons at the ready. The mission was pursuit, so the squad was lightly equipped. Without shields, they struggled to deal with unexpected attacks. As the captain considered this, something landed on his right shoulder. Lord Saig, I'm dropping in from above. In an attempt to shake it off, his left hand moved. But that left hand was cut off in an instant. Gwa. Feeling a fierce heat, the captain fell to his knees. But the heat disappeared immediately. That's because the captain's head had been cut off. There's something there. It's small. What is it? What's happening? Unable to comprehend the situation, the soldiers descended into chaos. This was not part of their training. They were trained not to be disturbed by the unexpected, but this was too unexpected. Something inhuman was bouncing around, decapitating people. It's a monster. Run. Having lost their captain and with no unified command, the squad scattered in panic. They didn't dare to pursue. In the scene where several bodies lay strewn, the attacker, Saig, was earnestly wiping the blood splatter off his spear. Darn. It doesn't come off. I'll take care of it, Lord Saig. Wow. You're very considerate, Colonel. No, I haven't done anything this time. Saig and Lars from the Narben Ritter had been stationed on the highway. Finn was assigned to guard Arnold and Julio. The first and second squads were annihilated by Lars and his team. In a relay with them, Saig attacked the third squad. The assigned task was interception. The order was simply not to let the enemy through. But it was almost time to pull out. Surely, the next one will be a large troop. Yes. But, the few that Lord Saig let escape will report a monster, so they will probably advance in a highly alert state. That's a nasty story. Is there such a cute monster? While saying this, Saig received the spear from Lars. Letting them escape was intentional. Deliberately let them escape to cause confusion on the enemy's side. We should retreat as well. The prince and the duke should have been able to escape a reasonable distance by now. Really? Why do we get involved in trouble everywhere we go? In this case, we knew about the trouble before we left. So, we're heading towards trouble. That's just as hopeless. While saying such things, Saig hopped onto Lars's shoulder. The Duchy of Albatro is a small country. There are no famous people to be wary of. They might manage at sea, but on land, even if they gather a number of troops, they were no match for Lars and his team. But Arnold had strictly ordered not to let their guard down. Therefore, while they still had the upper hand, Lars and his team chose to retreat. The reason Arnold was so cautious was because Marcel was on the other side. The level of alert was unprecedented. Arc 46. Preparations. Chapter 510. The Manifesto. We, who had fled the capital, had now taken refuge in the territory of Baron Grandi, located on the western side of the Albatro Duchy. Baron Grandi was one of the few pro-Empire figures. However, his territory was small, and his influence minimal. According to the Baron, even if we gather all possible forces, it's doubtful we'll reach 200 soldiers. The Duke has over 2,000 troops in the capital. 10 times our number. After hearing the report from Julio, who had just finished a meeting with the Baron, I couldn't help but sigh. We were constantly on the defensive. Duke Pastor, who entered the capital, insists that he's acting solely for the good of the country. He argues that siding with the Empire means no future for the Albatro Duchy and that aligning with the kingdom is the only way to ensure its survival. Thus, he claims to be a loyal vassal correcting the king's mistake. Bringing an army to take over the capital and then calling himself a loyal vassal. Everyone should see through this lie. That's where it gets tricky. The Duke has been issuing manifestos to the nobles all over. I've seen the content. It's very well crafted. It's definitely not something the Duke could have created. The contents go as follows. The Albatro Duchy has long been allied with the kingdom. Now, as the Empire and the kingdom are in conflict, factional disputes have emerged. But if we ally with the Empire, the Albatro Duchy will be cornered. What the Empire needs is naval strength to capture the kingdom's fortress. They intend to seize the fortress they've never been able to before, borrowing the power of the Albatro Duchy. Consider this. Pro-Empire individuals argue we should join the Empire because we share a border. We shouldn't provoke them. But where is the guarantee that the Empire, victorious over the kingdom, won't attack the Albatro Duchy? Historically, the Empire is an aggressive state. Particularly after settling imperial succession disputes, they tend to expand abroad once domestic stability is achieved. Once the fortress is captured, they no longer need the Albatro Duchy's power. On the other hand, the kingdom needs the Albatro Duchy to resist the Empire. From the kingdom's perspective, it is purely a defensive battle. Even if victorious, they have no intention of destroying the Empire. As long as the kingdom stands, the Empire cannot invade both East and West, just as it has been until now. Therefore, we should form an alliance with the kingdom, and those suggesting forming an alliance with the Empire are leading the country towards destruction. This must have been Marcel's work. It's clever to refer to the historical empire rather than the recent one. No, they're just spinning it to suit them, but they're not lying. Historically speaking, the Empire was an aggressive state, and they do need the Albatro Duchy's naval power to capture the fortress. Even if victorious against the kingdom, they would gain the latitude to invade south. If they had territorial ambitions in the south, they could have sent an army during the Sea Dragon incident. The Sea Dragon was defeated by the hero of the Empire, and our country couldn't refuse. That's why it's so clever. They don't touch upon recent events. It's a very persuasive text unless the reader realizes that the recent empire is different. And most probably won't realize. For the Albatro Duchy, until recently, the empire was almost an enemy. They've gone to war with the kingdom, their close ally, multiple times. A major power that could invade from the south at any time. They also had ties with Rondine. Fear and suspicion of the empire still lie deep in the roots of the Albatro Duchy. I was sent to dispel that, but I was spectacularly outmaneuvered and ended up having to play by their rules. So, Your Highness, what should we do? Julio looked anxious, but his face was also filled with expectation. As if to say, you've got a plan, right? There's nothing we can do. We can only call for our supporters to gather, and try to hold out if they invade. That's all we can do. What do you think I am? A genius military strategist? A mage who can do anything? Regrettably, there's hardly any move we can make right now. So, do we just overlook their tyranny? It's not about overlooking them, it's that they won't overlook us. They'll probably try to crush us with force eventually. That's our only chance. A crisis? You're saying that's our chance? Trickery won't turn the tables. However, if an opponent who resorts to force loses on the battlefield, the tables can be turned. If they take the field, we can turn the tide. The problem is whether they'll give us enough time to turn the situation around. At the moment, they're overwhelmingly superior. They probably wouldn't want to risk a single decisive battle. They could just wait for us to surrender. It would help if they did that. We've laid a few groundwork strategies. However, if they rush into battle, these plans won't work. Then, let's gather our troops immediately. No, there's no need to rush. We can take our time. But what if the enemy arrives? Rushing would only induce a sense of crisis. What we need is time. They are the kind of opponents who will take the initiative. They won't give us time. That might be the case if Marcel were the commander. But the commander on their side is Duke Pastor. When your father ascended the throne, the Duke refrained from resorting to force until the very end. To be precise, he couldn't. Despite having the military force, he couldn't make the decision, even though it was his chance to become king. I have heard of that. People essentially don't change. I'm sure Duke Pastor is a cautious, or rather, a timid person. No matter how much Marcel persuades him, I don't think he would go to the battlefield unless he is in an overwhelmingly advantageous position. What if he learned from his past experiences? People learn from the past. Julio is no different. That's how people change. However, they can't completely become different people. He took over the capital because he learned from the past. Courage is not something that can be summoned over and over. I'm sure the Duke won't move. Time will most likely be on our side. The rest depends on those who will serve as our groundwork. Chapter 5:11. Marcel. Having seized control of the capital and based in the castle, Duke Pastor, who had confined his brother the king, now sat on the throne himself. A throne he had finally acquired, and with barely anyone to threaten it. It had been a long journey. With his eyes closed, Duke Pastor was reminiscing about the hardships he had endured up to this point. However, there was someone who disturbed his thoughts. You seem satisfied now that you have the throne, don't you? Duke Pastor. Ambassador Marcel. Duke Pastor grimaced, finding Marcel tiresome. The Duke knew that he was in this position thanks to Marcel. However, he was getting sick of Marcel's demands. No matter how many times you come, my answer will be the same. I won't mobilize. Even though striking now could secure our victory, if we lose everything. The enemy is weak. We can corner them over time. I've already explained that doing so will only give the enemy time to turn the tables, haven't I? There will be no turning of tables from here, Duke Pastor stated categorically. This was because most of the nobility within the country was either siding with Duke Pastor or choosing to wait and see. Even if those who were waiting and seeing ended up siding with the other party, their advantage would not be shaken. No turning of tables. The Empire has the Southern Border Defense Force, and there are ample forces waiting at the border with Rondine. If either moves, the situation could be reversed in an instant, you know? There's no reason for the Empire to move their border defense force. There's no reason, no merit. They want our support to advantageously carry out their fight with the kingdom, so it would be self-defeating to expose a vulnerability. The army at the border with Rondine is even less likely to move. The Rondine army is right before their eyes. Do you not consider that Rondine might withdraw their army for the Empire? That the Southern Border Defense Force might threaten the nobles near the border? Right now we have a 90% chance of victory. But if we drag it out, we'll quickly be at 50-50, won't we? That's just conjecture. Enough. I'm tired. Saying so, Duke Pastor rose from his throne and started to withdraw. Marcel watched his retreating figure with a bitter look and turned on his heel. Lisette, where is Barnabas, the son of the Duke? His frequenting the brothels in the capital. At a time like this, his playing with women. He has some nerve. Upon hearing the report, Marcel let out a deep sigh. All he had to do was crush the prince, leveraging the overwhelming military advantage and holding both the capital and the king. Just one more push. Yet, they were already behaving as if they had won. It's because of our aid that he could reach the throne, like father like son. His brother, the king, became a hostage himself to provide the prince a cause, and yet, the Duke and his son can't even crush a bug, and if left alone, that bug will eat their house. Lord Marcel, please calm down. It's not good for your health. How can I be calm? The opponent is Arnold Lake's Adler. Behind every victory of Leonardo, there's always him. Many who underestimated him were sent to the afterlife. I don't want to follow in their footsteps. Indeed, but this is not the Empire. Just like things might not go as you wish, the prince might also face obstacles. That's what bothers me. Our pieces are the Duke and his son. On the other hand, they have the prince. If it comes to a comparison of banners, we have no chance of winning. Having said that much, Marcel's body swayed weakly. Lisette hastily supported him, her face filled with concern. Please rest. Even if Prince Arnold is a strategist, it is not easy to turn the tables from here. He has not left Rondine unattended. As per the information, he should have set sail aboard the Princess Aogaku. By now, he would be in Rondine. Haven't we already taken steps on that front? It's not foolproof. We have to settle this before Rondine moves. Then, let's spread rumors among the people. The more anxious the people become, the more anxious the Duke will become. He will hasten the settlement for fear of riots. We might have no choice but to resort to that. I should have made him sign an agreement to obey my commands. Not everyone can foresee the future like you, Lord Marcel. You don't need to take responsibility for the foolishness of others. Marcel let out a bitter smile at Lizette's words. One need not bear the foolishness of others. That would be true for most. But there are those who are not allowed such privileges. I cannot afford to take your words lightly. I have a need to bear it all. But, as long as this body can move, I must create a winning strategy. My sister's safety and the future of my kingdom are at stake. Saying so, Marcel took a deep breath and pulled out a small bottle from his pocket. Inside was something granular. He took out a single grain and swallowed it. Then, Marcel groaned in pain, clutching his chest. But gradually, his breathing became stable. I cannot function without these strange drugs. But there are things I can still do. Your Highness. Stop calling me that. If it is discovered, they will attack while I am absent. Let's go. We need to win this country over, or we'll be at war with the Empire. Winning there won't be easy. We will claim victory here. Leave it to me. If need be, I will assassinate the Duke's son. Stop. Don't equate me to my brother. No matter how much I scheme, I have no intention of becoming a coward. Saying so, Marcel slowly began to walk. Watching his retreating figure, Lisette lowered her eyes, sadness in them. She once wished to see him walking again. After being poisoned, he had been bedridden. However, the medicine to recover a certain level of health was delivered by the person who had poisoned him, along with a letter stating that his sister, who had always been taking care of Marcel, was being held hostage. Why does this man have to strive so much? The world is too unreasonable. Tears welled up in Lizette's eyes. But, don't cry. Not everything is bad. Is there anything good? There was once an older man who thought he might not be able to defeat the Empire. He was my goal. In the end, I fell to poison, and he fell to a stray arrow. But the opportunity has come. I'm not in my best shape, and the opponent is that man's younger brother. A man who is equally formidable. There's no shortage on the opponent's side, Marcel declared with a fearless grin. Once, he had entrusted everything to Letitia, who held the holy staff, and lost his passion, but it was still in his heart. The man who walked boldly with his chest puffed out was Anselm de Palan. He was the third prince of the kingdom. Chapter 512. The Dancing Maiden. The Duchy of Rondine. In its castle, Finn and her company had been kept waiting for a long time. The king still does not wish to meet us. I apologize. The knight, questioned by Linfia, hung his head in apology. It was unprecedented to keep a foreign ambassador waiting. An ambassador is the representative of a country, an agent of the king. To ignore an ambassador is equivalent to ignoring their country. Unless there's a significant incident, when an ambassador arrives, the king meets with them. However, the Duke of Rondine had not yet agreed to meet Finn. Finn is a formal envoy of the Empire. Making a representative of the Emperor wait is equivalent to belittling the Empire, isn't it? Please wait a moment. I'll go and confirm with the king. In response to Linfia's words, the knight hurriedly ran off. Ever since the sea dragon incident, Rondine had built a good relationship with the Empire. There's no merit for Rondine to intentionally ruin that. Do you think this is sabotage from the kingdom? Should we force our way through? That may be the case, but we can't act rashly. I'm the Emperor's proxy. If something happens, it'll cause trouble for the Emperor. Despite having been kept waiting for several hours, Finn didn't rush, she just waited quietly. This would be an unbelievable treatment for other ambassadors. It was because Finn was so mild-mannered that the situation was limited to verbal protests. Finn-sama. Do you have any information, Sebas-san? Yes, it seems the Duke of Rondine has been neglecting his official duties recently. Neglecting? Is he ill? One could call it an illness, I suppose. It seems the Duke of Rondine is obsessed with a dancer who came from the kingdom. If he has spare time, He seems to be watching the dancers' performances. He's keeping Finn waiting this long just to watch a dancer's performance. Linfia wore an expression of disbelief. However, Finn wasn't surprised. The Duke of Rondine is someone who inherited the war with the Duchy of Albatro from his predecessor. He's ambitious, but he wasn't supposed to have much interest in women. It seems that information was slightly outdated. The war with the Duchy of Albatro ended in the form of an alliance, and he must have had some leisure in his heart. It's not strange for his interest to shift towards something he wasn't interested in before. Not only in the Duchy of Albatro, but we were also outpaced in the Duchy of Rondine. Finn contemplated. The Duke of Rondine, whose sole focus was the war with his neighboring country until now, had likely found his life's goal coming to a half-baked conclusion with an alliance and was in the midst of finding his next goal. A dancer was sent in during this period. The more serious ones fall into decadence more easily. He was likely drawn into sweet, indulgent days. What shall we do? This isn't just our problem. The people of the Duchy of Rondine must be even more frantic. There was a prince, wasn't there? Yes, he's timid and not particularly favored by the king. Whether the king favors him or not is irrelevant in this situation. As long as the king's heart is captivated by the dancer, the prince is the one to rely on. For us, and for the subjects as well. As Finn spoke, a lanky young man entered the room. Ambassador Finn, sorry for the delay. I am Dainio di Rondine, the Prince of the Duchy of Rondine. Nice to meet you, Prince Dainio. I am Finn von Kleiner. I have come as a representative of His Majesty the Emperor. I am terribly sorry. I'll inform my father right away, so until then, please allow me to be your host. No, a mere formality of a meeting is meaningless. I would be glad if I could have a constructive conversation with Prince Dainio. That's. Dainio diverts his gaze to the floor. His face clearly showed that he felt overwhelmed. A voice was heard from behind Dainio. Didn't I tell you? The ambassador wants to talk to you. Eva. A girl with shoulder-length brown hair appeared. Her green eyes were fixed straight on Finn. Nice to meet you, Lady Finn. I am Evangelina di Albatro. Please call me Eva. Lady Eva. Nice to meet you. But why are you here? I assume for the same reason as you, Lady Finn. I thought the Duchy of Rondine's support was necessary to resolve issues within the Duchy of Albatro, so I came. Did the Duke send you, Lady Eva? No, I thought it would be a waste of time to discuss deployment, so I came quietly. However, it was still late. At Eva's proactive action, Finn gives a wry smile. Even though they had formed an alliance, Rondine and Albatro had a long history of conflict. The country is full of problems for the princess to face alone. Your father must be worried. Let's resolve the issue quickly and return home. That's what I would like to do. But I don't have a way to meet the Duke of Rondine. Can't Prince Dainio meet him either? At Finn's question, Dainio looks down again. Seeing Dainio not answering immediately, Eva showed a bit of irritation. Answer quickly. Well, I'm not good at talking to women. You can talk to me, can't you? You get angry if I don't talk to you. I'll get angry if you don't answer now. I got it. Well, I'm not exactly on good terms with my father. Don't be nervous, just speak as you usually do. I'll do the same. Thank you. I feel reassured when you say that. With that, some of the tension faded from Dainio, who had been answering nervously. Not only foreign emissaries but also the only prince, Dainio, can hardly meet him. The Duke was as good as captive. Who is currently acting for the government? The ministers are handling it. They are confirming with my father, but he only says to leave it to them, so in the end, it comes to me. So, in practice, the ministers are dealing with it, and the prince is making the decisions. It's just a formality. If my father doesn't like it, he could probably withdraw it immediately. After understanding the situation, Finn thinks a little. If Dainio had been taken in as well, there might have been no way out. However, Dainio is fine for now. His vassals are also in trouble. Anyway, we need to meet His Majesty the Duke first. But The woman the Duke of Rondine is infatuated with is not just a dancer. She is the dancing princess of the kingdom. Dancing princess. The highest-ranking dancer serving the kingdom, right? Yes, one cannot become a dancing princess without beauty and talent in dance. Her dance is only shown to VIPs, and her status is higher than that of a noble daughter. Hearing Sebas's explanation, Finn nods several times. The dancing princess, who captivated the Duke with her refined dance and beauty, is undoubtedly an obstructive staff member from the kingdom. Miss Linfia, do you have any plans? I'm not very keen on it, but there's only one. Please, anything will do. In that case, Lady Finn is known as the most beautiful princess in the Empire. Everyone acknowledges that. Let your vassals spread the rumor, pique the Duke's interest. Then, with Lady Finn's beauty, take the Duke away from the dancing princess. You mean, Lady Finn is going to entice the Duke? It's enough if he can't see the dancing princess. There's no need to do anything special. If you don't like it, we can think of another way. No, we don't have time. Let's go with that. If it doesn't work, we just have to think of another way. However, Sebas-san, would you mind guarding me in secret? I was planning to do it even if you didn't ask. I won't let him touch you, whether he is the Duke or the dancing princess. Unusually, Sebas told her in a harsh tone. But the fact that there was no other way was also true. If the Duke only sees the dancing princess in his eyes, show him a more radiant existence. The only one who could do that was Finn. However, I'm glad that Lord Arnold isn't here. Really, Linfia nods at Sebas's words. But Sebas's words were meant for the whole Duchy of Rondine. If Arnold was here in this situation, they didn't know what he would do. Chapter 513. Southern Border Defense Army. On the northern side of the Duchy of Albatro, near the southern border of the Empire, there was a fort built by the Empire. The fort, filled with tens of thousands of border defense soldiers, was so robust that it could not be overtaken by the Duchy of Albatro. Fort Commander, it's here. The man in charge of this fort was General Planet, the commander of the Border Defense Army. Over 60 years old and with over 40 years of battle experience, he was one of the longest-serving members of the Imperial Army. Planet enjoyed gazing out from the fort. Oh, prince.Helm. Stop with the prince. I'm a duke now. Ha ha ha, to me, you'll always be a prince. Planet was once a general who had made a name for himself in the capital. He had gone to battle alongside the emperor many times and had instructed .Helm, Ul's uncle, in swordsmanship and military tactics when he was still a prince. You haven't changed, you know. Have you changed, Your Imperial Highness? Somewhat. After realizing that I wasn't suitable for the throne, I desperately pushed for my brother to take it. My brother offered me various positions, but I declined. I was fed up with power struggles. Do you regret it? Yes, I do. If I had stayed in the imperial capital, I might have been able to make things a bit easier for my brother. Retired, .Helm had been watching the changes in the empire. The information flowing to him was disturbing. Still, capable people served his brother. He believed that if he acted, it would only cause unnecessary chaos. That, and the lifestyle of spending his days reading suited him. But my brother saw Wilhelm as everything. He was the son who he could entrust his ideals to. Losing that son, my brother couldn't resist the Empire's traditions. He made his beloved children compete, and the survivor would inherit the throne. Like every emperor before him, he had no choice. I regret not having stayed in the imperial capital to support him at that time. Power struggles are part of succession disputes. It would have been difficult for you, the emperor's brother, to remain neutral. While there may have been parts you could have helped with, there were also parts where you would have been a burden to the emperor. That's how things are. There's no such thing as all merit. Someone's benefit is someone else's loss. Someone's justice is someone else's evil. There are good things and bad things. Planet, who had rushed through many battlefields, knew that. And so did .Helm, who had won the succession dispute. If you don't want to get involved in troublesome matters, if you don't want to be seen as an enemy by anyone, You have no choice but to live without getting involved in anything. He thought that was fine. Until now. If I act, it will be to someone's disadvantage. That's why I didn't act. But even if I know it will be to someone's disadvantage, there's someone I want to help. Prince Arnold, isn't it? He's like me. Just as I tried to put my brother on the throne, he is trying to get Leonard on the throne. I want to help him. That's what I thought. So you came to me? Yes, I want you to put the Southern Border Defense Army on alert. Apply pressure on the ducal nobles near the border. It sounds like a good plan, but as the one entrusted with the Empire's border, even if it's an order from the Emperor's brother, I can't act unilaterally. I will take all the responsibility. Just applying pressure will be a big help to Arnold. Unless it's a request from the Emperor or someone authorized by the Emperor, I can't move the army. The Border Defense Army, as the name implies, is a defensive force. We are here to prevent invasions. It's unacceptable for us to show signs of invasion without the Emperor's command. I understand that. But time is of the essence. The duchy is already in a state of civil war. It's hard for Arnold to turn things around by himself. At Diethelm's request, Planet closed his eyes and thought. Diethelm was a smart man. And that man was making a request while saying he understood everything. It would be easy to refuse. After all, Planet's argument was correct. But what's correct isn't necessarily the best. Planet understood that well too. Just then, the sound of a whistle signaling caution reached Planet's ears. What's going on? A single horseman is approaching us. We can intercept at any time. Do not fire until you have permission. This is a strict order. Yes, sir. Planet conveyed this to the reporting soldier and squinted into the distance. Indeed, a single horseman was approaching the fortress. If they were from the duchy, they should understand the meaning of approaching this fortress. There was no information about anyone entering from the duchy to the Empire. This was an unexpected visitor. Climbing up the castle wall, the soldiers tensed their bowstrings. They were ready to shoot and kill at a single command. Tension ran through the ranks of the soldiers. Amidst this, the young boy on horseback raised his voice. I bring a letter from Prince Arnold to the Imperial Prince. Please allow me to deliver it. Lower your bows. Open the gate. By the time Planet had issued these instructions, Diethelm was no longer present. He had run towards the gate. As he ordered the soldiers to remain vigilant, Planet also headed towards the gate. There, the boy who had been on horseback was drinking water eagerly. He must have come here almost without rest. His clothes were dirty, and the horse was exhausted. Your Highness, what does the letter say? It's a request from Arnold. He wants us to conduct military exercises in the name of both him and myself. I see. So it's a request from the ambassador. In Diethelm's hand was the Emperor's ring that Arnold had carried. It was a symbol of the ambassador. Even as an ambassador, he had no authority to move the Border Defense Army. However, it could serve as an excuse. Courier. Yes, sir. Tell the entire army. We are to conduct large-scale exercises immediately. As soon as preparations are complete, set up camp on the duchy side. Understood. Hearing Planet's instructions, Diethelm sighed in relief. If the Southern Border Defense Army started moving under the guise of exercises, the nobles of the duchy would panic. The sight of the Empire's military might as an actual threat would undoubtedly change their decisions. You're Raoul, right? Why yes. You've done well to deliver the letter. But I need one more favor from you. Anything, sir. I want you to come with me to your hometown. These words were unexpected for Raoul. Chapter 514. Count Pinto. Count Pinto. He was one of the frontier nobles guarding the Empire's border. He was Raoul's father and lived with the pride of a noble from the duchy. Then, a message arrived at Count Pinto's residence. Master, a report has arrived that Raoul is approaching with a Duke of the Empire. A Duke of the Empire? Why would Raoul be with such a person? I don't know. The Duke's name is said to be Duke Bergvain. Bergvain? I've never heard of him. Among the Dukes of the Empire, there were those who didn't hold significant territories. Relieved that he might just be a duke in name, Count Pinto exhaled. However, even if a duke in name only, he was still a duke of the empire, a different rank from the counts of the duchy. Prepare to welcome them. I wonder what they are coming for. Most likely, it was about the power struggle in the duchy. The empire's Prince Arnold stood by the prince of the duchy. Using Arnold's connections, Duke Bergvane was likely coming with Raoul to ask for the assistance of the Pinto family. That's what Count Pinto concluded. This meant that Raoul had also sided with the prince. But this had nothing to do with the Pinto family. Even though I have no intention of getting involved in the central power struggle, pure-hearted Raoul probably couldn't leave the prince to die. Count Pinto understood that feeling. However, aligning with the disadvantaged prince would mean a loss of future prospects. While contemplating how to persuade Raoul back to neutrality, Count Pinto's body froze on the spot. Duke Bergvane. He felt like he had heard that name somewhere. Where was it? He couldn't remember. Therefore, Count Pinto asked his servant, "What's the full name of the Duke coming here?" "The full name? I believe. It's Diethelm von Bergvane." For a moment, Count Pinto's consciousness almost slipped away. He managed to steady himself by placing a hand on a nearby desk. But his heart raced uncontrollably. He was out of breath, and dizziness overcame him. Such was the shock of the name. Master. What's the matter? Why of all people? Him. Count Pinto did not know Diethelm after he started calling himself Bergvane. He had retired and hadn't achieved anything significant. However, he knew well about Diethelm when he was known as Diethelm Lakes Adler, the brother who had supported the current emperor. His name was certainly known to the nobles of the duchy, even though it was over 20 years ago. Is he a big shot? He's the brother of the current emperor. A duke in name only? That can't be. He's one of the most influential dukes in the empire. The current emperor had prepared the position of chancellor for his brother. Yet, he had refused and chosen to retire. Even so, the emperor's trust in him remained strong, and he could wield influence if he returned to the public eye. He was such a man that it would not be surprising if he was appointed chancellor right now. That was Diethelm. Such a person was coming with Raoul. For what reason? Why is Raoul with such a high-ranking person? I don't know. Prepare the welcome, anyway. As he said this, Count Pinto left the room and began to walk. The visitor was the emperor's brother. Too high-profile to be moving via Prince Arnold's connections. He was a higher-ranking figure than Prince Arnold. He wouldn't cross the border just to ask for help in the Dutch's power struggle. He must be moving for something else, something much bigger. Could it be? The Empire intends to invade the duchy, using an incursion to rescue their prince as a pretext. It's a conceivable scenario. Afterward, they would put the prince on the throne, making Albatro a vassal state. There have been similar cases. Vassal states. Remove the worries of the south before the war with the kingdom. What the Empire wants is naval power. So even if the interior of the principality is somewhat turbulent, it won't affect them. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't think otherwise. So they came to negotiate with me. The Pinto family is a large one on the frontier. If they surrender to the empire, the other houses will likely give up resistance. The border nobles are responsible for defending the empire's borders. If they surrender, there will be no one to block the imperial army to the capital. The empire, which wants to conserve its military strength before the war with the kingdom, sent the emperor's brother to urge surrender. That was the conclusion of Count Pinto. If that's the case, I have my own ideas too. Section. Nice to meet you for the first time, Count Pinto. I am Duke Dietrich von Bergwijn. Nice to meet you too, Duke Bergwijn. What brings you, the emperor's brother, to my home? Moreover, bringing my son as your guide. There seems to be a misunderstanding, but your son is not a guide. Then is he a hostage? Let me make it clear, if you came to negotiate, it's in vain. The Pinto family has been protecting this land for generations. Even if all the nobles bow to the empire, we alone will not. If you say you're going to invade, we will take as many imperial soldiers with us as we can. He let it out. That's what Count Pinto muttered in his heart. He told it to the Duke of the Empire, the Emperor's brother no less. Everyone would be scared if the Emperor's brother came. They must have thought he would easily capitulate. But not everyone gives up their pride out of fear. He showed the pride of the Pinto family. Excited, Count Pinto was satisfied with his own actions. However, let me say it again. There seems to be a misunderstanding. If our empire was to invade the duchy, we wouldn't bother with negotiation. We would just engulf it with overwhelming numbers. So, what did you come for? Let's clear up one misunderstanding at a time. First, your son Raoul is not a guide. There are plenty of others who could have guided us. I brought Raoul because Arnold, my nephew, had a high regard for him. Therefore, I brought him here as a substitute for Arnold. And the reason I came to the Pinto family is because it's an important house in this border region, and I thought if you're the father of the sincere Raoul, aren't you trustworthy? His own son is a substitute for the imperial prince. That prince valued his son, so he came to meet him. Count Pinto was full of things he didn't understand. His son, Raoul, wasn't a son who would be praised by others. But he had always tried to raise him to be a straightforward person. However, there was nothing else to praise him for. I don't get the point. We came seeking help. The Imperial Army is currently operating in the form of exercises. This is something that Arnold and I arranged. It's to give a sense of crisis to the nobles of the Duchy's frontier. But if the Duchy becomes a pro-kingdom entity, and something happens to Arnold, an invasion becomes realistic. We want to avoid that. Why are you telling me your plans? Respectable people deserve honesty. I have no intention of deceiving you. I am, after all, the Emperor's brother and a Duke of the Empire. There is a difference in status between us and the nobles of the Duchy's frontier as much as there is between an adult and a child. Honestly, I thought you would be bowing your head. But you truly are Raoul's father. You're resolute. Your earlier defiance, albeit based on a misunderstanding, was impressive. Raoul must have taken after you. I would like to ask for your help to save my nephew. With that, Dietrich bowed his head respectfully. Not able to keep up with the situation, Count Pinto looked at Raoul, who was standing next to Dietrich. Raoul nodded once. Father, the Duke wishes you to rally the frontier nobles, and to side with the prince. He wants me, a frontier noble, to rally the frontier nobles, and side with the prince. The script goes like this: Raoul makes a request, and you, his father, reluctantly accept it. You explain to the frontier nobles the precarious situation with the Imperial Army, and rally them. This is a battle to avoid sacrifices. It may be a selfish demand from the Empire, but I hope for your wise judgment. Well, it is indeed quite self-serving. Do they expect me to agree if they just lay it all out? What will they do if the prince's side loses? How will they take responsibility? If they lose, the Empire will protect them. But they won't lose. I've unilaterally prepared 1,000 Imperial Army warhorses. I want you to use them to march on the capital. 1,000 Imperial warhorses. Quality Imperial Army warhorses are very expensive. 1,000 of them. That he could provide them at his discretion was unthinkable to Count Pinto. Realizing once again that the person in front of him was of a different class, Count Pinto let out a deep breath. So, you're going to move someone else if I don't agree, aren't you? As much as I hate to admit it, yes. But I prefer to trust important matters to someone I can trust. I can trust someone who shows their pride far more than someone who grovels. I hope you can grant this request. Fine. If we intervene in the central dispute, the frontier nobles will spill blood. But if the Imperial Army moves, only the frontier nobles will spill blood. That's better than the alternative. I appreciate it. We'll send in soldiers inconspicuously. I'll leave the command to Raoul. Can you do it? Yes, I can. Due to my position, I cannot go with you. Please take care of my nephew. Once again, Dietrich bowed his head respectfully. Count Pinto also responded in kind. Let's agree to work together to minimize the sacrifices on both sides. But even if I rally the frontier nobles, we'll barely match them. Do you have any other plans? I've done what I can do. It's up to Arnold to make the next move. This is just speculation, but perhaps the army from the Rondine border will also rush over. If that happens, it'll be a crushing victory for the prince's side. Move the border army? Rondine will move them. He is my brother's son. He should be able to pull it off. Chapter 5:15. Knowledge of the leaves. Several days have passed since Finn arrived in Rondine. Inside the castle, everyone was abuzz with talks of Finn's beauty. Have you seen her? Of course. I've never seen such a beautiful woman. Lady Elna of the Brave House is beautiful, but Lady Finn is even more so. If you don't see her now, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I heard that even the prince has been visiting her every day. That's not surprising. The vassals were all talking about Finn. Naturally, these rumors had reached the king. Early in the morning, eager to convey Finn's beauty, the prince, Dainio, came to the king. Normally, he would have been turned away, but the king, interested in Finn's beauty, decided to listen to Dainio's story. So, is Blaumo really that beautiful? Yes. She is as beautiful as the stars in the night sky. Dainio fervently described Finn's beauty. Upon hearing this, King Carlo laughed with a somewhat absent-minded expression. I'd like to meet her. I'll arrange it right away. With that, Dainio made his exit. Section. My father is going to meet Lady Finn. He has never met her before even though she's been here. That's an impressive effect. It's natural, given Lady Finn's beauty. Dainio was surprised, while Eva nodded as if it was not surprising. Unlike the two of them, Linfia and Finn were deep in thought. Linfia, could it be? Your prediction about Lady Finn might be correct. The king spends all day with the dancer after having breakfast with her, right? Yes, that's right. How did the king seem? He seemed to be in a daze. But it was early morning. I see. He seems to be lethargic and sleepy at night, going to sleep quite soon. To avoid being disturbed by the dancer, they sent Dainio in the early morning. Yet it was too smooth. The dancer must have told the king not to meet with Finn. If the king was only infatuated with the dancer, he wouldn't agree to meet so easily. The king might not just be infatuated with the dancer. Finn made such a prediction, and it might not be off the mark. Be careful. The dancer is from the kingdom. Who knows what she could be using? The king often complains of lethargy and sleepiness. Prince, may I borrow your kitchen? What? Ah, of course. Do you understand something? It's just a guess. However, if the dancer is manipulating something, it's an attack on the king. In that case, we can also take strong measures. Sebas, what can I do for you? If my speculation is correct, can you detain the dancer? We might incur the king's wrath. I will confirm it to prevent that. Then, please give me a signal. Yes. Saying that, Finn smiled brightly. However, Sebas noticed. Her eyes were not smiling. Section. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty. My name is Finn von Kleinet. You've come. I am Carlo di Rondine. The king introduced himself and looked at Finn with a dazed expression. Somewhat absent-minded. While Finn was observing the king, a woman stood next to him. Your Majesty, aren't you going to watch my dance today? She seemed to be slightly older than Finn. The woman with long golden hair tied back was indeed beautiful. A mature woman skilled in pleasing men. That was the impression Finn got. Ah, my dancer. Good day, royal dancer. Good day, Blaumo. I haven't introduced myself. I am Milne, the kingdom's dancer. Saying that, Milne smiled softly. Finn responded to her smile with a smile of her own. The dancer the kingdom is proud of. I didn't expect to meet you in the Duchy of Rondine. The Blaumo the Empire is proud of. I also didn't expect to meet you here. Weren't you going to the Duchy of Albatro? Well, my plans have changed a bit. I've never seen the kingdom's dancers perform. It must be fate. May I watch? Oh, you're asking me to dance. I'm surprised. But as a dancer, I can't refuse when I'm asked to dance. Please watch closely, Your Majesty. Ah, I understand. Milne moved away from the king. Seeing her move, Finn approached the king's side. And then, "Your Majesty, how about some tea while watching the dance? I'm good at making tea." "Tea, here. Not bad." "All right." Saying that, Finn had a tea set prepared. Marine was watching Finn to see what she would do, but she just prepared the tea. Deciding that Finn was trying to distract the Duke with something she was good at, Marine started preparing for the dance. Meanwhile, Finn carefully made the tea. "It's ready. Here you go, Your Majesty. Please be careful as it's hot. Let me taste it." Saying that, the Duke took a small sip of the tea. At that moment, the Duke suddenly choked. Cough, cough. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Finn patted the Duke's back. The Duke, after nodding several times and grimacing, asked Finn, "What is this? I've never tasted such bitter tea. It's a blend of various tea leaves. It has a refreshing effect. How do you find it?" "Indeed, I feel sharp-minded as if I have not felt for a long time. I don't feel languid or sleepy." Surprised by his own state, the Duke took another sip of tea. Despite grimacing, the Duke finished the tea. He finished it all. All Marine could do was watch this scene. She had never imagined that her technique, which had never been seen through by anyone, would be seen through by a young girl from the Empire. "Shall we ask how you did it?" "I've always made tea. I've sourced many kinds of tea leaves from all over and understand the ones that taste good, are good for the body, and are bad for the body. Of course, I also know about the special leaves from the East. I was careless. Tea made using leaves from the East and brewed in a unique way can refresh the body and calm the mind. It can also make you slightly sleepy. However, if used too much, it can be toxic to the body, and if mixed with other leaves, its effects can dramatically increase. It doesn't last long, so it needs to be drunk or smelled every day. But if used well, it can make the opponent lethargic. Researching so much about tea, you're quite obsessed." Marine lifted the hem of her dress in resignation. There, she had a special sachet of fragrance. The scent poison Marine had personally mixed was in it. It was harmless to the human body and non-addictive. It was a tool to make those who were mesmerized by her dance powerless, and she would usually use it to extract information. But this time, Marine's goal was to buy time. "Don't you take pride in your own dance?" "I do take pride in it. I became a dancer because of this dance. But my pride doesn't matter when it comes to my objectives." Saying that, Marine elegantly raised both hands and swung them down. At the same time, 2 knives flew towards Finn. Sebers instantly deflected the knives and approached Marine. However, Marine's hidden subordinates blocked Sebers's path. "This is our chance. Lady Dancer, go to the prince." There were 3 subordinates. They were no match for Sebers, and all of them instantly received fatal wounds. However, despite their fatal wounds, the subordinates held on to Sebers. "We won't let you go." Despite their fatal injuries, they stopped Sebers's movements. Their loyalty was even astonishing to Sebers. They had wounds that could cause them to die in an instant. Yet they held on with sheer willpower and came to stop him. It was not something ordinary. "You mentioned a prince." Who the prince was anyone's guess. Just as Sebers thought that, there was a sound of something falling behind him. "Your Majesty." Turning around, he saw the Duke had collapsed. Probably an after effect. If the Duke couldn't move, that meant Rondine couldn't move. At a time when there was no time to spare, this was fatal. So, even if you were found out, you managed to stall for time. His opponent had good subordinates. Thinking such, Sebers headed to assist the Duke. Chapter 516. Dainio. What on earth happened? Due to the Duke's collapse, the castle was in turmoil. When Dainio asked Finn, she answered honestly. The lady dancer concocted a certain drug to make His Majesty's consciousness hazy. I made tea to counteract it, but it seems I was not able to fully neutralize it. Is my father in danger? I'm not a doctor, so I can't make a definite statement, but I think he's just asleep. After all, it's not a dangerous drug. It's not harmful to the human body. If you use it too much, you become like the current Duke, but if you stop using it, you return to normal. However, probably due to prolonged use, the Duke's body desired rest. The Duke had fallen into a deep sleep. Where is the dancer? She attacked Lady Finn and then escaped. Attacked? An emissary of the Empire, in front of my father. It was just to distract Sir Sebas for her escape. If she wanted to kill me, she would have done it differently. Also, there were no witnesses. His Majesty should have seen it, but given his condition, whether he remembers it or not, that may also have been calculated. The throne room had been completely cleared out, because the dancer had arranged it that way. If there were no witnesses, the only ones present when the king fell were Finn and Sebas. Even if the two claim it was the dancer's doing, they could be accused of false charges, and suspicions could potentially fall on them unjustly. To think that the dancer could be so cunning. From the way she moves, there's no doubt she received special training. The problem now is not that I was attacked. It's that His Majesty has fallen asleep. Rondine can't move in a state where we don't know when he will wake up. The dancer's violent actions cannot be proven. However, they succeeded in driving her away even if they couldn't prove it. One could say that the objective has been achieved just by that. But Finn and the others came seeking Rondine's aid. If the king remains asleep, the situation won't progress. Prince Dainio, what about His Majesty's heir? No, nothing. In other words, if the king doesn't wake up, nothing can be decided. This is not a domestic issue, it's a matter involving the neighboring country, Albatro. It also affects the future of the empire and the kingdom. It would be unacceptable to decide while the king is asleep. If the king remembers the incident with the dancer, he would likely side with the empire, but until he wakes up, it's unclear how much he remembers. If he doesn't remember anything, he would likely prioritize relations with the empire, but if he vaguely remembers favoring the dancer, things could get complicated. As Finn was thinking about this, Eva burst into the room energetically. Dainio. Eva. What's wrong? Send reinforcements immediately. I received a report that my brother and Duke Pastor's armies are on the brink of a clash. Weren't they in a stalemate? Finn and the others were kept informed about the situation in the Duchy of Albatro. They knew that Al and Julio had been driven out of the capital, but Duke Pastor had not moved from the capital, and both sides were in a standoff. That's why Finn was in a hurry. With the support of the Duke of Rondine, Al and the others could turn the tables. But it seems Count Adornato, who was thought to side with Julio, has sided with the Duke. And the Duke, now emboldened, seems intent on striking from the capital. If the enemy's power has increased, then it's a serious matter. Finn nodded to Seba's words. But Rondine was in a state of dysfunction. I don't have the authority to decide. No way. Dainio lowered his gaze apologetically. Feeling as if he couldn't stay in the room any longer, he left. He felt the expectations from Eva, and knew that he could not fulfill them. He walked with his head down. Then, a certain person stopped him. Prince Dainio. You're Linfia, Lady Finn's guard? Yes. Do you have a moment? Sure. I'm free anyway. Dainio was a child who hadn't received much attention from the Duke. In this situation, there were no vassals pushing him as a substitute for the king, and Dainio himself had no such intentions. However, do you want to help Princess Eva? I would like to help. Of course, all of you as well. But it's a gamble, but there's something you could do, Prince Dainio. What can I do? The drug the dancer gave to His Majesty makes him listless and induces sleep. Overuse seems to have caused some memory confusion. If his real-life memories are vague, there's no way he'll remember anything while he's asleep. I don't understand. In simple terms, you can fabricate that you were temporarily appointed by His Majesty when you two were alone. Fabricate the king's words. It concerns the issue of the successor. Dainio was taken aback and stepped back a bit. That's because Linfia, without changing her expression, had suggested something outrageous. It's a temporary measure. His Majesty is alive. However, we don't have time to wait when it comes to the problem with the neighboring country. If you can resolve it safely, I believe you won't be blamed. Even if I'm not blamed. For me to make a decision to intervene in another country's affairs. You don't need to intervene. Just order a temporary retreat for the army at the border, that's all. Afterwards, Princess Eva will lead the troops to assist the prince. That would indeed be a domestic issue, but Dainio couldn't seem to get on board with the idea. That's because he himself was not good at lying. The fear of getting caught was the first thought that came to his mind. Linfia then bowed to Dainio. I understand that it's an unreasonable request. It would be great if you could consider it. I will go talk to Lady Finn. Saying that, Linfia left. Dainio, left behind, sighed. Section. Did Prince Dainio accept the proposal? No, he hasn't directly responded yet. Please forgive me for acting on my own. Even so, it's a fact that we have no other options than having Prince Dainio act. Finn nodded at Seba's words, and indicated to Linfia not to worry. If the Duke doesn't wake up, the problem won't be solved unless Dainio takes command. However, if he just starts claiming it, Dainio might be accused of a crime. Falsifying the king's words is problematic, but it's also a fact that the Duke is unlikely to remember anything when he wakes up. It's doubtful whether he remembers the incident with the dancer. He certainly wouldn't remember any words spoken while he was asleep. In his confused state of mind, he might believe it if he was told he said it. But we can't force him to do it for the Empire. However, if Rondine moves now, Rondine will be a benefactor to the Empire and Albatro. They can earn favor. It's not a bad choice for Rondine. There is no possibility of siding with the kingdom. The Empire or the kingdom. Out of two options, one has been eliminated. The path that Rondine will choose by elimination is almost certain. In that case, it would be better to earn favor with the Empire and Albatro. Even if there's a benefit, a problematic action can't be justified. If he acts, Prince Dainio will have to carry a lie, whether to stop him or not. As Finn was seriously worrying, the door to the room opened. Excuse me. His Majesty the Duke has entrusted Prince Dainio to take over temporarily. Prince Dainio is seeking the support of the Empire. Understood. As the representative of the Empire, I will support Prince Dainio. After a brief silence, Finn declared her support. That's because there was no other choice. Now Princess Eva can rush to the reinforcements. The overall situation has been decided, hasn't it? No. The king is still in the capital, and as long as the Dutch's navy is still operational, the Duke won't give up. I've pushed Prince Dainio to act. We cannot overlook the possibility of losing. I'm going to see Prince Dainio. Saying that, Finn stood up from her chair. Chapter 5:17. A clear advantage. The Duke of Pastor has set out. Upon hearing the news, I sighed. So, he sided with them after all? It seems Oscar couldn't persuade him. Julio's shoulders dropped. Duke Pastor, who had stayed in the capital until now. He has finally moved because Count Adornato, who had maintained neutrality, has sided with him. This caused the Pastor Duke's forces to swell. Seeing this advantage, Duke Pastor finally moved. A total of 6,000 troops are coming our way. On our side, we have a total of 1,000. The disparity in strength is 6 times. Even if we fight holed up in a stronghold, there is no robust fortress in the Duchy of Albatro. We have renovated some nearby forts that could potentially be used, but there wasn't much time, and it's like a drop in the bucket. A fragile base can't withstand a 6-fold difference in strength. Well, we should consider it good that Duke Pastor himself has set out. What do you mean? If he had his son act as general and fully entrusted Marcel, we wouldn't have had a chance to win. Considering he didn't move until now, Duke Pastor probably dislikes the kingdom's intervention. Even though he took over the capital with the help of the kingdom, he dislikes interference. He probably doesn't have the guts to be a puppet. It's a convenient story. That convenient thought becomes our chance to win. Duke Pastor probably set out because he was convinced he could absolutely win, but there are no absolutes in war. Let's do what we can. Saying that, I slapped Julio's shoulder. Section. A few days later. The Pastor Duke's army of 6,000 was deployed in front of us, who had holed up in the fort. A messenger from the Pastor Duke's army came. The messenger dismounted from his horse in front of the gate and greeted us. It's been a while. Prince Arnold, Prince Julio. It has been a while, Oscar. The one who came as a messenger was Oscar, the son of Count Adornato. He was supposed to be sent to get Count Adornato on our side, but now he has come as an enemy messenger. I'm sorry for this outcome. I couldn't persuade my father. Oscar. Julio's face showed a resigned expression. Oscar also looked regretful. But you must be disappointed. Not at all. I somewhat expected this. What do you mean? Exactly that. I don't know you well, but I have some understanding of your character. You were persuaded by your father to side with the Duke of Pastor and betrayed us because the situation suddenly tipped in the Duke's favor, right? You realized your father was right? You call it a betrayal. Do you know what I've been through? I'm sure you tried your best to persuade him. I'll give you that. But in the end, you stand against us. I somewhat knew. You're not the type to side with a clearly disadvantaged force. Being able to understand the situation too well can see the advantages and disadvantages. Being too good at self-preservation makes one aware of what happens after winning or losing. Being too good at acknowledging one's faults makes one realize the correctness of one's parents. I thought Oscar would surely be swayed by the Count. I had no expectations, so there's no disappointment. You seem to have it all figured out. I was under house arrest for several days. By my own father. Until the situation changed, I was on your side. There was no choice but to follow the Duke when it became irreversible. That's who you are, Oscar. You think you've done your duty after being under house arrest for several days, and it can't be helped if you change sides when the situation changes. People call such individuals traitors. I had no choice. Wouldn't you do the same if you were in my shoes? If I have someone I want to win, I will make sure they win. I will overturn an irreversible situation and do the impossible even if it's impossible. You seem to not understand. Remember well, not everyone in this world is as indecisive as you. Upon narrowing his eyes, Oscar steps back. However, Oscar argues back. You talk big. Can you really turn this disadvantage around? If not, it's just empty talk. We can, and we are no longer at a disadvantage. The Duke of Pastor took too much time. Are you hoping for reinforcements? I don't see Raoul around. Are you expecting the frontier nobles? They wouldn't come. Even a fool like Raoul wouldn't challenge an impossible fight. You should have secured an advantage if you wanted them to follow you. Is that your true intention? Well, I get what you're saying. However, with that mindset, you can't achieve greatness. Those who stick with us when we're down are the ones worth trusting. That trust lasts a lifetime. That's why Raoul will continue to be of great importance. Unlike you. We were at a disadvantage. That's why we could only trust those who we believed would not betray us even when we were down. We were just like a woman fallen by the roadside. It's an excuse to abandon her. It's understandable because there's a reason. Helping her is just an act of charity. But what we're looking for is that charity. Raoul. Of importance. You seem to lack discernment. A country that values such an unremarkable man is doomed to ruin. I may indeed lack discernment. My brother can find merit in people without any visible advantages. Compared to him, I'm still learning. I can only see obvious strengths. Raoul is sincere. That alone far surpasses someone as half-hearted as you. At that moment, a lookout soldier raises his voice. Army from the north, about 2,000 strong. Everyone's gaze shifts to the north, confirming the incoming troops. A coalition of minor nobles. The flag flying at the head of the army is that of the Pint Count. Go back and tell your father. He chose the wrong side. Just 2,000 reinforcements. We have 6,000. That's still 3 times as many. If you think so, bring it on. We're ready to face you. Given the Duke of Pastor's character, he likely placed Count Adlianate in the vanguard, uncertain until the last moment about which side to join. He'd find it unpleasant when he ascends to the throne. He'd want to whittle down the strength. Do your best. Speak as you like. When we win, be sure to plead for your life. Then I'll be thankful. I'd suggest you stop betting on such insurance. I won't spare you. I plan to save myself. Showing such a stance, creating insurance for when things go wrong, betraying us and pleading for mercy is laughable. Go on, leave. Prince Julio and I are busy welcoming future heroes. I dismiss Oscar with both hands. Then, Julio and I prepare to welcome the slowly approaching reinforcements. Chapter 518. The Duke's Army. Prince Julio. Are you safe? Raoul. I'm glad you made it. Julio greeted Raoul as he entered the fortress. Following him, a few nobles walked in. Prince Julio, Count Pinto and the other frontier nobles will join your cause. Your decision is appreciated, Count Pinto. I promise you will be rewarded after this battle. Thank you. After such an exchange, Count Pinto turned his gaze toward me. You must be Prince Arnold. Indeed, I am Arnold. What brings you here? Your uncle, Duke Bergevine, sent a message. What does he say? He said not to get hurt. Typical of my uncle. Even though we're about to head into battle, he casually warns me not to get injured. Well, I guess it means not to overdo it. I see. Then, I'll try not to get hurt. Can I entrust my safety to you? Leave it to us. We will certainly protect you. I like your spirit. The reinforcements of 2,000 won't fit into this fort. We'll have to set up camp outside. Let me explain the location. Follow me inside. We, who have only half the number of the enemy, should not divide our forces. But there's no point forcing everyone into the fortress either. 1,000 in the fort. The reinforcements of 2,000 will set up camp at a location where they can keep an eye on both the fort and the Duke's army. That's the best course of action for now. If the enemy isn't stupid, they will leave a small group to keep an eye on the fort and attack the 2,000 reinforcements outside. Well, if that happens, we just have to strike back. Section. What fools. I mutter at the unexpected actions of the enemy. The Duke's army, for some reason, placed an equal number of 2,000 to keep our reinforcements in check, choosing to storm the fort with the remaining 4,000. They probably reasoned that if the fort fell, the battle would be over. Indeed, both Julio and I are in the fort. Maybe they thought they could trample over just 1,000. That's short-sighted. After all, they should know better than to think taking the fort will be easy. Saying that, I look up at the sky. Something we have that they don't: aerial support. The enemy dislikes the kingdom's interference and didn't bring Marcel along. So, they don't have the Griffin Knights. But, we have my bodyguards here, who can freely attack from the sky. May we intercept? Target only the siege weapons. That will break their morale. Understood. Finn, who had descended nearby, ascends higher upon hearing my instructions and starts firing thunderbolts from his staff. His targets are the siege weapons intended for storming the fort. The Duke's army was earnestly hauling these large machines, but now they were being struck by lightning. Weapons collapsing. Weapons burning. Chaos spreads rapidly throughout the Duke's army. Countless lightning bolts raining down from the sky probably feels like a natural disaster to them. And they thought they could siege the fort when we have control of the sky. I sigh in disbelief. Did they forget about Finn's existence, or did they simply underestimate him? The Duke's army is thrown into disarray, and their front line collapses. They are forced to retreat. The 2,000 troops they'd assigned to keep our reinforcements in check also started to withdraw. In the end, they only lost their siege weapons. At least they could have moved at night or shown some ingenuity. The level of your royal guard is indeed impressive. He's not my royal guard. He's my father's. Besides, Finn is still on the tame side, you know? Under the unique conditions of the sky, Finn holds unparalleled power. However, several royal guards have the power to reign supreme regardless of the conditions. The reason the Grand Duke wanted to gauge the Empire's seriousness was that the deployment of the royal guards significantly increases the Empire's chances of winning. My father has an undefeated record in battle, but many royal guards accompany him on his expeditions. It's harder to lose with that level of power. That's his personal opinion. The threat posed by the royal guards that show up on the battlefield is just that significant. And you say Finn's performance was tame. He just single-handedly repelled an enemy force of 4,000. The threat level changes depending on who is leading those 4,000. Stay vigilant. The Duke will undoubtedly go crying to Marcel. Once that happens, the pitifully retreating 4,000 will probably transform into an elite force. Why is your Highness so wary of Ambassador Marcel? I understand that Marcel is formidable, but I sense a familiar scent from him. He's a big liar. The type who will deceive others and even himself if necessary. That's why I am cautious. A liar? What kind of lies would the ambassador tell? You could generally guess. His attitude towards me is too overbearing. He has 3 Griffin Knights for his guards. Just from this, you can have a rough idea. Moreover, the Duchy of Albatro is a key point that the kingdom absolutely must secure. If we bring the Duchy of Albatro over to the kingdom's side here, it would threaten the southern part of the empire, and a decline in their naval forces can be anticipated. The empire could potentially get stuck in a quagmire, just like in the previous war. If that happens, the empire won't stay silent. In recent years, they haven't been able to stand up to my sister Liz's ironclad defense, but if the empire were to engage in a quagmire war with the kingdom, they would look for an opening. The strategic point, that is the Duchy of Albatro. I wouldn't leave this to my subordinates. Well, the Duke will be frightened and immobilized for a while. In the meantime, let's rest. Pass the word to the nobles to rest as well. They must be tired too. I relayed this to the messenger and retreated back into the fort. We have 3,000, they have 6,000. But the morale of the 6,000 is low, and there's an annoyance amongst them. We're outnumbered, but it's either an even match or we have the advantage. Time is also on our side. Shall we observe their performance then? Chapter 519. Recovering Morale. Several days later, Marcel, who had been summoned from the capital, was sighing at the low morale of the troops. Why can't these fools choose to do nothing? The Duke of Pastor had ordered Marcel, who had wanted to accompany him, to stay behind. As a last-ditch strategy, he warned the enemy that reinforcements would surely come, but it was all in vain. He had cautioned the enemy not to rush. If they could deal with the reinforcements first, there wouldn't be a problem. But they hurried and forced a confrontation. As a result, morale dropped, and they lost the siege weapons. They could lay a siege with time, but the opponent's aim was to stall. Eventually, the army from the border with Rondine would likely reclaim their territory. We must first restore the lost morale. Lisette. Yes, sir. Lead about 100 elites and launch a surprise attack on the enemy's reinforcements. Understood. Do we also need the enemy commander's head? There's no need to inflict a major blow. Just break through the enemy lines in a way that the entire army can see. That's all. But wouldn't morale rise more if we have the enemy commander's head? The head of a frontier noble has little value. It would be more problematic if you attract attention to yourself. There are skilled individuals around Arnold. If they perceive danger, they will likely direct their efforts towards you. I'll beat them, whether they're the captain of the Imperial Guards or not. We can discuss that another time. Understood? Yes. Though slightly dissatisfied, Lisette nodded. Watching her, Marcel put on a wry smile and stepped forward. Then, he commanded the entire army to launch an attack with arrows. Section. Without siege weapons, the only option to attack the fort is to use ladders. But that would require bloodshed. Even if it's a weak fort, even if there are only 1,000 soldiers. Those who go to the front lines spill the necessary blood. That's why morale needed to be restored. The long-range attack with arrows. Against this, the fort was powerless. Without giving them time to retaliate, arrows were continually fired into the fort. The sight brought back confidence to the soldiers. No matter what, the enemy is outnumbered, and they are in the majority. But the other side wasn't just taking hits. Their unique Dragon Knight was about to launch an attack from the sky. However, that was prevented by 3 Griffin Knights. Unlike when they were ambushed in the capital, only Finn and Nova were reflected in the Griffin Knight's eyes. Coordinated attacks by 3 knights. They took this action because they acknowledged their strength. They wouldn't dare to underestimate a single knight. The strongest Imperial Guard squad, and the captain who is a Dragon Knight. Knowing this, they knew how to fight. Not even the Griffin Knights were arrogant enough to think they could win in a one-on-one challenge. Above all, they couldn't afford to make a fool of themselves in front of the master they serve. To keep Finn and Nova from breaking free, they exerted all their strength. As a result, Finn and Nova had no choice but to focus on the 3 knights. Then there's no one to stop the arrows. An endless rain of arrows. There seemed to be confusion on the fort side as well. They're probably waiting to bring it to close quarters combat quickly, right? Marcel muttered. There was no movement from the fort. Long-range attacks with bows and arrows are a common tactic. Probably the lack of resistance is because they know they can't defend against it. So they hide their faces and endure because they know that the enemy has to bring it to close quarters combat to take the fort. I can control the reins of the fort soldiers, but what about the soldiers in other places? A bit away, the frontier nobility's army was encamped. There was starting to be a hustle and bustle there. The Dragon Knight, their last hope, was being restrained, and it seemed like the fort was in a pinch. But the orders were probably to stand by. Conflict must be arising there. Those who wanted to charge on horseback. Those trying to restrain them. The formation was disturbed. Without missing that opportunity, Lizette's cavalry launched an assault on the frontier noble army. A surprise attack from the rear. And their attention was to the front. Caught off guard, the frontier nobility army was thrown into confusion and couldn't respond appropriately. In the meantime, Lizette's cavalry continued to break through their lines. Along the way, several knights attempted to block them, but Lisette casually swung her sword to bring them down. The flag of Count Pinto came into Lizette's view. Count Pinto was likely there. That was enough for a souvenir. But remembering the reprimand, Lisette reluctantly averted her gaze. I don't want to get scolded. But it felt wasteful. It wouldn't take much time. Even so, Lisette just broke through the frontier noble army's lines. She didn't want to disrupt Marcel's plan by doing anything unnecessary. In front of Lisette, who was thinking such thoughts, something blocked her way. Small. When she tilted her head in question, the tip of a spear was looming in front of Lizette's eyes. Without panicking, she diverted its course with her sword to dodge. You're not bad, miss. A bear. Isn't it cute? Saig, who was riding on the horse's head, confronted Lisette. The distance was close. Lisette was the first to make a move. She swung her sword, trying to knock Saig down. In response, Saig jumped and thrust his spear. Rude. What would you do if my cute looks became gross? I don't particularly find you cute. Seriously. Women in the kingdom are strange. A combat atop their horses. Saig tried to throw Lisette off balance by leaping forward and backward, but Lisette dealt with it all. Lizette's sword gradually moved closer to Saig. Tough one. You're not bad yourself. This is hurting. With that, Saig unleashed a full-bodied thrust, but Lisette received it with her sword. At the same time, she grabbed Saig's body with one hand and threw him backward. Whoa. I was told not to bother with trophies, so I'll let you go. Well, thanks a lot. Saig, who had landed on the ground, sighed as he watched Lisette leave. If there was an attack, it would be the elites. They were told if they could take down the leader, then they should. However, the opponent was stronger than expected. Oh boy. The enemy has a strong woman too. While thinking about how he would make an excuse, Saig returned to the camp. As a result of Lizette's breakthrough, the morale of the Duke's army had been restored. The illusion of the enemy's strength was gone. First one. The remaining obstacle is, Ambassador, the Duke is calling for you. I'll go right away. There was no time. However, it wasn't an opponent he could win against in haste. He could only convince himself that he had to slowly crush each element of uncertainty, Marcel thought as he turned on his heel. Chapter 520. The Authority to Command. The Duke's army was buzzing with a small victory. The Dragon Knight, who seemed to be a figure of despair, was suppressed, and the enemy's reinforcements were trampled by a separate squad of the Duke's army. Whether there were casualties or not didn't matter. What they saw brought positivity to the soldiers. Ah, They're getting carried away. That's why I dislike guys who can't see the situation in a war. Simple. We're going to win in the end anyway. And yet you're so arrogant despite failing your mission. The walls of the fortress. There, Saig and I were observing the state of the Duke's army. Saig's task was to defeat the master leading the enemy's separate squad. That should have determined the outcome of this battle. My prediction that the female knight who was probably escorting Marcel would come out was correct. However, I had misread the female knight's strength. I didn't fail. I just let her go because it seemed like she had business elsewhere. Anyway, if it wasn't for the galloping horse, I would have won easily. Saig flailed his arms and legs, making excuses. His incessant excuses probably stemmed from his frustration. From what I heard, the enemy's female knight was stronger than Saig. I don't usually misread the opponent's power, but it seems that my focus was on Marcel and I made a stupid mistake. Well, it's my fault for sending you alone. Don't worry about it. Hey, that's the most hurtful thing you can say. It's not a consolation. I thought you wouldn't die and come back, so thanks to you, I didn't have to feel guilty. I appreciate it. Well, thanks a lot. Saig looked away in a bad mood. With a wry smile at Saig, I turned my eyes to the enemy's lines. The morale was excellent. Impressive. They chose to boost morale immediately upon takeover and executed it flawlessly. With this, the Duke's army's first battle mistake is wiped clean. You could say it's back to square one. But what happens when you go back to the beginning? The nobles will get noisy. It's unfortunate for Marcel, but when the soldiers think, we can do this, the annoying nobles watching from the rear think, we can do this even more. The Duke didn't approve of the intervention from the kingdom. He just borrowed Marcel's hand out of necessity. If they sense a hint of victory, they will immediately intervene. Marcel will probably be busy dealing with that. In the meantime, I asked Captain Lars to do me a favor. I hope it goes well. Section. Marcel, who was summoned by Duke Pastor, was meeting with the main nobles in the tent. As expected of Ambassador Marcel, the command was excellent. Do you already feel victorious? Let me make it clear, if the Duke takes command, we'll lose. Without listening to the conversation, Marcel opened his mouth. It was clear that they were going to give various reasons to take command themselves. What did you say? People have their strengths and weaknesses. The Duke is not suited for battle. You should quit. I have read many books on military tactics. Reading and understanding are different. And understanding and executing are also different. The standard measure for the first battle is to leave a hold in the fortress and annihilate the external reinforcements. If you use a trick, you would attack where they sortie from the fortress and take the fortress. Anyhow, a fortress attack is unthinkable. The point of focus is unthinkable. It could be said you lack a sense of strategy. Marcel said without hesitation. He couldn't let Duke Pastor take command here. There's a limit to rudeness. I don't mind being rude. It seems you have forgotten, but we are in an equal position. We joined forces because we bring each other benefits. Isn't that right? But what about you? You couldn't even crush the opposing forces yourself, and you came crying to me. You seem to hate the kingdom's intervention, but if we withdraw our hand here, it won't be just that, right? How arrogant. It should be the kingdom that will have trouble if we become enemies. Until now, yes. While you've been wasting a golden opportunity, I've made minimum preparations. It would be best if you become the public king and do as we say, but I don't mind even if you lose and die. What did you say? I don't waste time like you do. And no, that's a lie. It can't be. You were afraid of defectors from the navy while you were controlling the capital, so you made all the ships anchor, didn't you? I took the opportunity to tamper with the ships. It's impossible to disable all the ships, but if half of them stop working, our objective will be achieved. The naval admiral had sided with the Duke, but there were also Empire loyalists in the navy. To prevent them from moving the ships and leaving the capital, the Duke brought all the crew members ashore. During that time, Marcel had his eye on the empty ships. What kind of thing is this? We're supposed to be allies. If we're allies, let's be treated like allies. You failed, I succeeded. So I'll take command of this battle. It's a simple story, isn't it? This army is my army. Yes, it is. So I don't mind if you forcibly take command. But if you do, we will withdraw. We have no intention of boarding a sinking ship. Such. In most cases, if you have twice the power, you should win. But if the commander is a fool, even a winnable battle becomes unwinnable. And the opponent is Prince Arnold. I don't mind risking my life, but you can't win against him under the Duke. Marcel's words silenced the Duke. The other nobles also said nothing. They had vaguely realized that they could not win with Duke Pastor. Do you say that I will fall behind a dried-up prince? Is there still a fool who underestimates that prince? Listen, based on facts alone, the Duke has already fallen behind. He has greatly lowered morale from the first battle. That's why he came crying to me. Isn't that right? I am. Yeah, okay. I don't want to hear it. I think this is a waste of time, but for the Duke who can't realize the genius of Prince Arnold, and so that the nobles here don't become like the Duke. Let me simply teach you the greatness of the prince. With that, Marcel raised a finger. There were many things to point out, but he gave up because he thought they wouldn't understand even if he said several. The point where Prince Arnold excels is reading the situation. Whether it's the battle situation, the political situation, or the public sentiment. He can read the opponent's movements terrifyingly well. That's why he could take the back of the well-known General Prince Gordon and the Dragon Prince, and was able to eliminate the corrupt nobles in the provinces in just 1 year. Because he can read, he can accurately strike the next move. For example, this battle. He should have read that I was going to boost morale. He read it but couldn't prevent it. Can't you shut up and listen to people's stories? Duke. Listen, deliberately being at a disadvantage is also a strategy. What do you think happens when our morale rises? You misinterpret it as a winning battle and drag me down. When that happens, his eyes will inevitably turn to you guys. That's the target. When Marcel said that, the Griffin Lion Knight descended next to the tent. I report. There was a small group near the camp. It seems they were trying to infiltrate. Did they escape? Yes. What will you do? Leave them be. They won't be caught anyway. Were they planning to burn the provisions, or were they planning to disguise themselves as soldiers and cause different interference? Either way, they were prevented. This was also because the vigilance had been strengthened. Just in case, I mobilized all my guards for vigilance. While you guys are rejoicing in the winning battle, Prince Arnold is chuckling. Can you win with this? It's a coincidence. Or is it something the ambassador set up? If it's a coincidence or a setup, how good it would be. If you want to believe that, go ahead. Until the moment you die, you think everything is a coincidence. With that, Marcel turned on his heel. The nobles, who sensed he was leaving, all called out to Marcel at once. Please wait. Ambassador Marcel. We would like to leave the command to Ambassador Marcel here. Please save us. Marcel's biggest concern was that the army did not move as he thought. The main body of this army was Duke Pastor's soldiers, but the nobles present here were also sending out considerable soldiers. If he gets the support of the nobles, he can get the command. The Duke cannot ignore their intentions. If they side with the other party, the difference in military strength will gradually narrow. I'd love to take command, but what does the Duke say? Duke Pastor. Please let the ambassador take care of it. The ambassador's advice has been accurate so far. Please, please. The entreaty from the nobles. Receiving that, the Duke grudgingly announced, as if spitting it out. I leave the command to the ambassador. Is that okay? With that, Duke Pastor left the tent. In the tent where the troublemaker had left, Marcel clapped his hands. Now, let's have a military council. Chapter 521. A cowardly move. I apologize, Your Highness. We couldn't infiltrate. I see. It was indeed a tough task, wasn't it? Indeed, Your Highness. Inside the fort. Returning Lars asked inquisitively. Did I upset you by pushing a task that I thought was impossible? No, I simply thought it was unlike Your Highness. Unlike me, her. Well, it was indeed a gamble. I thought it was 80% impossible. You were hoping for the 20%. Do you think the situation is that bad? I nod at Lars's words. Indeed, we had been set back by Marcel. But it had only boosted the enemy's morale. We had not gotten back the lost siege weapons, let alone the time. What do you think is the best course of action for the Duke's army in this situation? The best course of action. Wouldn't it be to attack the nobles outside? No, it's a siege. However, Marcel will never choose that option. No, he can't. Is it because he knows that we have other reinforcements? Yes. He's aware. Because Finn isn't by my side. There's only one destination. He's likely reaching out to Rondine. But threats from the Empire won't work on Rondine. Unlike the undecided Duchy of Albatro, Rondine is entirely pro-Empire. Even if they're threatened, it will only deepen their hostility. So he'll choose another method. But no matter what method he uses, it'll be difficult to hold Rondine down for long. Controlling a nation's movement for a long time is a Herculean task. If you try to control the king, there are people in key positions in the country. If you try to control those in key positions, the final decision-making power lies with the king. If you aim to control both, it's tantamount to taking over the country. Unless you've been moving from a long time ago, it's impossible, and I don't think Marcel has been leading the kingdom's plan from such a long time ago. Besides, I sent Finn and Sebas over there. They'll make sure to move Rondine, no matter what happens. Ambassador Marcel is pressed for time and can't use the best strategy. Isn't that advantageous for us? It's too advantageous. That's why I gambled. I thought it would be difficult, but if it succeeded, it would be significant. He's supposed to retreat before the border army arrives. I wanted you to take advantage of the ensuing chaos. That much. That much. In terms of strategy, if the Duchy of Albatro joins the Empire, the kingdom will be in trouble. That's because the kingdom boasts of an impregnable fortress because it has a port. The kingdom once used that port to receive supplies from the Duchy of Albatro. That's why the land-based imperial army couldn't take it. We don't want the same thing to happen, so we want to bring the Duchy of Albatro to our side. If we can defeat the kingdom's navy and attack from the sea, we can take the fortress. To take the capital, we need to break through that fortress. But the Empire can't do it alone. Learning from past lessons, we're making our move. But, however, that's the Empire's strategy. From the kingdom's perspective, they would be happy if they could execute the grand strategy of bringing the Duchy of Albatro to their side and coordinating with the Empire. But as long as they can hold the Imperial army at the border, their strategy won't collapse. Before the Imperial army can be driven into the fortress or significantly weakened, the Empire can't achieve its goal. And Marcel has the power to do that. Do you think Prince Leonard will lose? I wanted to eliminate the possibility, but the gamble didn't pay off. It can't be helped. From what I hear from Saig, the female knight escorting him is formidable. Even if you had infiltrated, it would have been doubtful whether you could kill her. Let's consider it a good thing that you failed. That much. Who is this Ambassador Marcel? I'm guessing, but he's likely the third prince of the kingdom, Anthem. Prince Anthem. Is he really here? It's just a guess. I had only told Lars to infiltrate and kill if the opportunity arose. Because the information was uncertain. The commander-in-chief. But I heard he was bedridden from poisoning. It's a famous story, isn't it? But the likelihood of him being Prince Anthem is highest. But can he suddenly get up? I don't know. All I know is that the ambassador named Marcel is extraordinarily capable. It was worth the gamble just for that. Indeed. There are even rumors that the Prime Minister supported the Crown Prince of the Kingdom because of his competence. That's nonsense. No matter how much the Prime Minister tries, he can't do that. Back then, the Crown Prince was there. My older brother would never allow it. The Prime Minister wouldn't harm the kingdom's prince unilaterally. He must have consulted with my father or brother. Neither of them would allow it. If anything, the Imperial Kingdom seems to be the one making secret maneuvers. If the Kingdom and the Union Kingdom go to war, and the kingdom weakens, the empire would move. The imperial kingdom would seize that opportunity. There's a possibility they desired such a development. But that's irrelevant now. But if that is indeed Prince Anthem, he will likely try to settle the matter before the border army arrives. That's right. That's why he was in such a hurry to recover morale and silence the nobles. He himself probably wants to settle things fairly. By the sound of it, is there a way to settle things that isn't fair? I don't know if it can be called a conclusion, but from the kingdom's perspective, as long as Albatro doesn't stabilize while they're fighting the empire, that's fine. So, there's a move to create a deadlock. Reputation-wise, it's the worst. Can we prevent that? It's impossible. But if they go down that road, it's the end. The Duke will be cornered. It's not a complicated move. They will take the Grand Duke in the capital hostage and bring negotiations to the table. If they do such a thing against Julio, who was not even a worthy opponent, it would mean acknowledging their own disadvantage. Eventually, there would be defectors, and it would collapse. But it can buy time. It's not a good move, but it can buy time. It's truly a last resort. But now, as the border army is about to move, that last resort is approaching. Why wouldn't Prince Anthem use that tactic? Honestly, I don't understand why he would accept the time limit of before the border army arrives to fight. The reason is probably one. He likely dislikes such tactics. What? He shouldn't be so pure and honest that he hates others doing it, but he probably doesn't want to use such tactics himself. The reason he's trying to settle things forcibly through battle is because if he retreats to the capital, he'd have to use that tactic. He must be aware of that tactic and also know that victory in battle is difficult in this situation. Still, he aims for victory in battle, which is a matter of emotion. He doesn't want to use a cowardly move. Cowardly is subjective. Depending on the person, anything can be a tactic, and anything can be a cowardly move. But taking the Grand Duke hostage and negotiating with the Duke is seen as cowardly by most people. There are fewer people who would say it's not cowardly. I can somewhat understand his feelings. He himself was hit with a dirty surprise attack. He wouldn't want to become the same. After saying that, I looked at the Duke's camp outside from the window. Everything up to this point is speculation. But it's likely not too far off. It's better to retreat to the capital quickly rather than forcibly aim for victory in battle. Yet, he aims for victory in battle because he fundamentally prefers a fair fight. He's a terrifying man. It means he's confident he can take this fort in a short period. Ideally, I wouldn't want to pit him against Leo. But I don't have enough manpower to take him down. It's a problem. Chapter 522. The burden we bear. Has it come? The next day, the Duke's army launched an all-out attack. Judging by their coordinated movements, it was clear that Marcel was leading the charge. Their advantage lay in their superior numbers and in the fact that they were on the offensive, deciding where and how to strike. Marcel seemed intent on leveraging this to the fullest. 1,000 are heading this way, 5,000 towards the nobles' side. They're on the move. While receiving these reports, I couldn't help but admire Marcel's strategy. What caught my attention was the deployment of the Griffin Knights. 2 on the side of the 5,000 and 1 with the 1,000. Marcel had chosen to divide his forces. That was our weak point. If our enemies dispersed, we wouldn't be able to handle them all. We were short of manpower. Finn could hold back 3 Griffin Knights, but if they were divided into 2 fronts, he would only be able to handle 1. Finn, go and aid the outside forces. Are you sure about this? It doesn't matter. Upon hearing my instructions, Finn took off from the fortress. Outside, a battle between 2,000 and 5,000 was starting. If we lost air superiority, we would have no chance of winning. For now, I had dispatched Captain Lars and the Nerve Knights as commanders, but they probably wouldn't be able to turn the tide of battle. However, the nobles' army was also building fortifications. They wouldn't be defeated immediately. Hey, isn't it going to be a tough fight with 5,000 against 2,000? The real challenge is on our side. The other front is just a decoy. Their real target is this fortress. A classic move. It might seem so, but leaving a Griffin Knight here indicates that they intend to take over the fortress as well. The plan must be to crush the front that Finn can't handle all at once. But they only have 1,000 on this side, and no siege weapons. I wonder how they plan to attack. Saig, I leave the guard to you. I need to concentrate on command. Got it. Section. They're coming from the west. Send the reserves. The fortress is small. The walls aren't very high either. Therefore, we placed 200 on each side and created a reserve unit in the center. We sent the reserves to wherever the enemy was targeting. On the other hand, Marcel seemed to be patiently waiting for us to slip up in our defenses, repeating feint attacks several times. If the movement of our reserves was even slightly delayed, they would likely attempt to break through. Hey, are those guys really serious about taking this place? They are, that's why they're shaking us up. But didn't you say that the main force was 5,000 strong? Even so, there's not much we can do right away. There were a few members of the Imperial Southern Border Defense Force among our 2,000 nobles' army. They served as commanders, along with Captain Lars and others. This meant we had experienced field commanders on our side, something the enemy was lacking. In terms of on-the-spot decision-making, we had the upper hand. Although they outnumbered us by more than double, the difference in actual combat power wasn't as big. Finn was dominating the skies, and the 3 Griffin Knights had been reduced to 2, giving them less room to interfere on the ground. That front should be fine. The real issue was the 1,000 soldiers under Marcel's direct command. We really had no idea what they were going to do. The enemy is starting to concentrate on the east. Get ready to move. As I was calling to the reserve troops, I noticed that the Griffin Knight was missing from the enemy lines. I quickly realized that he was in the sky, and when I looked up, I saw him right above us. The Griffin Knight threw several wooden barrels down from the sky. The barrels mostly fell on the west side and exploded. The contents were liquid, and we knew what it was from the smell. Oil. Fire arrows are coming. The oil seeped deeply into the ground due to the aerial bombardment. By the time I issued the warning, flaming arrows were already released, and the western side of the fortress was engulfed in flames. Observing this, I gave Saig his orders. Expect an attack from the east. Hold them off. Our reserve forces alone wouldn't be enough. Many of our soldiers were panicking before the fire and attempting to extinguish it, disrupting our formation. The fire on the west side was intense, preventing the enemy from advancing. Therefore, they were expected to come from the east, as we had prepared. That prediction proved correct. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The soldiers left on the eastern side raised their voices. However, the noise from the fire drowned out their calls. In the meantime, the enemy had begun their concentrated assault from the east. Several ladders were thrown up, and enemy soldiers climbed up one after another. Saig had rushed to the scene, barely managing to hold them off, but the enemy's momentum was not to be underestimated. The deciding moment happened in an instant. They were probably instructed not to miss that opportunity. The enemy soldiers desperately tried to break through, as if their lives depended on it. Managing to restore morale in just a day and making them willing to risk their lives, that must mean they were able to make them believe in victory. However, Marcel was just a guest general after all. He couldn't fully capture the hearts of the soldiers from the Albatro duchy, unlike us. Don't panic. Don't fear the fire. Focus on the east. Push off the enemy soldiers. Raise your voices. Don't be swept away by the enemy's momentum. With a sword in one hand, Julio stood on the eastern front line. The chaos on our side, which had started with the oil being thrown, started to subside all at once. The soldiers' gaze naturally shifted to Julio, and they began to follow him. Seeing the sight of the prince swinging his sword on the front lines, the enemy soldiers lost their initial momentum. That was close. I deactivated the magic I had prepared. If Julio was unable to move, I planned to cause an unnatural wind, but he moved at the right time. His efforts were worth more than any magic. Now, what will you do, Marcel? This is a proxy war between the Empire and the Kingdom. If it comes to a comparison of the palanquins we bear, we have no factors that would lead to our defeat. Chapter 523. Retreat Order. Retreat. We'll reset and start over. Again. At Marcel's order, a knight from the duchy raises his voice. The initial attack, and now, seeing that the enemy was able to withstand the fire assault, Marcel had ordered a retreat. If they were unable to take down the fortress, they would retreat and try again. It was a repeating cycle. Retreat. Do it quickly. Understood. Reluctantly, the knight complies. Even now, the fortress is in a defensive position due to Marcel's attack. If they continued in this manner, they might be able to breach the fortress. It was a retreat in such a situation. But Marcel's thoughts were different. They are indeed strong. The first fire attack was the most regrettable. They had the potential to take it down in one fell swoop during the confusion. However, Prince Julio managed to regain control brilliantly. It must have been a serious situation. He himself appeared on the front lines and showed the soldiers his will to resist. The fortress was barely holding out. From then on, they could push in, but they didn't feel any indication that they could make it fall. It was because the enemy was prepared to defend, assuming they would be pushed in. If we can't make it fall, there's no point. Marcel crosses his arms and thinks deeply. What Marcel seeks is only an early fall of the fortress. As the knight said, if they kept attacking, it would eventually fall. However, before that, the Duke's army would likely be threatened from behind. That would be meaningless. Settle it before then. That was Marcel's objective. Therefore, if they couldn't bring it down in one strike, they had been retreating. If their forces were chipped away, they wouldn't be able to take it down completely. I was naive to think that we could bring down a fragile fortress and inexperienced noble army with equal numbers. He had sent 5,000 to halt the enemy reinforcements. It was to ensure certainty. However, the fortress was more stubborn than he thought. The enemy has distributed their forces to prepare for attacks from all sides. In contrast, Marcel was able to concentrate his forces. They were able to carry out the battle with a real advantage in military power. Yet, they couldn't take it down. Because their attacks were red and the enemy also concentrated their forces. We can't go on like this. They need to reorganize their forces. Thinking so, Marcel had given the order for a temporary retreat to the entire army. Section. A full army retreat. Count Adornato, entrusted with the main force of 5,000, was surprised by the order but began preparations for the retreat. The fortress had the upper hand, and so did they. If they maintained this situation, victory seemed assured. That was the situation as it appeared, but he accepted that Marcel was seeing a world different from that of ordinary people like them. But what does a full army retreat mean? Duke Pastor. It's the ambassador's order. Are we giving up the advantage? We've attacked this far. The enemy is worn out. Now is the time to push. The ambassador has a plan. He just wants to decide the battle with his own hands. To make it so that we can't defy the kingdom in the future. He just wants the credit in the end. Duke Pastor said so and left the headquarters. Count Adornato, while mentally retorting that Duke Pastor himself wanted the credit, began preparations for the retreat. Then, when the preparations were somewhat ready, he gave the order to retreat. Full army retreat. With their backs to the enemy, the army retreated. However, only 4,000 followed. The remaining 1,000 attacked the enemy instead. What are they doing? What's going on? Duke Pastor has led 1,000 and launched an attack. What? The nobles relied on Marcel, and the current Duke Pastor was just a flag. However, for the soldiers on the front line, he was the absolute lord. It couldn't be blamed that 1,000 moved. The thought that this was bad surfaced in Count Adornato. He had been strictly ordered to never take his eyes off Duke Pastor. If Duke Pastor was foolish, it would be no problem, but if he acted foolishly, it would be a problem for Count Adornato who was watching him. It would have been easy to just leave him to die. He just had to lead the 4,000 and retreat. However, if he did that, the Duke's army would disintegrate. Because the Lord, the Duke, would die. There was only one option left. Full army reversal. Continue the offensive until we pull back the Duke. Send a message to Oscar. Bring the Duke back, even if you have to drag him. As he relayed this to the messenger, Count Adornato remembered the words that Ull had conveyed through Oscar. He had made the wrong ally. He hadn't thought he'd realize that now. He thought the majority was decided. That Duke Pastor's victory was unshakable. But he was only looking at the situation. He wasn't looking at the people. Marcel, who was exceptionally competent, was supporting them, and yet this was happening. Even though they were almost certain to win, for some reason, they seemed to be at a disadvantage. The attacking 1,000 were under enemy counterattack, and were being encircled. Thanks to Count Adornato's 4,000 reversing their course and launching an attack, a complete encirclement was avoided, but to retreat, a significant number of soldiers would have to shed blood. It was meaningless bloodshed. Even if they won this battle, was it okay to install that duke as king? Was it okay to pledge loyalty to that man sitting on the throne? While thinking about these belated considerations, Count Adornato let out a deep sigh. Chapter 524. The imaginary enemy. Among the enemy's 5,000, 1,000 are charging. The border noble's army is getting surrounded. What is that? The Lord. A voice of confusion involuntarily escaped. The enemy had shown movements of retreat. Because they couldn't take down the fort in one strike. The enemy doesn't have time. The tactic of continuously performing effective attacks cannot be used. It's necessary to bring down the fort in one blow. So, they took command to withstand until the last part. Marcel chose to retreat because he understood that. Probably to reorganize the army. But Marcel should understand. By reinforcing the fort's strength and reducing the border noble's army strength, Finn, the most powerful air force, can be deployed to the fort. This war is solely for Julio. That's why, while I'm winning, I can't abandon Julio's supporters. While sacrificing the border noble's army outside, I could win by defending the fort. But there's no point in winning like that. That's why I dispatched Finn. I also dispatched Captain Lars and others so the border noble's army could fight. In order to achieve an all-out victory, I had no choice but to do so. Marcel, understanding this, particularly tilted his forces towards the border noble's army side. Probably because he was confident he could take down the same number without Finn. But they couldn't take it down. So, the retreat for reorganization of the army. Normally, one would think that way. But 1,000 of the enemy has protruded. What's that? Hey, what are we going to do? If their steps are disordered, can't we counterattack? We're not at leisure either. Because we've been continuously receiving Marcel's eccentric attacks. Enduring at the brink means always being in a desperate situation. If someone breaks, we fall. We've been fighting in such a situation. We were more cornered mentally than physically. Saig's proposal is valid. If we can strike the enemy here, we can almost wipe out Marcel's winning strategy. It might be the time to attack. If we strike from the fort right now, we might be able to inflict devastating damage on the enemy's main force. If we do that, it won't matter if we lose the fort, or if Marcel's 1,000 soldiers attack. The enemy was disoriented. But still. Send an urgent message to Count Pinto. Do not pursue too far. We will not strike out. Your Highness. Isn't it time to attack now? Julio, who had been watching the situation with me, appealed so. Surely. Anyone would think it's a mistake on the enemy's part. If they can't control their army, it's possible. But the enemy isn't ordinary. There's a possibility that they've resorted to a trick, seeing that we won't fall. If that's a ruse, a trap, and we leave the fort, we will be caught in a dragnet. But we're overwhelmingly advantageous if we don't move. There's no need to take risks. The one who wants us to move is the enemy, not us. There's no need to upset the balance to pick up a ball that's spilled over. No matter how valuable that ball is. Eventually, a ball of comparable value will come to hand. So convincing myself, I managed to be satisfied. Honestly, the enemy's mistake is over 90% probable. But less than 10% of the remainder is the chance that Marcel is smirking. Normally, I would have attacked. But Marcel's face always comes to mind, and I end up holding back. I can't attack in such a state. Really, he's a difficult opponent. I'm sure that right now, I have missed a great chance to achieve a significant victory. I have left an opening for Marcel to win. However, even so, there's a part of me that feels relieved. I'm not in a rush to seize victory, because I'm able to hold my own against Marcel. I still haven't lost my cool. I'm not cornered yet. If we can buy more time, we can win. That's why I felt at ease. Section. Duke Pastor. What do you mean by leave it to me? Acting on your own. In the main camp of the Duke's army, Marcel was kicking a chair. The unilateral attack by Duke Pastor was easily intercepted by the enemy's border nobles' army. After all, the attack was by 1,000. On the other hand, the opponent was 2,000 strong, including their air force. They kept receiving attacks from Finn in the sky, and they were on the brink of being surrounded and annihilated. The remaining 4,000, led by Count Adlanat, saved them. However, the damage was surprisingly great, and a significant number of soldiers were injured in order to save the attacking 1,000. Lord Marcel, it will affect your health. Please calm down. How can I calm down? A person who aims to be a king has broken his word, saying he'll leave it to us, but taking arbitrary action. The army will be filled with distrust from now on. Did you see the opponent's prince? He was inspiring his allies amidst the battle. That's the appearance of a king. Rumors will spread. The Duke's failure and the prince's bravery. This is a proxy war. Arnold is commanding the army on behalf of Julio, and Marcel is commanding on behalf of Pastor. But essentially, it's a fight between Julio and Pastor. If you're going to delegate, then delegate everything. There's no need to do something you're not good at. Even if the king isn't perfect, those around him will assist him. That's fine. But Duke Pastor couldn't do that. He probably wanted to earn some credit. Lord Marcel, narrow-minded people can't delegate to others. Please understand. I do understand. I intended to, but, in the end, I allowed him to run wild. And the war situation has quickly become unfavorable. It's all my fault. Marcel informed Lisette, who was standing by. Then out of sheer anger, he slapped the desk with his right hand. A faint trace of blood seeped from his right hand. Lord Marcel, please take care of yourself. Let me attend to you immediately. Do you know why I can't calm my anger? Because Duke Pastor is so incompetent. I knew he was incompetent. What I can't forgive is myself. And Arnold. Did Arnold do something? He did nothing. He stuck to his position at a golden opportunity. He must have thought it might be my strategy. He overestimated me. The me in his imagination was more capable than I am. It's the first time I've felt such humiliation on the battlefield. While receiving treatment, Marcel vented his anger. There was no point in bottling it up. He only showed this side of himself to those close to him. Lisette was one of them. However, even for Lisette, it was rare to see Marcel this angry. This is not the kingdom. Even you, Lord Marcel, can't always have things go smoothly. It can't be helped. He's also in a foreign country, but he's been here before, and he has accomplished something. The popularity of the Black Twin Princes is high. It's different from the unknown Lord Marcel. Prince Julio entrusted him with command because he trusts him. You just didn't have time, Lord Marcel. So, the cause of defeat is the difference in personal virtue. You haven't lost yet, and you, Lord Marcel, also have wonderful personal virtue. Many of the nobles supported you, didn't they? Only Duke Pastor couldn't understand. Neither would Prince Arnold have personal virtue that such a man could understand. And that's not something to be ashamed of. I see. After nodding several times to Lisette's words, Marcel started to cough. He quickly took medicine, but his cough wouldn't subside. He had been working without rest for the past few days. Please lie down. You need to recover. There's no time. I need to prepare for the attack immediately. It's okay. Right now, you need to rest. It was clear that Marcel's body was crying out for sleep. Lisette laid Marcel down and covered him with a blanket. Unable to resist the sleepiness, Marcel fell asleep as he was. Chapter 525. Reason for change. When Marcel woke up, a full day had passed. I apologize. I decided that rest was necessary. I've caused you worry. He did feel like insisting he should have been woken, but it was because of Marcel that Lisette had thought that way, that his body had been pushed so hard. And so, Marcel apologized to Lisette and climbed out of bed. What's the situation? The enemy hasn't made a move, but upon hearing you collapsed, the Duke has been creating a fuss. Who follows him? Almost no one. The memory of his reckless charge is still fresh. Having slept once, Marcel's mind was clear, and because his fatigue had considerably eased, he did not become angry at the Duke's actions. I should have made better use of him. You tried to, but the Duke ignored your advice, sir. Marcel nodded at Lisette's words. If they had fought when Marcel said to march, it would have almost certainly been a victory. But after dragging it out, the Duke suddenly felt like fighting after Count Adlinat joined in. Moreover, he commanded Marcel to stay in the city. Their cooperative relationship was essentially a failure at that point. The Duke had made his attitude clear. He did not want intervention from the kingdom. So Marcel discarded his reservations. If he kept considering the Duke, they could not win a battle with slim chances of victory. If our positions were reversed, would Arnold have used the Duke effectively? He might have managed to ride along. He seems resistant to being underestimated. My foolish elder brother, the Crown Prince, once evaluated me as capable but arrogant. I dismissed it as envy from an average person, but indeed my arrogance seems like a flaw. I don't think being confident can be considered a flaw. People like the Duke are just incompatible. Lisette, you always put things in a way that makes me feel good. But I can't indulge in that. I have to make efforts to improve. I can't imagine why you need to change for the Duke. Unusually, Lisette frowned. To her, this battle was already a done deal. She had long given up on Duke Pastor, who had ignored Marcel's advice at a nearly certain moment of victory. In Lisette's view, anyone who didn't recognize Marcel's capabilities was evil. So she found it hard to accept that Marcel would change for the Duke. I'm not changing for the Duke. I'm changing to match a worthy adversary. I'm passionate and proud. There are always a certain number of people who don't want to follow me, even if I show my abilities. Until now, that was okay, but it's a flaw when dealing with Arnold. Marcel gave a bitter smile as he said this. There was a time when he would have flatly refused to change for such people. But that sentiment had already flown away. He acknowledged Arnold as a worthy adversary for the first time. He didn't mind making any effort to defeat him. The nobles are in a meeting. Yes, they seem to be discussing things without the Duke. All right. And so, Ambassador Marcel, you've awakened. I've worried you, it seems. My apologies. It seems the fatigue of recent days hit me. The defeat the other day was my responsibility. I've caused you trouble. Marcel bowed his head to the nobles. They did as they were told. The unexpected accident occurred, but Marcel judged that it was his responsibility to prevent it. Oh, raise your head, please. That's right. You've been doing your best, Ambassador. The nobles were puzzled by his unexpected behavior. It was different from before. I did my best, but a loss is a loss. Moreover, I fell at a crucial time. The loss of time here is fatal. Marcel shared information with the nobles that the enemy was likely to mobilize Rondine. That would enable the border army to move. If the border army moves, the battle situation will change dramatically. That's why they didn't have time. He shared all of it. However, the nobles could not understand as much as Marcel. There was a gap in awareness between them. Marcel thought they had to be completely crushed to win, but some of the nobles were somewhat complacent. They lacked a sense of crisis because they lacked understanding. Marcel decided to correct this. The border army is probably already on the move. We likely have about 1 day left. We will have to retreat to the capital to avoid annihilation. But if we simply retreat, they will pursue us from behind. Can the border army really get here that quickly? I understand it's hard to believe. However, I don't typically get this sort of prediction wrong. If we don't retreat, it's annihilation. But we can't simply retreat either. And I don't think the Duke will accept the retreat. Marcel understood the reason why Duke Pastor would not comply. It was not because he was considering the appropriateness of the instructions, but because he did not want to follow Marcel. If he complied, it would mean accepting the kingdom's intervention. Therefore, he consistently opposed Marcel's words. Therefore, let's make the Duke, who insists on staying, the rearguard. He's the alliance leader, but he also has a son in the capital. The son is no less of a problem than the Duke. But we have no other choice. I see. But wouldn't it look bad to leave the alliance leader behind? That's why I'm discussing this with you. Under the Duke, including injured soldiers, there are about 3,000. Under me, there are 2,000 who can move. We're going to split the army. I'm sorry, but some of you will need to stay with the Duke. Saying this, Marcel once again bowed his head to the nobles. Being in the rearguard is dangerous. Yet, I'll take on that role. Count Adlanat. If someone has to do it, I'll do it. My son has already offended Prince Arnold. If the Duke's army doesn't win, there is no future for my family. That's a significant resolve. But there's no need to give up. I'll tell you something I trust you with. Prince Arnold will never kill you. Rather, he can't kill you. What do you mean? Prince Arnold is still an outsider after all. The one to judge will probably be Prince Julio. His enemy is the Duke only. Others are not enemies. You should be forgiven. Why are you telling me this? I don't want you to launch a reckless attack. If someone is willing to be the rearguard, they wouldn't betray him after hearing this. And if Count Adlanat doesn't betray him, the other nobles won't either. Marcel had such calculations. Of course, there was no lie in the words he spoke. I'll become a prisoner and buy some time. Do that. In the capital, we have 1,000 men left for defense. If we establish a defense line, 3,000 should be sufficient. We'll somehow manage with negotiations. I don't want to use this method, but I'll try to bring about a conclusion that is advantageous to you. Thank you. Now it's a losing battle. Right now, Marcel is moving to make it a better losing battle. The nobles finally understood that. There was a chance to win. The first time, the chance was certain. The second time, the chance was slim. They missed both. The battlefield wasn't so forgiving as to offer a third chance. Afterwards, the Duke's army was split in two. One retreated to the capital, while the other remained on the spot. The rearguard still numbered 3,000. That was a force that couldn't be ignored, so Arnold couldn't send out a pursuit unit. Chapter 526. To forgive. The battle had reached a stalemate. We had 1,000 men holed up in the fortress, and another 2,000 outside. The enemy, including their wounded, amounted to about 3,000. Neither side was moving, so we, along with the Duke's army, had been locked in a standoff. In the meantime, a separate team, likely led by Marcel, had relocated to the capital. They were presumably preparing for a siege in the fortress, protecting the capital and conducting negotiations using the Duke. We won't escape criticism, but it does allow us a seat at the negotiation table. If this drags on, defectors will continue to emerge, and the Duke's army is likely to collapse. As such, they are expected to make peace under reasonable conditions. Perhaps, the guarantee of nobility status might be the key. While all this is taking place, Marcel might very well return to the kingdom. Victory in the duchy can be achieved. However, the aim of winning the duchy over is to achieve victory in the battle against the kingdom. And Marcel is a key figure in the kingdom. Capturing him without letting him escape or striking him down if possible would certainly be worth the effort. Well, he didn't exactly afford us the opportunity to try too hard. Marcel's maneuvers were splendid. Half of them had moved under cover of night. By the time we noticed, it was too late. If we pursued, we'd be caught in a pincer attack, no matter what form it took, and we'd have to venture out from our base. But, if we let them go, they'd be able to solidify their defenses. And they also held the trump card in the negotiations. The time of Marcel's withdrawal was the last point where we could have forced the issue. There probably isn't another chance to take down Marcel. In the end, we couldn't corner him. As I was sighing at that thought, Julio hurriedly ran over to me. Your Highness, Eva is leading the border troops here. She's earlier than expected. But where did you get that information? Eva and I possess innate magic that allows us to communicate using sound. Even from afar, we can communicate with sounds only we can hear. That's convenient. Don't you think so, Captain Lars? I wonder. I know twins who can communicate without using innate magic. At Lars' words, Finn nodded. They're a tough crowd. If they had just said it was amazing, the conversation would have broadened. Well, it can't be denied that it's a rather plain use of innate magic. Current magic could probably recreate something similar. Of course, having it is better than not. Let's synchronize our timing and pincer them. They won't stand a chance. Julio, can you see them? I pointed towards the Duke's army. Although a bit perplexed, Julio nodded. Why yes. Who are the enemies? Enemies? That would be all of them, wouldn't it? No, your enemy is only Duke Pastor. None of the others are your enemies. What do you mean? It's simple. They just chose the wrong person to follow. Some of them might not have had any other option. They should be given a chance. Are you suggesting I should forgive them and accept them as my subjects? That's right. Some form of punishment will be necessary, of course, but if you execute all the nobles on Duke Pastor's side, the country won't function. That's true, but they're the ones who abandoned my father and me. They could have betrayed us. Julio's words were emotional, and I could understand his sentiment. Captain Lars, what do you think? I share the same opinion as the prince. The rank-and-file soldiers aside, the nobles chose the duke. They should have pledged loyalty to the king, yet they broke their oath to follow the duke. They have been disloyal. Even if you tell me to use them as subjects, I couldn't. Besides, even without that reasoning, it's unpleasant to have people who didn't side with you, who didn't acknowledge you. Even if they apologize or acknowledge you later, it doesn't feel good. Lars said, shrugging his shoulders. I didn't know if he was speaking his mind. He might have just said what I wanted him to say. Lars is not a monarch. He can say things like that without any issue. But Julio and I are different. When you're in a position of authority, it's hard to forgive. There are times when you don't want to forgive emotionally, but you have to. They certainly made a mistake. They had a chance to correct it. But in the end, they didn't budge. They might seem worthless to you, or you might think they're incompetent for failing to read the situation. But forgiving them is what showing magnanimity is all about. You are the heir to the duchy. You mustn't let your emotions take control and launch an excessive attack against them. They aren't enemies. They're the subjects you should have kneel before you. Julio seemed to understand my words and nodded several times. But he didn't seem to be emotionally satisfied. Well, that's fine for now. Julio is a very rational child. If he can understand it, he will eventually accept it. What's important is that he mustn't launch an excessive attack here. As long as he can abide by that, the victory of the ducal house is guaranteed. The appearance of the border army wasn't dramatic. They numbered 8,000. Appearing behind the duke's forces, they completely surrounded them. In this situation, even the duke's army had no hope of winning. Unlike us, they had no base to retreat into. Duke Pastor seemed to insist on fighting to the end, but his subordinates restrained him. Instead, Count Adornato came forward to offer us their surrender. And then, do you remember what we discussed before the war began, Oscar? Yes. I remember. Bound by rope, Count Adornato and Oscar stood before me and Julio. Duke Pastor was already under arrest. He was an important hostage to be used in negotiations with his son in the capital. Whether he has any value or not remains to be seen. You betrayed Prince Julio and sided with the Duke. You did so because you saw the Duke as the winning side. How do you feel now, realizing your lack of judgment? Count Adornato. Like son, like father, right? You would have been safe if you had remained neutral all this while. Indeed, Your Highness. However, my son was merely swayed by my opinion. He is guilty, yes, but I hope you would be willing to forgive him. Well, Oscar, is there anything you want to say? I have no discernment. I am ashamed of my incompetence. Ah, you should be ashamed. After declaring you'd beg for mercy if you won and asking for gratitude, here you are, bound in ropes. Why is it that fools can only say unnecessary things? It's really puzzling. After saying all I wanted to say, I raised my right hand. The Nebulita knights standing by unsheathed their swords. Wait, Your Highness. Can't you spare my son at least? The Duke will be used as a hostage. But we must make an example. It is only natural to behead Count Adornato, the second most powerful after the Duke, and his son, Oscar. Is there something strange about this? Please, I beg of you. I'm sorry to say this. I made it clear. I won't spare your lives. With that, I brought my hand down. At that signal, the Nebulita knights swung down their swords. However, their swords were stopped by Julio's voice. Wait, Prince Arnold. What is it, Prince Julio? This is the Duchy of Albatro. Please leave the punishment of the nobles to me. So, you're going to carry out the execution? No, I won't kill anyone. How do you plan to make an example then? I will think of a way that doesn't involve beheading. Untie their ropes. Transfer these two. My lord. Thank you. We won't forget your kindness. Enough, Oscar. I know you take favors lightly. Your words hold no persuasive power now. I will surely regain your trust. Thank you. Thank you. Oscar repeatedly bowed his head to the ground, expressing his gratitude. After the two were transferred, Julio breathed a deep sigh. I want to ask, what would have happened if I hadn't stopped you? Their heads would have been off. I see. Only a few people know what I explained to Julio about forgiveness. Therefore, without my intervention, they would have probably been beheaded by now. The fear that we inflicted was substantial. You say we should forgive, yet you're the first to go for the kill. Your Highness is terrifying. In this world, it's important to balance rewards and punishments. You can only offer rewards. So, I'll wield the punishments. With that, I stood up. The Duke's defeat was definite. The Duke's nobles would likely join our side. Including the border army, our military force has completely turned the tables. In any case, the outcome is clear. What matters now is how we win. And how they lose. That's what this fight is all about. Chapter 527. The Negotiation Stage. Marcel had entered the fortress blocking the main road of the capital. If an army was to enter the capital, they would need to overcome the fortress that blocked the road. The border troops had set up in a position facing the fortress, while Julio and I were in a port town on the western side of the capital. Are the negotiations at a standstill? After hearing the report, I muttered as expected. We initiated the negotiations. Having custody of Duke Pastor, the leader of the alliance, we had hoped this would urge the enemy to surrender. However, they rejected this. They claimed that the leadership of the alliance had already been transferred to Barnaba, the son of Duke Pastor. The capital was still in enemy hands, and attacking the fortress would entail substantial casualties. Both Julio and Eva, who had been leading the border troops, agreed on avoiding further combat. That's why we wanted to settle this through negotiation. We had thought so, but the other party was well aware of this. They would not surrender easily, assuring the status and territory of all the nobles, including the Duke. It's absurd. Throwing out impossible demands at first is a common tactic in negotiations. They're testing how much we're willing to compromise. If we recklessly put out conditions, things will proceed just as they anticipate. So the negotiations ended at a deadlock. What was particularly clever was that they did not touch on the king at all. There was no talk of a hostage exchange either. They must really dislike using the king as a hostage. Of course, if they did, it would initiate the collapse of their forces. It's better to hint at it and seek a compromise. He's a diligent guy. Who are you referring to? Marcel. Now that victory is out of reach, there's no reason for him to stay in this country. If it were me, I'd promptly destroy the ship and escape. If the main ship is damaged, it could halve the attacks from the sea. What a terrifying thought. From the moment the pro-royal faction lost, there was no other choice for the kingdom. Originally, they incited civil war in this country because they believed there was a high chance of defeat if the Dutch's navy cooperated with the Empire. They certainly can't allow them to join the enemy side easily. There's no room to consider future relations now. If we don't win the war against the Empire, there will be no future for the kingdom. A year ago, the kingdom's army was defeated by Leo. If we lose again, it would shake the nation. Losing Laetitia, our base, and further losing our troops, the kingdom wouldn't be able to maintain its national power. Constantly pressured by the Empire, we would be cornered. Even though we had just regained the power that earned us the title of one of the 3 strongest on the continent, this cannot be accepted. On the other hand, if we win the war against the Empire, it would be easy to restore diplomatic relations with Albatro and Rondine. Small nations bend to the stronger side. Even if we can't forgive them emotionally, we can't ignore the blatant power difference. And this characteristic also connects to the reason why the Empire cannot lose. The Empire's strategy is to create allied countries to the north and south, and prepare for the great nations to the east and west. This is something they can do because the Empire is powerful. If they lose the war with the kingdom, this strategy could crumble. Neither can afford to lose. Wars between great powers are like that. The kingdom will do whatever it takes to win. They initiated this, even discarding Laetitia. They can't retreat anymore. And we are the same. Marcel is still at the fortress. Probably for the sake of the nobles on the Duke's side. He is at a stage where he is tying up loose ends for them. If he's not there, we might resort to force. He is diligently protecting those who have followed him. What a waste for the Dukes. Indeed. His downfall was not getting close to you. He decided that he couldn't bring you over to the pro-royal faction. If he hadn't made that decision, he wouldn't have given me a chance. Even if persuaded, I wouldn't side with the kingdom. I owe the Empire. Indeed. My past connections saved me. I ended this conversation with a laugh. Julio has grown more than enough. There's no need to point out his character at this point. Surely if Marcel had approached Julio, Julio would have been influenced by Marcel. Just as he was influenced by Leo, the young Julio is easily influenced by others. But not by just anyone. He admires heroic figures, so he's influenced by such people. And Marcel possesses such qualities too. Report. We've secured the ship. Understood. I responded and dismissed the messenger who came to report. I came to the port town deliberately because the sea route is the best way to enter the capital. The problem is, what will the Navy do in this situation? The admiral is on the Duke's side. Basically, he would side with the enemy. However, the situation is obviously disadvantageous. There might not be a few who would want to defect. However, they cannot act. Because my father is in the castle. The one in the capital is Barnaba. If push comes to shove, he would not hesitate to take the king hostage. If we approach them carelessly and stimulate them, our invasion from the sea route will be cut off. We need to somehow rescue my father. For that, we need to enter the capital. We could send in a small number, but it would be difficult to extract the king from the castle with a small force. We need some sort of trigger. If we prolong the negotiations like this, it would play into Marcel's hands, and the negotiations would end up being advantageous for the nobles on the enemy side. There's no need to take the lives of the nobles. We just need to kill the ringleaders, the Duke and Barnaba. But we need to reward the nobles who sided with us. That reward needs to be taken from the nobles who participated in the rebellion. If we wrap everything up with negotiations, it would be difficult to do that. That's why Julio and I seek a resolution outside of negotiations. Well, in my case, I have the ulterior motive of wanting to cut off Marcel's escape route. But things don't go so smoothly. Just as I was thinking this. Urgent news. A rebellion has broken out in the capital. The castle has been occupied. Did the navy move? No. An envoy from Rondine rescued His Majesty the King and seems to be holed up in the castle. Prepare a ship. We're heading to the capital immediately. Your Highness. Are you going without knowing the details? If they help the king, they're our allies. And they can't hold out in the castle for long. They need help, right? But we should gather more information. We don't need that. I'll guess the name of that envoy from Rondine. Finn von Kleinet. She's my right arm. Chapter 528. The envoy from Rondine. Finn, who had been sent as an envoy from Rondine to Albatro, was forced to anchor near the capital at sea, because the Dutch's navy had set up a defensive line. I apologize, Lady Finn. At present, our navy has been ordered not to let anyone near the capital. Captain Mest of the Dutch's navy, who had apologized on board the flagship Alphonse, had once restrained Ull disguised as Leo, and was now restraining Finn. I don't need an apology, Captain Mest. I came here as an envoy of the Duchy of Rondine. So, please connect me with His Majesty the King. Finn is no fool. She understood that connecting her with the king did not mean directly connecting her with the king in this case. In this case, she wanted to be connected to Barnaba, who was provisionally governing the capital. Of course, Mest understood that. However, I can't do that. Please turn back. Does the Albatro Duchy turn away even envoys from the Duchy of Rondine? That's not the case, but please turn back. It's for your sake and for the sake of our Duchy of Albatro. I can't understand what you're saying. Noticing that Finn had no intention of backing down, Mest sighed deeply, looked around, and suggested, "Since we're standing around talking, could you prepare a room?" Understood. Section. Inside a room in the Alphonse, Mest, accompanied by Sebers, told Finn again, "Please, turn back right now. I'll make my decision after hearing the reason." Sigh. Currently, the Duke's army is cornered. Marcel, the ambassador of the kingdom, is negotiating for the sake of the nobles. If you jump in there, you'll end up being used as a hostage. I understand the situation. But isn't His Majesty the King already a hostage? That's correct, but if you become a hostage, it's no longer just our country's problem. It's not just your country's problem already. The neighboring Duchy of Rondine is involved, and the prince of our country is involved. Why are you knowingly going to become a hostage? You may not know, but the son of the duke who governs the capital, Barnabas, is a lascivious man. Seeing a beautiful woman like you, who knows what he might do? This is a matter of the survival of our country. Please turn back. Mest was desperate. Barnabas's womanizing was famous. Even though his father was at war, he never stopped womanizing. If a beauty like Finn appeared in front of him, he would definitely want to keep her by his side. He didn't even want to think about how much disrespect he might show. The reaction from other countries would be different if the Prince of the Empire, Arnold, participated in the war, and if Finn, the Emperor's favorite, became a hostage. No matter how you look at it, the Adler family is a military family. They are a bloodline that has proclaimed dominance in the center of the continent with their power. Judging from the current results, it could hardly be said that they were endangered by participating in the war. But while Finn is the daughter of a Duke of the Empire, she does not have the power to fight. She's a fragile maiden. If she were to be involved, there would be no excuse when criticized. There was a chance that the enraged imperial army would invade. I see. So Lord Barnabas likes women. What are you thinking? Please don't do anything unnecessary. Please, it's for the sake of our country. Isn't it a problem that the king is being held hostage and the negotiations are dragging on? The longer it drags on, the more the country will be in turmoil. The Duchy of Rondine has its own circumstances and can't move immediately, but if the internal strife in the Albatro Duchy continues for too long, they might move. Don't forget, the Duchy of Rondine has always been eyeing the territory of the Albatro Duchy. It's not a lie. Rondine and Albatro formed an alliance during the Sea Dragon incident. It was to counter the Sea Dragon, and to counter the great powers. However, that was because both parties were evenly matched. If the civil war continues for too long, Rondine may make a decision. There's just no one to make that decision now. I am fully aware of that. Prince Julio's advantage came from the aid of the border troops. It's now difficult for the Duke's army to win on the battlefield. That's why Ambassador Marcel shifted to negotiations. But the presence of the border army at the center means that the border with Rondine is wide open. Do I need to explain the risks of prolonging this state? I know that prolongation is dangerous, but Prince Julio can't ignore the king. It's unavoidable that it's dragging on. The Duke's army will eventually collapse. We just have to endure until then. I told you, we might not have that time. All of this is because the Duke's army has the king. I came to resolve that. The castle's security is strict. It's impossible to rescue the king. If you go, there will just be more hostages, and it will tarnish our country. Mest gave up on persuading Finn and turned his gaze to Sebas, who was beside him. But Sebas just shrugged his shoulders. If you become a hostage, the advantage of Prince Julio and Prince Arnold will disappear, because the negotiations will be prolonged further. Even the prince should understand that the border troops can't be kept for long. But if I can get into the castle and secure the king, I can steal the opponent's advantage. The civil war should not be prolonged. Don't you think so, Captain Mest? Certainly, if you're as beautiful as you, Barnaba will meet you. But he's not stupid. He's likely to keep the guards to a minimum. What can you do with a small number? I can temporarily regain the king's body. Lord Ull entrusted me with valuable resources. Sebas, Infia, and the members of the Nerb-Ritter group. They can infiltrate even a heavily guarded castle. While Finn is meeting, infiltrating and seizing the throne would be no problem at all. What will you do by temporarily regaining it? We'll hold up in the castle. Not all the soldiers in the castle are siding with the Duke. Do you have any prospects for reinforcements? I'm just creating an opportunity. I'll leave the rest to Lord Ull. I can't cooperate with such a plan. If Ull doesn't respond, it's over. They will be quickly overwhelmed, and there will be more hostages. It's a gamble at best. You're supposed to be from the Empire. The victory of the pro-Empire faction is already confirmed. There's no need for you to gamble anymore. The Empire needs the Albatro Dutch's navy. That's why we've been helping like this. However, if the negotiations drag on, the country will be in chaos. Can you move the navy in such a situation? If this civil war drags on too long, the Duchy of Albatro will cease to function. That's not what the Empire wants. Don't forget, while I am here as an envoy from Rondine now, I was originally an envoy from the Empire. I have been entrusted with a mission by the Emperor. I have to do my best for the Empire's interests. That may be, but if talking more is useless, then there's no help for it. I'll take you hostage and call the other captains. Someone who understands the situation should come eventually. By the time Mest realized it, Sebas had circled around to his back. No blade was pointed at him, but it was a situation close to that. May I hear about it? What is it? Even if Prince Arnold responds, he can't bring a large army. How do you plan to solve that problem? This is just my guess. But perhaps Lord Ull is expecting the elite Dutch's navy. As long as we can secure the king's body, the rest can be left to the judgment of the captains. Hearing Finn's words, Mest gave up on persuasion and nodded. And through the admiral of the navy, Barnaba was informed about Finn. Chapter 529. Seizing the throne. The Blaumo of the Empire had arrived as an envoy from Rondine. Upon receiving this report from his admiral of the navy, Barnabas ordered that she be brought to the castle immediately. Why had the Blaumo of the Empire come as an envoy from Rondine? Although he had his doubts, Barnabas had no choice but to meet her. The reputed beauty of the Empire. He had always wanted to meet her someday. However, Barnabas was no fool. As a condition for the envoys who entered the castle, he stipulated that only Finn and one other person could attend the audience. Ideally, he would have preferred Finn alone, but that would have been too blatant. Currently, the Duke's army is at a disadvantage. Keeping Finn close at hand would make her a hostage more valuable than the king himself. If used correctly, he might be able to turn the tide. This was Barnabas's calculation, at least until he met her in person. I am here to pay my respects to His Majesty the King. My name is Finn von Kleinet. In the throne room, Barnabas, who was standing near the king seated on the throne, was fascinated by Finn. He had never seen a woman as refined and beautiful as her. Welcome, Miss Finn. This was, on the surface, an audience between the king and Finn. Yet Barnabas opened his mouth. There was his pride that he was the de facto holder of power and his eagerness to converse with Finn as soon as possible. "I am grateful for your invitation, Lord Barnabas. Do not worry, we are always delighted to have a beauty like Miss Finn." Laughing, Barnabas was elated. He thought his father had been defeated, and his luck had run out. But then this first-rate woman suddenly fell into his lap. The best hostage and the most beautiful woman. He would never let her leave the castle. Barnabas swore this to himself. "I have come here today as an envoy from the Duchy of Rondine. Here is a letter from the King of Rondine." "Oh, then let me read it." Barnabas easily approached Finn. Only an elderly butler stood behind Finn. The long sword that the butler had been carrying was confiscated by soldiers before they entered the throne room. There was nothing to fear. Barnabas did not want to waste the opportunity to get close to Finn. Smiling as gently as possible, Barnabas approached her, and his hand reached out for Finn. But his hand never reached her. Ha! His vision spun around. When he realized, he was looking at the ceiling, and his back hurt. What? When Barnabas struggled up through the pain, the two soldiers who had been standing by the king's side fell down. "Are you unharmed, Your Majesty?" Thank you." Finn approached the king, showing concern for him. In the meantime, Sebas was throwing ultrafine needles at the soldiers around them. A hidden weapon that slipped past the soldiers' checks. It's difficult to handle and lacks power unless it hits a vital spot. However, Sebas's throws were precise, accurately piercing the soldiers' throats. What are you doing?" "Oh, I thought you were unconscious. You're surprisingly sturdy." Sebas said so and pulled out another needle. With a small scream, Barnabas put distance between himself and Sebas and raised his voice. "It's an enemy attack. Hurry up. Enemy attack." At Barnabas's voice, the soldiers waiting outside came into the throne room. Finn and the others were quickly surrounded. So the king was the target after all. "You knew, and yet you let me in?" Finn responded curiously to this. In return, Barnabas sneered. "Of course. I was considering how to keep you in the castle, but this has saved me the trouble. You'll become a second hostage. I won't let you escape. If I intended to run, I wouldn't have come here." Quite resolute, as expected of Miss Finn. Barnabas, mistaking Finn's resignation, nodded several times. Now he had a reason to keep Finn in the castle. Moreover, she was a criminal who had tried to abduct the Duke. There was no need to treat her courteously. Barnabas was laughing, but upon seeing Finn's unchanging expression, he felt a chill. Do you have some kind of plan?" "Who knows?" Finn said with a smile. The next moment, the soldiers around Barnabas fell. They had been cut down by another soldier. What are you doing?" The ones who had cut down the soldiers were members of the Nabi Ritter, disguised as soldiers. They proceeded to slash through Barnabas's soldiers. The soldiers attempted to resist, but they were no match for the Nabi Ritter. "Damn it. Call for more soldiers. They won't be coming for a while. The soldiers in the vicinity are asleep." The one who appeared, saying this, was Linfia. Behind her were a few of the most skilled crew members of the flagship Alphonse. However, they didn't have much to do on this journey. The soldiers on the way were put to sleep by Linfia's magic spear. "That's ridiculous. Damn it. Kill them." While giving these orders, Barnabas ran to the end of the throne room. There was a hidden escape route there. Linfia and her team didn't pursue Barnabas but prioritized securing the throne room. Although they were outnumbered, the skilled Nabi Ritter and Linfia were present, so the situation was resolved quickly. It also helped that more than half of the soldiers dropped their weapons as soon as Barnabas fled. "Then, I'll leave it to you." Finn addressed a member of the Nabi Ritter. He used magic to amplify Finn's voice to reach the entire castle. "I announce to all the soldiers in the castle, I am Finn von Kleinet of the Empire. I have secured His Majesty the Duke. Prince Julio's army will surely come to the capital. Now is the time to make a decision. Will you side with the Duke or the King? Think again. And if there is still loyalty in your heart, it's time to fight." With these words, Finn called out to the soldiers in the castle. They were enough to throw the castle into chaos. In the meantime, Linfia and the others began preparing to barricade themselves in the throne room. You choose to fortify instead of escape. Do you have reinforcement lined up, Miss Finn? Yes, reinforcements will surely arrive. Please bear with us until then. If you say so, I'll believe you. The Duke nodded deeply, leaning back into his throne. He had resolved not to leave this place. Chapter 530. The Elite Duchy Navy. As soon as we heard that Finn and her group had occupied the castle, Julio and I hurried to the capital by the ship we had prepared. Even though they had managed to occupy the castle, it wouldn't hold for long. By sea, we could reach the capital quickly. That's why we had prepared a ship. However, we could only prepare one ship. Moreover, it was a medium-sized ship, so only a minimum number of crew members were on board. The capital is in sight. Upon hearing the words of one of the crew members, everyone came out onto the deck. However, a formidable barrier stood before the capital spread out before our eyes. The Duchy Navy has sealed off the capital. There are 10 ships. The castle had been occupied, an unusual circumstance. Naturally, the capital would be on high alert. Even though we had secured the Duke, we had not yet gained control of the capital. Since there was no large army present, the majority of the capital's ground forces would be concentrated on the castle. There are 2 ways to invade from the outside: land and sea, and Marcel is blocking the land. It is the Duchy Navy, of course, that is blocking the sea. So, Your Highness, how do you intend to break through? They are soldiers. Even if they are mistaken, they will follow orders. As if to indicate my words, the 10 ships of the Duchy Navy, lined up in an orderly fashion on the sea, were aiming their magical cannons at us. They appeared ready to fire at any moment. So, what will you do? We have no choice but to make them break their military discipline. They must be wavering. Loyalty and duty as a soldier. Which to prioritize? They should understand the situation. The one who had imprisoned the Duke was Barnaba, and the one who had rescued him was Fine. In the castle, knowing that the Duke has been freed, there should be many who align with Fine and her group. Even if not, the Duke's army is clearly at a disadvantage. The chance to switch sides is now. Unless they have a penchant for sinking, they wouldn't want to stay on a sinking ship. However, even to change ships from such a mudship, there are those who need someone's words. We came to give that cue. All approaching ships be warned. This is Mesto, the captain of the Duchy Navy ship. The capital is currently sealed off. No one is allowed to enter, no matter who they are. We have also been given permission to sink ships. Stop your ship. Captain Mesto is a man of integrity. He might understand if we talk. Well, there are 9 other captains. Regardless of the assessment of integrity, we have to question the words. He might understand if we talk. After all, this voice is familiar. This captain remained loyal to his duties to the very end. That's probably still the case. Unless we give a good excuse, they won't behave as we want them to. Thinking such things, I send a signal to Lars with my eyes. We also have to respond, or we might be sunk without question. So, shall we gamble? If it's Your Highness's words, they should understand. Just like Prince Leonard did before. What are you misunderstanding? This is the Duchy of Albatro. And this is a civil war in the Duchy of Albatro. The words they're waiting for aren't mine. They are yours. Emmy. Sure, I led most of the civil war. But you were the banner. The soldiers didn't entrust their lives to me. They entrusted their lives to you. So, the most suitable person to speak to them at this juncture is you. But I can't make someone follow me like you can, Your Highness. I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it either. If Leo were here, I'd leave it to Leo. But Leo isn't always here. I'm just doing it because I have to. Anne. Now, you're the most suitable person, and you have to do it. If someone is always pushing responsibility and work on others, they do it. But that's not how life works. Especially if you have something you can't give up, that's how it is. If you don't care about the outcome, you can leave anything to others, but there probably aren't many people who feel that way. Failure is not allowed here and now. If I could speak to them and succeed, I would, but they wouldn't abandon their duties with my words. 1 or 2 people won't do it. We need to get the 10 captains on our side. That's something only Julio can do, because he's the one they serve. That one point is necessary, and only Julio can fulfill it here. But what should I say? Say what you want to say. You're a prince who's working for the country. You can say anything. Say it the way you want to. If it doesn't work out, we'll figure something out. At the very least, we have Finn, a powerful air force at our disposal. However, even Finn would struggle against 10 military ships. If Julio fails, my magic will be necessary. I hope it doesn't come to that. Your Highness, are you sure about Julio? Lars whispered to me. In response to Lars, I gave a wry smile and replied, well, who knows? I don't know because it's up to them. Then we should discuss with our subordinates what to do if we are thrown into the sea. Do that. But I think it'll be fine. On what basis? The Duchy Navy takes pride in being one of the leading naval forces on the continent. And they have always been proud of it. That's why they took the risk of aiding the kingdom when it was attacked by the Empire. They have pride, which they have inherited. Whether it's the kingdom or the Empire, they wouldn't move if it's about support. But now, Julio is the son who has come to save his father. Moreover, he has overcome the odds and reached this far. Their pride wouldn't allow them to hinder him. The righteousness is on Julio's side. The Duchy army kept the Duke captive, whether they made it public or not. It was clear to everyone that it was for negotiation purposes. Yet, the Navy remained loyal to their duties. Because the Duchy army was holding the Duke captive. But it's not like that now. Julio has arrived. That should be enough of an excuse. I am Julio.The Albatro. I am here to save my father, the Duke. And I am here to end this civil war quickly. The situation has already been decided. If it drags on, only more blood will be spilled. I will end this war today. Julio took a deep breath. There is still no movement from the 10 ships. Since I was a child, I was raised hearing about the Duchy Navy. Children are taught that it is the pride of the Duchy. I think the Navy has worked in a way that does not disgrace that. Even now, the Duchy Navy is a source of pride for me. I understand that you are in a difficult position, and I know I'm asking for a lot. But I still want you to let us through. I have a duty to go and save my father, and to end this war. Now, there's a duty for those with hearts to go to the castle where the battle is taking place. Julio, after showing a somewhat puzzled expression, looked this way. I nodded at him. Anyway, he should give it a try. There's no need to hesitate. Julio seemed a little surprised, but his expression quickly changed. He must have made up his mind. Move forward. We are now entering the capital. To the captains of the Duchy Navy, I leave all decisions to you. You are the pride of the Duchy of Albatro. Please, continue to be our pride. Dare I say, I use these words. The words I used when I was most pathetic, and the words you used when you were most proud. I look forward to the wise judgment of the elite Duchy Navy captains. In response to Julio's words, the ship started moving. We were closing the distance with the 10 ships rapidly. If even one captain gives the order, our ship would be crippled by the attack. And now we are at close range. Avoidance is no longer possible. A single strike could be fatal. The tense atmosphere flowed through the entire ship. Slowly, our ship passed between the 10 ships. When I glanced to the side, I saw a man standing at the edge of the next ship. A man wearing a captain's hat. With a mustache and a dignified aura, he looked every bit the part of a captain. He was probably Captain Mesto. My gaze met with Captain Mesto. Captain Mesto slowly saluted me. I returned the salute. For someone as militaristic as him, it was probably the best greeting. Completely passing by, when the 10 ships were behind us, we heard a loud command from behind. Turn around. Follow the prince. Looking back, I saw that the 10 military ships were following us. Chapter 531. Sharing the pain. The 10 military ships that had been blockading the harbor now followed Julio. At this point, the outcome was clear. It was not possible to bombard the city, so the 10 military ships followed us to the harbor. Their crews disembarked and rushed to Julio's side. With this situation, even those from the Navy who had not gone to sea would likely follow Julio. He had gained control of the Duchy Navy. From now on, the Duchy Navy is under my command. Capture the Navy admiral immediately, and scatter the Duke's army besieging the castle. Yes, sir. The Duchy Navy is a gathering of elites. There's a big difference in training between the soldiers of the Duke's army and the Marines who train day and night. Even on land, the Duchy Navy is elite. Securing the castle should only be a matter of time. Captain Mesto. Prince Arnold. I held back Mesto, who was leading his subordinates and preparing to fight the Duke's army. There was something that needed to be concerned about. I have a request. Yes. What can we do? My crew is well trained and elite. They can handle any kind of mission. I'm relieved to hear that. How many ships can your crew sail from the harbor? You mean? Set sail? To where? Just get out of the harbor. How long do we have? As soon as possible. Unable to understand the meaning of my words, Mesto looked puzzled. However, he quickly switched his mindset and started giving instructions to his subordinates. Understood. Split up into small groups and prepare to set sail. Any ship will do. Get as many ships out of the harbor as quickly as possible. Perhaps this is what it means to be a soldier. Their actions are quick and helpful. Despite preparing to head to the castle, the subordinates carried out the mysterious order of preparing to sail without complaining. We'll do our best, but it's a big job to prepare for sailing with a small crew. We may not be able to sail all the ships. Do as much as you can. May I ask why? Even the Duchy Navy is powerless in a kingdom war without ships. As soon as defeat seems likely, the kingdom will aim to weaken the Duchy Navy. That's what I would do. Will the ships be targeted? It's the quickest way. The castle's occupation is unexpected to the enemy. We may still have time. Get as many ships out of the harbor as you can. As long as they're not docked, the enemy can't do anything. Upon hearing the reason, Mesto nodded with a stern face. Even if some trickery is involved, it would be impossible to manipulate the ships if they're not docked. It's impossible to install something on all the Duchy Navy ships that could be remotely controlled. There simply aren't enough devices for that. Searching for such devices is an option, but we have limited resources that can move. Evacuating to a safe zone is more realistic. For the Duchy Navy, the ships are our life. If we're being targeted, I would like a few more people. If we're to expel the Duke's army from the harbor, we can only rely on you and your subordinates. If we allocate more forces, it will take too long. Reinforcements from the fort are not guaranteed, and if the castle is recaptured by the Duke's army, it's over. I'm sorry, but lives are more important than ships. I understand. I'll follow your plan. I'll join in, so please take care of Prince Julio. Leave it to me. After this conversation, I went towards the castle with Lars and the others who were standing by. Ah, Finn. It's very helpful that you managed to change the situation at the right time. I'm glad if I could be of help. Finn was waiting to meet me, having scattered the Duke's army that was trying to recapture the castle. Behind her was King Albatro. His Imperial Highness, the 7th Prince Arnold Lakes Adler, offers his greetings to His Majesty. I am relieved to see that you are safe. All thanks to you, Prince. You have helped Julio greatly. Father, are you injured? No, I'm fine. Julio, who had been commanding the navy, came into the throne room a little later. Then he ran to his father. It was a long-awaited reunion of parent and child. Not wanting to interrupt, Finn and I went out onto the balcony. It seems you managed to sway the Duchy of Rondine well. I don't know how well I did, but the most significant factor was Prince Dainio of the Duchy of Rondine making a crucial decision. We owe him. Maybe I should write a letter. If you could do that, it would likely guarantee Prince Dainio's position. While nodding, I looked toward the harbor. There, the military ships that were anchored were sinking into the sea, flames rising from them. Whether they were rigged with magical devices or had some trickery done to their magical cannons, The explosion was as if they had been hit with powerful magic. Mesto did his best, but only a few ships managed to leave the harbor. The military ships deployed in the harbor were the main force of the Dutch's navy. The Dutch's navy can be said to have been halved by this. The fight in the Albatro duchy is our victory. However, we've only achieved about half of our original goal of bringing in the Dutch's navy. The kingdom's dancer was sent to the duchy of Rondine. They must have anticipated us heading to the duchy of Rondine. So, they had their hands on Rondine too. They're thorough, and they don't let setbacks faze them. Truly a troublesome opponent. They have a firm hold on all the places they need to. If they know they're going to lose, they'll inflict as much damage on us as possible to ensure a good loss. Sebers. Here. Go to the fort with Nelby Ritter. If they're dilly-dallying, take the head of the kingdom's ambassador Marcel. I see. What if they're not dilly-dallying? They would quickly abandon the fort and move to secure the port town. Shouldn't we head to the port town, then? The enemy has formidable fighters. Breaking through is impossible unless it's in a state of chaos. If they're not in the fort, give it up. Understood. Sebers disappeared after saying this. Now there's nothing more for me to do. Barnaba, the son of the Duke, has disappeared somewhere, but I know who he will rely on. Whether he went to the fort or has been discussing what to do when the capital fell, he would head to the port town. Marcel would probably return to the kingdom, but the remaining nobles would likely surrender to us. Marcel should prepare a parting gift for when that time comes. So, there's no need for us to send people to look for him. This is more like sharing the pain. But even though it's incomplete, we've achieved our goal. It's a win, isn't it? Thanks to you, yes. I would have lost if it was just me. The directive to head to the Duchy of Rondine was yours, Arnold. Just as the responsibility for defeat falls on the commander, so too does victory. I was able to sway Rondine because you left Sebers and Linfia with me. All the credit goes to you. I guess that's one way to look at it. Let's go with that. It makes me feel better. Though, they probably won't see it that way. Accepting Finn's point of view, I decided to accept it as my victory. Chapter 532. A good subject. Upon receiving the information that the castle had been seized, Marcel quickly abandoned the fort and began to take control of the port town where Ull and the others were. He had to secure the port, or else he would lose his escape route. Once he had taken control of the port town, he explained to the nobles who had followed him what they should do next. They had followed Marcel because they trusted him. They wanted to do everything they could. However, Barnabas Sama has arrived. Finally, bring him in. Marcel showed a mix of disgust and anger. He had already received the whole story. Oh, Ambassador Marcel, I thought I was going to die. I did my best too. I've heard the story. Is that so? That little girl called Blue Seagull was so insolent. Barnaba couldn't finish his sentence. Marcel glared at him with a look like a demon. Little girl? Insolent? You, of all people, dare to disrespect Blue Seagull. That's laughable. She is an envoy appointed by the emperor. The empire doesn't have the luxury to send incompetents to other countries in a situation where war with the kingdom is imminent. She was chosen because there is confidence that she can fulfill her mission. She has also achieved significant results. Despite her arrival in the capital, you foolishly let her into the castle. The word foolish suits you. You should have stayed quiet, but you unnecessarily interfered. If she's a little girl, you're less than a baby. Wait. Isn't that too disrespectful? Is there any courtesy that I owe you? It would be better to bow my head to a bug. The Duke in the capital was our lifeline. The Navy didn't betray us because the Duke was in our hands, and you just let him be recaptured. Despite explaining this much, why can't you understand? If we lose the capital, we lose. Marcel kicked a nearby chair in anger. The chair flew near Barnabas, who collapsed in fear. Marcel's anger was that intense. Please calm down. Calm down? I am calm. The fact that I haven't killed you yet is proof of that. Because we need a parting gift for the nobles. A parting gift? You're not going to abandon me, are you? Of course. If there's any merit in being associated with you, explain it to me. It was you and your father who ruined every strategy we thought was the best. Who would support a man who couldn't fulfill the simple task of keeping everyone away from the Duke, and who couldn't recapture the castle and ran away? Our power has already collapsed. You have nothing. With that, Marcel signaled to a nearby soldier with his eyes. The soldier, as if he understood, arrested Barnabas. Wait. Ambassador Marcel. I'm still a useful person. The value of a person is determined by others, not by yourself. You must have been dazzled by her reputation as a beautiful woman and invited her to the castle, underestimating the opponent and being deceived by charm. You're such a big fool that you can't be saved. The only value you have now is to be presented before the Duke as a gift from the nobles. With that said, Marcel ordered the soldier to take him away. But he stopped him immediately. Wait, there's something I need to say. Ambassador Marcel, I'll change my ways. So please, there was a point I should thank you for. You wonderfully lost the capital like an idiot. Thanks to you, I didn't have to resort to the cowardly tactic of taking the Duke as a hostage. I'll thank you for that. Well done. Wait, Ambassador Marcel. Ambassador Marcel. Barnabas was finally taken away. In place of Barnabas, another person appeared in Marcel's room. Your Highness, we've successfully interfered with the Dutch's navy. You've worked hard, Milne. There was the blonde dancer, Milne. She reported her successful mission, but her face was not bright. I beg your pardon. Because I failed to stop Rondine, Your Highness' plans have been ruined. It was impossible to stop Rondine with a small group. You did well to buy us some time. It was my fault for not making the most of it. My apologies. Please don't say such a thing. Even though I used a method you dislike, I still failed. I was the one who used you. I have no complaints about the method. Don't feel responsible. It was always a long shot. You did well. You bought us time, and dealt a significant blow to Rondine and the Dutch's navy. That's enough. With those words, Marcel comforted Milne. Even so, Milne's face was somber, but she knew Marcel would be annoyed by further apologies, so she quietly stepped back. Lord Marcel, the ship is ready. I understand. I'll be right there. While saying that, Marcel, for some reason, turned towards the desk. There was a piece of paper prepared on it. A letter. Yes. The mere body of Barnabas is weak as a parting gift. I'm going to write a letter to Arnold. Do you need to go that far for the nobles of the duchy? No matter where they're from, they followed me. I will take care of them till the end. With that said, Marcel recorded certain information in the letter. Then he was about to put down his pen, but he added a few more things at the end and sealed it. Now, entrust this to the nobles. If they hand it to Arnold, they'll surely be pardoned. Understood. Lisette called one of her subordinates nearby, handed the letter, and dispatched them urgently. As soon as Marcel's preparations were done, the ship would set sail. Now, let's go home. To the kingdom. With those words, Marcel, with Lisette and Milne, boarded the ship. Section. A letter for me. A week after seizing the capital, the nobles of the Duke's army who had taken control of the port town restrained Barnabas and offered to surrender. What the nobles presented was a letter addressed to me. From the ambassador of the kingdom? It seems so. At a glance, there was no magical presence. It's probably not a trap. Cautiously, I opened it, and inside was some interesting information. He's a meticulous guy, really. Is this a weakness of the nobles? Yes. And it's the weakness of the frontier nobles. What was written in Marcel's letter were the weaknesses of the nobles who sided with the Duke. There were big weaknesses and small ones. For Marcel, who had finished the fight in the Albatro duchy, this information had served its purpose. Given that even if he lured Betrayal with this, the situation wouldn't turn around, he retreated to the kingdom. But for the Duke, this information was beneficial. In this incident, the Duke would be wary of the power held by the nobles. However, the frontier nobles would persistently claim their achievements. This information could be used to counter that. If the frontier nobles can't be suppressed, They will only replace the position of Duke Pastor. This information is much more valuable than Barnabas's body. So, with this, you mean to pardon the nobles? That's what it means. It's easy to execute everyone, but that would only strengthen the power of the frontier nobles. Blame everything on Duke Pastor and Barnabas, and use this information to suppress the others. That's the best strategy for the Duke. The fact that he entrusted this to me means he wants me to explain it. Marcel is no longer in this land. There's no one to protect the surrendered nobles. Marcel protected them by giving me this information. If I explain, the Duke would understand. The frontier nobles won't be satisfied with just Duke Pastor and Barnabas. They will push the Duke. With this information, the Duke can counter even that push. He put unnecessary things to good use. As I thought that, I noticed a bit of text after a small gap. I admit your victory this time. You did well. However, don't forget. You had the Blue Seagull, a collaborator equivalent to an army of 10,000. You're smart, so you must know what would have happened without her. I'd like to say that she's wasted on you, but that would be the same as the other fools. My pride won't allow that. So, I'll leave you with these words. You have a good subject, Prince Arnold. We will settle this another time. Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Army, 3rd Prince Incompetent. Well, what do you know? What does it say? Well, according to him, your contribution is the reason for our victory this time. He really hates losing, doesn't he? This ambassador Marcel. No. His name is Incompetent, the 3rd Prince of the Kingdom. Upon saying this, Finn's eyes widened in surprise. I handed the letter to Finn and looked out at the sea, letting out a sigh. I'd like to hope that there won't be a next time. Leaving those words behind, I started walking with Finn. Arc 47. Imperial Manoeuvres. Chapter 533. The Emperor's Resolve. 1 week after Ansem, the 3rd Prince of the Kingdom and the Supreme Commander of the Kingdom's entire army, left the duchy. I was still in the Albatro duchy. Lord Arnold, another noble from the duchy, wishes to see you. Unless it's an introduction from Prince Julio, please decline. You're going to respond like that again. Prince Julio will be busy, you know? That's the plan. If we create the impression that even the imperial prince can't refuse an introduction from Julio, Julio's value within the duchy will increase. The Albatro duchy isn't a nation with strong royal authority. Rather, the role of the duke is more of a mediator among the powerful nobles. It's different from the empire, where the emperor holds absolute power. But this can't go on forever. The one who has the potential to change this is Julio. In the recent battle, Julio showed clear merit and results as the next successor. In the duchy, there is no one else who has shown such results at the successor stage. Many nobles must have looked up to Julio. If we accelerate that, the duchy will become a stronger nation. And that would secure the south of the empire. Lord Arnold. There's a guest. Tell them I'm busy. Is that okay? It's fine. I'm going to sleep. I've already sent a report to my father. After this, there will probably be new orders coming for me, but until then, it's my free time. I've been helping with the reconstruction of the duchy for a while, but now it's the people of the duchy's job. Julio should take the lead, even if he has to borrow the power of those around him. As I was thinking this, the door slowly opened. As usual, Arnold. Uncle. Why are you here? I came to check on my nephew who has a habit of slacking off. It seems I was right. Just to let you know, I've done what I had to do. The reason I didn't greet you is because our butler didn't tell me the guest was you. I wasn't asked. Sebas calmly responded. After shooting a glare at the butler in question, I turned my gaze to my uncle. There's no way he would come to the duchy without a reason. What's the matter? Any movements in the empire? Are you curious? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. Right. On the surface, the empire's movements are calm. There are no signs of an invasion into the kingdom yet. I suppose so. The south has finally stabilized, and there are prospects for a significant naval force deployment. That's right. But naval forces are only necessary when we push the enemy into the kingdom's territory. The battle will first take place at the border. Leonard is keeping an eye on the western border, but my brother has yet to move. However, Uncle cut his words there, and then he looked at Sebas, probably to check if there were any people around. Sebas disappeared as if he understood. After a while, Sebas came back. There's no problem. Then I will excuse myself for a bit. Anticipating that an important conversation was about to take place, Finn bowed and tried to leave. However, Miss Finn, you should listen too. But I am not a member of the military. Still, you have the right to hear this as someone who stays by Arnold's side. You have earned that right through your achievements. It may not be very convincing since I'm not in the imperial capital, but the Adler family trusts you. Thank you. I'm flattered. Finn glanced at me. When I quietly nodded, Finn stood next to me and waited for my uncle's words. Then, my uncle opened his mouth. My brother is serious about attacking the kingdom. There are no overt movements, but he has been discussing with the Adventurers Guild numerous times. It's because there might be a connection between the kingdom and the demons. The mystical core, in the sense of exposing their darkness. My brother intends to dispatch the kingdom's punitive force with Leonard as the general. So, in a situation where we don't know if the demons are really gone, he wants to start a big war. Does this also mean to lure them out? That's right. No matter how much we investigate the kingdom, we can't find any trace of the demons. However, it is a fact that demons were lurking in the kingdom, and the Adventurers Guild doesn't believe it's over with that. That's why my brother is intent on creating chaos. If the world is in chaos, the demons will also start moving. I understand the reason. Originally, it was a hair-trigger situation with the kingdom, and it wouldn't be strange to go to war at any time. Just one more reason isn't surprising. However, if we move first, the Empire will end up losing, right? The balance between the three powers of the continent, the kingdom, the Empire, and the Holy Kingdom, did not break because if two countries fight, the third country will start moving. That's why there were small skirmishes, but there was never a war to the point of annihilating each other. That's because we would suffer the appropriate damage. My father is prepared to take that damage. The Holy Kingdom will profit. What do you plan to do if the kingdom has nothing to do with the demons? The actual power of the kingdom lies in the hands of the crown prince, who has imprisoned the king. This is certain information. It's the testimony of a griffin knight who fled to our side out of respect for the Saintess. So, you'll make it a war to restore the king's power? That's the way it's going to be. We have the Saintess here. We can prepare as many justifications as we need. If anything, my brother would want it to be that way. I see. I'd rather have it that way than involving the demons. If the demons don't get involved, it's a normal war. The problem is that the opponent is troublesome, and the movements of the Holy Kingdom are uncertain. I want to ask things like what will the Holy Kingdom do, and what will happen if the demons come out. But for now, the thing I want to know most is what is the planned scale of the punitive force. My father is serious enough to decide that. He must be organizing a very large army. The preparation is still in progress, but it's about 150,000 in total. Elna is set to be the deputy general, and Theodore will be Leonard's bodyguard. The names of other generals with achievements are being added to the recruitment list one after another. 150,000. Finn raises her voice in surprise. If the Empire gets serious, the number can still increase. But that's if we include the defense forces of each region. It's rare to gather an army of 150,000 while maintaining the defense forces. That's on par with my father's personal expedition. Being entrusted with such a large army is a treatment similar to the Crown Prince. Moreover, Elna, along with Theodore, if it's against demons, Elna is essential. And for Leonard's safety, they plan to attach Theodore, who is an expert bodyguard. Adding to 150,000, the second and third Imperial Guards. That's enough force to annihilate a country. But I understand your concerns. The kingdom will likely bring an army of about 100,000. Led by Prince Ansem. It won't be an easy fight. Far from easy, The sheer number may become a hindrance. Leo has no experience leading such a large army, and it's his first time invading another country. On the other hand, for Prince Ansem, it's a situation he has experienced before. After all, the kingdom has been invaded by the allied kingdom before. My brother is considering that point as well. After all, he probably doesn't intend to win with just the empire. He's dispatching envoys to the vassal states. Sending envoys to vassal states is a strange move. The vassal states are already moving according to Brother Trau's intentions. In that case, they want someone in the vassal states to move. Are they planning to move Queen Marianne and get the allied kingdom to participate in the war too? That's the empire's strategy. The empire from the land, the allied kingdom from the sky, and the duchy from the sea. They are creating a form to attack the kingdom. It's a grand scheme. But how many dragon knights will the allied kingdom send? That's the problem. They will participate in the war, but depending on their level of seriousness, the reliability of the allied kingdom will change. I suppose that's where Queen Marianne comes in. If the Dragon King moves as well, the odds of winning should be more than half, right? If the demons don't appear, yes. Eventually, you will receive orders too. Then, you will be the commander of the combined fleet of the Empire and the Duchy. You could say it's the trump card to deliver the finishing blow to the kingdom. You understand why my brother entrusts this to you, right? To increase the targets. We have to avoid repeating what happened during my eldest brother's time. That's part of it. But it's because he trusts you. I'm well aware of that. That's why I have a request for you, uncle. What is it? Could you tell my father and the Prime Minister this? I cannot accept being the commander of the combined fleet. Upon hearing my words, my uncle narrows his eyes. Then, he quietly nods. So, what position do you desire? The navy will be dispatched when we have pushed the enemy deep into the kingdom. By that time, Leo's fame will be greatly increased. Being the commander of the combined fleet alone won't be enough. I want to be the supreme commander of the combined forces of the Empire, the Allied Kingdom, and the Duchy. And please let them know I want the blue mantle. Upon hearing my rather presumptuous request, my uncle opens his eyes wide. Only a marshal can wear the blue mantle. There is no talk of Leo becoming a marshal. This means, even if it's only formal, I would stand above Leo. Well, to become the supreme commander of all forces, one needs the position of a marshal. Only by doing that much can I stand shoulder to shoulder with Leo. It would make our adversaries uncertain who to target. You never cease to surprise me. But it's interesting. I'll make sure I win it for you. Thank you. Once the war with the kingdom is over, Leo will likely become the crown prince. No matter how hard Eric tries, he won't be able to bridge the gap. That's why the target is just before that. During the war. That's when I will step forward as the marshal. Surely everyone will think. The spent prince has revealed his ambition. But that's fine. Those who have the power to see through people will realize that I'm behind Leo's accomplishments. If someone like me steps forward, they won't be able to ignore the threat. Arnold. But if you go that far, you'll be in trouble afterward, won't you? Do you intend to become the emperor? As he's about to leave, my uncle asks me. To that, I don't answer, just shrugging my shoulders. Perhaps that alone was enough for my uncle to understand. He leaves the place with a small smile on his face. Chapter 534. The Emperor's Envoy. The scene takes us a little back in time, to the throne room of the imperial palace. Here, Emperor Johannes was summoning a certain individual. Oh, His Imperial Majesty. I am honored and delighted to be granted an audience. You don't need to use unfamiliar words. Speak to me as you would to Arnold. Is that all right? It's fine. You've done well to come, Mia. The person called to the throne room was Mia, summoned not through Arnold, but by an imperial guard following the Emperor's secret orders. Never did Mia imagine she would be standing face to face with the Emperor of the Empire. Despite trying to learn the proper language en route, it was clear she was struggling. So, His Imperial Majesty, why did you summon me? I've heard a lot about Vermilion. As the chivalrous thief of the vassal state, you've also cooperated with the Empire. I felt it was necessary to thank you first and foremost. I should be the one expressing gratitude. King Traugut's rule is peaceful, unlike the former vassal king. The people are all happy. All of this is thanks to the Empire, and by extension, your Imperial Majesty. If you say so, my guilt for invading your land lessens somewhat. Emperor Johannes laughed lightly and nodded repeatedly. Mia's words, who had continued to be an ally of the people and strived to improve the vassal state, held weight. The fact that Mia found their current state to be better than before meant that it was indeed the case, and Johannes thought that his decision to place Traugott as king wasn't wrong. However, yet, the achievements of Traugut's reign are his own, not mine. Your words should be directed to Traugott. If your Majesty wishes. You're still too formal. Do you behave this way with Arnold? Prince Arnold is lacking in ambition, except in times of crisis. Mia added what didn't exactly seem to be a compliment. But it was her honest opinion. And she had hit the nail on the head. Indeed. He's a man who only takes action when necessary. But because of this, few can understand his true worth. It seems you've seen through him. I wouldn't say it to him, but I think he could be emperor if he wanted to. Although he would be a scheming emperor. I'd like to see that. Now, I have a request for you, who has a discerning eye for people. It's not a difficult request. I want you to meet Queen Marianne as my envoy. Meet Queen Marianne? Mia's question was reasonable. The vassal king was Traugott. And Traugott was Johannes' son. She didn't understand why Johannes needed to send an envoy to Traugott's wife, Marianne. This is military confidential, so it should not be leaked. As soon as the military is ready, I will attack the kingdom. I want to borrow the power of the allied kingdom. Queen Marianne was once a hostage of the allied kingdom. She must have many acquaintances there. Why not just send a message then? If I send a message, it could be taken as an order. I want to secure their cooperation. I don't want to pressure the Empire or the vassal state. Certainly, if I go, it won't seem like an order. But Queen Marianne won't have a choice but to accept. I understand the role. However, wouldn't asking King Traugott be more certain? I know my son well. If I brought up this matter to Traugott, he would not burden his wife but take action himself. Then, it would be the Empire's royal family prompting the allied kingdom to join the war. The allied kingdom is still unstable. Under the Dragon King, the Dragon Knight Order is united, but the nobility has yet to fully accept the Dragon King, who seized power. If this request is judged as pressure from the Empire, whether they join the war or not, it will corner the Dragon King. If the Dragon King, who climbed up through martial achievements, avoids joining the war, it will be rumored that he succumbed to fear, and if he joins, it will be rumored that he succumbed to the Empire's pressure. If the allied kingdom becomes unstable, it will likely be an opportunity for the kingdom. Hence, this cannot be in order. It is, after all, a request for cooperation. And the request is made through the queen of the vassal state. They were being considerate of the allied kingdom because they felt the need for the power of the Dragon Knight Order. I understand your thinking. Please entrust the role of envoy to me. However, I will relay your words exactly as they are. And, I have no intention of persuading. Please understand that. Of course. I'm counting on you. With those words, Johannes directed his gaze to the Imperial Knight nearby. A symbol of being an envoy, and the expenses for the journey, were handed to Mia. After accepting them, Mia prepared to leave the throne room. However, after a moment of hesitation, she spoke up. Your Majesty, is there no way to avoid war? We're already past that point. Even if we don't provoke it, the kingdom will. If so, our only option is to provoke it ourselves. After all, we're always the ones taking. Seeing Johannes smile slyly, Mia superimposed that smile on Arnold and thought, like father, like son. With that thought in mind, Mia curtsied and left the room. Chapter 535. The incident in Mizuho. While the Empire was preparing for war with the kingdom in the central part of the continent, there were movements in a small country located at the eastern end of the continent. Celestial Princess, reinforcements from the Beast Warrior Corps have arrived at the border with the Imperial State. Good work. This should keep the Imperial State from focusing solely on the Empire. But is it really okay to provoke the Imperial State, even at the Emperor's request? As long as that old king is alive, there's no chance he will attack Mizuho. He knows it doesn't benefit him. Well, if he does attack, we'll fight back. After declaring this with full confidence, the hermit princess of Mizuho, Oriheim, picks up her pet and friend Enter, who was nearby. That could be fun. Right, Enter. Chupi. So you think so too, Enter? Good, good. Princess, please refrain from expressing a desire for war. If it comes to war, soldiers will shed blood. Is this another lecture from you, old man? The one who entered the room was an elderly demi-human. An elderly tiger man who bore the characteristics of a tiger. His name was Kotetsu. He was a minister of the Mizuho hermit state. If you dislike lectures, then refrain from making careless remarks. What I say is my business, isn't it? There is something called influence. Restrictive. I miss the Empire. It seems you enjoyed yourself, leaving all your attendants behind. Do you know how I felt when I heard the report back home? You must have thought, typical of the Celestial Princess. You don't have to hide it. If anything happened to you, everyone in a key position would have prepared for their heads to roll. Until you returned, I didn't feel alive. I'll tell you that much. You're being dramatic. For the record, powerful individuals like Elna and Silver were freely acting in the Empire. It's not fair that only I should feel restrained. The House of Amsberg is a vassal of the Empire. You, Celestial Princess, are the guardian deity of Mizuho. Mizuho can't function without you, while the Empire can survive without the House of Amsberg. And Silver is an SS-class adventurer. He doesn't bear the weight of a country. Even if you have the same power, your positions are too different. Then I'll become an SS-class adventurer too. Showing favor to Mizuho would be prohibited. If you're okay with that, do as you like. When the dwarf nation was attacked by the Imperial State, even Igor did nothing. Are you prepared for that? Silver is showing favor to the Empire. Oriheim murmured with her lips pursed. To her, Kotetsu replied. Even Silver, who seems to do as he pleases, didn't appear in the rebellion in the Imperial capital until the Holy Dragon showed up. Even that was considered a problem. They too are bound by many things. Chmph. Good heavens. If you dislike your position as the Celestial Princess so much, give birth to a child and pass it on to the next generation. Birth sounds difficult. And I'm not ready to take on a partner yet. Oriheim cut off her words at that point. And then, anyone would do. Do you have anyone in mind? Then, Arnold. No, he's out of the question. Oriheim's smile freezes. Kotetsu immediately responded, and before Oriheim could ask why, he started explaining the reasons. The struggle for the imperial throne is reaching its climax. The candidates have been narrowed down to Prince Eric and Prince Leonard. If Prince Leonard wins, he, who trusts Prince Arnold and is expected to rely heavily on him, would be in a powerful position as an imperial brother. He is still unmarried, so it would be beneficial for him to marry influential people throughout the Empire to increase his supporters. They won't let him go outside the Empire. Are you implying that I'm inferior to the influential people in the Empire? I'm quite popular, you know. Mizuho is a small country after all, and it's far from the Empire. The Empire wouldn't consider it crucial enough to send a member of the royal family. What if Leonard loses? I could provide him shelter. The kingdom is supporting Prince Eric. To shelter his adversary would mean turning both the kingdom and empire into enemies at once. That's the least plausible. Gah. It's always if you say this, then that. The only plausible situation would be if you abdicate your position as the Celestial Princess and go to the Empire. But for that, another member of the Senko tribe would have to rise to prominence. Then let's abdicate immediately. It can't be just any member of the Senko tribe. The Celestial Princess's role can only be fulfilled by a powerful individual. With that said, Kotetsu took a deep breath and pulled out a piece of parchment. Let's put the jests aside. There's a serious matter. What is it? 5 children have wandered into the twilight forest. As you know, it's a forest from which no one can return once they enter. The villagers have submitted a plea for the celestial princess to rescue them. 5 children. They must be saved. I understand your sentiment, but there's nothing we can do about the twilight forest. The previous celestial princess tried and failed. We can't interfere with that forest. We need to figure out how to calm the villagers, or else the damage will spread. Just because the previous celestial princess couldn't do it doesn't mean I can't, right? What do you intend to do if you fail after trying? In Mizuho, it's not good for there to be something even the celestial princess can't do. Then we should call someone who seems to be good at this sort of thing. Who do you have in mind? Silver. You jest. Calling Silver requires rainbow coins. Unfortunately, we can't afford to pay them for the children. No need. He promised to take on any request for free just once. Let's have him keep that promise. Wait. That's a very valuable right, isn't it? I created that debt. I'll use it when I want. Contact the Adventurers Guild and summon Silver. If he knows the Celestial Princess is calling, he should keep his promise and come. The right to summon Silver at any time. It's a right that could be worth more than 3 rainbow coins. Using it for the rescue of children was something Kotetsu, as a dignitary, struggled to accept. But knowing Oriheim's character well, he quietly sighed and gave up. He left the room and immediately contacted the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 536. Sieg's Secret. Do you want to go to Mizuho? Yeah. Can you arrange a departure? There's a port nearby, so it should be feasible, right? While waiting for a message from the Empire's mainland at the Duchy, Sieg approached me with such a request. Arranging a ship is not a problem. Sieg has done enough to warrant that. If necessary, I'd even provide a guard to escort him. However, may I ask why? Well, things have calmed down around you guys for now, right? The reason I came to the Empire was to return to my original form. If the Imperial flag activation doesn't allow that, and even Silver can't do it, then I have to think of another way. That's surprising. What is? I didn't realize you remembered you were originally human. Don't make fun of me. I'm reminded of it every time I see a beautiful woman. Well, I suppose you can't flirt with a beautiful woman when you're in the form of a bear. However, if you flip that around, it means when he's not seeing beautiful women, he's getting used to being a bear. That's just like Sieg. He has an optimistic personality and values living in the present moment. He's a textbook adventurer. So, have you decided to move on from that form? I thought you liked it. I do like it. Most things are forgivable because I'm a bear. But I want to become a human again soon. Sieg frowned as he expressed his feelings. Well, even the most optimistic guy would probably not like remaining unable to return to his human form. I see. Understood. I'll arrange a ship to Mizuho for you. Really, thanks. I should be the one thanking you. You've helped us countless times. Nah, it wasn't that much. But yeah, there were a few times when it would have been bad without me. You might realize how important I am once I'm gone. Facing Sieg, who spoke with pride, I smiled. I can't tie down Sieg, who is an adventurer. Up until now, he cooperated with us because I had promised to introduce him to Silver. However, he didn't seem to find his bear form inconvenient and rarely urged us to hurry. Therefore, I kept postponing it. There was a calculation behind that. If Sieg met Silver, he would leave the Empire. After all, even with Silver's power, Sieg can't return to his original form. I've never heard of such magic, and even the Imperial flag couldn't do it. So, it's probably impossible for Silver too. That's why I've been postponing it. But it seems that he's reached his limit. And now, I have to move this conversation forward. Sieg hardly ever talks about how he became a bear. All I know is that someone changed Sieg's form. However, the method that changed Sieg's form was not magic. It was closer to the power of a demon. So, I need to ask him. By the way, why Mizuho? Well, that's because I thought the Princess of Mizuho might be able to cure me. I see. In that case, I'll write a letter of introduction for you. Oh, you're being awfully generous. You've always protected my sister. It's a token of my gratitude. I see. I gratefully accept. If you want to return to being human, I'll support you with all I've got. But what should I write? There aren't many techniques that even the Empire can't handle, right? Well, about that. I know the adventurer's code. I understand that the contents of the request must remain confidential. But the timing is bad. You might be suspected of having ties with demons. At my words, Sieg falls silent. This isn't an easy conversation. Sieg has always stubbornly protected his dignity as an adventurer. But it's different from the beginning. Do I not deserve your trust? Stop joking. Just like you trusted me with your sister, I trust you. Sieg heaved a deep sigh before he spoke. This stays between us, okay? Of course. That's why you should speak honestly. I didn't meet that woman in the forest. I brought her there. One day, a request came to me with a personal nomination. The content of the task would be explained once I met the client. The reward was 3 rainbow coins, to be paid afterward. The treatment was the same as an SS rank adventurer, and I was over the moon. I accepted immediately. That's a suspicious request. Right. If they had money, they could have asked an SS rank adventurer instead of me. But I didn't think that far. I was proud that my spear would match an SS rank adventurer. And then I received a demi-human woman from the client. The mission was to return this woman to her birthplace. The client was on the verge of death. He was a renowned historian. It seemed he had met the woman during his research. So that woman was the key. Who was she? Do you know about the dragon folk? Yes, I do. They're a race that was exterminated in the war against demons. Apparently, they had considerable power. They weren't exterminated. In the twilight forest of Mizuho Senkoku, they've been living in hiding. The woman was a child who had been kidnapped when the spell placed on the forest weakened. The researcher somehow protected her, but he seemed to have reached his limit. He entrusted the woman to me and then passed away. There's little information about the dragon folk. All that's known is that they were extraordinarily powerful among the demi-humans. And they fought proactively in the war against demons. It was written that they were exterminated during the process, but they were actually living in hiding. Well, that's not surprising. It makes more sense for them to be hiding than for them to have been exterminated and disappeared. So, did you complete the request, which had no hope of reward? Yeah, I'm an adventurer. Once I accept, I complete it even if there's no reward expected. The woman was targeted everywhere due to her rarity. Somehow, we managed to reach the twilight forest. But I was injured in several places. In an instant, the woman pulled me into the twilight forest and healed me. Without that, I would have died. So, that healing resulted in this form? No, this form is thanks to the woman's sister's quick thinking. The twilight forest doesn't let humans who enter leave. To exit, you need the elder's permission. The elder appreciated me helping the woman but said he couldn't let me out. That's why the woman's sister changed my form. Because if I was a beast, I could leave. They were having fun when changing my form. But when they sent me out, they apologized over and over again. I can't forget their faces even now. After finishing his story, Sieg let out a huge sigh. If I reported to the Adventurers Guild, attention would be drawn to the Twilight Forest. I had no choice but to declare Siemund missing during a mission. After that, I heard rumors about Princess Sandra, who was knowledgeable about forbidden arts, and came to the Empire. Even though I knew it wasn't likely she would help me. A typical story for you. Do you have any grudges? You helped them, and they turned you into a bear. They did it to help me. I am grateful, not resentful, but I do want to return to my original form. If I have any regrets, it's only my own weakness. If I hadn't been injured, this wouldn't have happened. He's quite noble in unexpected places. Ordinarily, it would be okay to complain about not receiving a reward and being changed into a different form. Well, he's the type not to complain in such situations, which is why he doesn't complain even when I take advantage of him. Good grief. I never thought I'd have a day when you'd make me realize how bad my own personality is. What? You thought you had a good personality? Sieg said with a slightly taken aback expression. He looked absolutely incredulous. You're infuriating. Well, fine. So, what will you do by going to Mizuho? Will they restore your form if you go to the forest? I don't know. I'll think about it when I get there. You are. Typical Sieg to have no plans. He's the kind who would meet the Empire's princess without any plan. Seriously. I'll arrange for a ship and a letter of introduction. I'll tell Oriheim to keep it strictly confidential, so you shouldn't stand out. I appreciate it. Save your thanks until you're back in your original form. It will take some time, so come up with a strategy in the meantime. Got it. Chapter 537. Now, to Mizuho. A few days after Sieg requested to go to Mizuho, a visitor came from the imperial capital. We've got ourselves into a tough situation, Arnold. I suppose if you're here, it must be. It was Henrik, who was supposed to be taking care of things in the capital in my absence. Essentially, Henrik moves according to grandfather's instructions. I assume that this time, too, he sought advice from grandfather after explaining the situation. So, what happened? A personal request for silver from the Adventurers Guild. Decline it. Leaving the principality right now wouldn't be prudent. The Empire still needs time to prepare. Uncle won't be back anytime soon either. That's how challenging the order I issued is. However, that's only about the Empire. We can't predict how the surrounding countries will act. If the kingdom launches a preemptive attack, what I have to do will change. So, unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to leave the principality. It's a personal request directly from Mizuho's Senyo. It seems the celestial prince says Silver owes a debt to her. That's the worst. I unintentionally held my head in my hands. At this time, she's using that promise. Surely, as Silver, I promised Oriheim to accept any request free of charge, no matter what it was. I owe a big debt to Oriheim. So, will you go? There's no guarantee it will be over quickly. If it drags on, my true identity may be exposed, and I may be late for the war with the kingdom. So, won't you go? Without Oriheim, I couldn't have participated in the spirit turtle battle. It wasn't just Oriheim, I promised right in front of the Emperor. If I break the promise, the trust Silver has built would waver. So, what will you do? At Henrik's question, I couldn't answer immediately. This is bad. Very bad. The trouble is that the fact that Oriheim is using this promise means that the task is too much for Oriheim. No matter what it is, it's definitely troublesome. That means I must assume it will drag on. Henrik, can you act in my place? I can if I just stay in the principality. But I will need support from those around. I'll leave Fina and Sebas behind. Please impersonate me with illusion magic. Understood. But what if you are late? Lead the allied fleet in my place. You're asking for too much. I know it's unreasonable. I'll try to hurry so that it doesn't come to that. Do so. While your appearance can be mimicked, your abilities can't. If it comes to war, it will eventually be revealed. Henrik's words are correct. If I entrust him with the allied fleet, I'll have to entrust everything to him until the moment of sortie. If he makes a mistake in his judgment, Leo will be in danger. I have no choice but to return no matter what. At my words, Henrik nods. If I don't return, everything will fall apart. Why is it always me who gets into trouble? I wouldn't recommend making your brother the emperor to future generations. It's too busy. More than that, I think the cause is that you are playing two roles as an SS rank adventurer and a prince. Unlike before, you are now entrusted with important tasks as a prince. That's why I didn't want to. It makes it harder for me to move as Silver. Then why did you make public moves? It's obvious, isn't it? Because it's necessary. If it weren't necessary, I absolutely wouldn't get into such trouble. Trouble's here and trouble's there. I feel like throwing everything away. I wish it could end soon. As long as each side has its own argument, The end will come when one side falls. If you want it to end soon, I have no choice but to defeat them quickly. Despite thinking that this is an impossible task, I sighed and put on the silver mask. Section. Sieg, we've prepared a means of transport. Really? That was quick. Henrik, disguised as me, had called for Sieg. Sieg must be overjoyed. But his tone seems a bit low. I hate to ask, but instead of a ship, what do you mean by means of transport? As it turns out, I'm going to Mizuho as well. Prince Arnold has asked me to take you. In the room, there's a silver-masked wizard. Sieg must have had a bad premonition. Hearing my words as silver, he freezes. It's faster than a ship. You should be happy. Are you insane? Don't use an SS rank adventurer as a substitute for a ship. It's just that the timing worked out. You should express your gratitude to Oriheim. Gratitude? I'm not just moving within the Empire. I'm going to the eastern edge of the continent. How many times do you have to teleport? What happens if a person with no magic aptitude repeatedly teleports? You might feel a little sick, that's all. Don't worry. Don't worry. Sieg is screaming, but I grab him by the scruff of the neck and lift him. There's no escaping now. Well, I'll take care of this. Ah, please be careful. I'll do my best. After a brief exchange, I activated the teleportation magic and headed towards Mizuho. Section. After several teleportations, Sieg and I arrived in Mizuho. Sieg, who has no magic aptitude, seems a bit drunk and worn out. Pull yourself together. We've arrived in Mizuho. Just because you're fine. While voicing his discomfort, Sieg raises his eyes. We've arrived at the Adventurers Guild branch of Mizuho. As the request came through the Adventurers Guild, we needed to stop here. Without hesitation, I opened the door of the branch. It's more like a courtesy visit. I was going to hear about the task from Oriheim. I was just here to let them know I had arrived. But, damn it, we're short-handed. What happened to the monsters in the south? The south has been pacified, but we can't handle the monsters in the east. What about the west? The west is almost under control, so it's just the east. Whoever can, follow me. We'll hold them off as much as we can. The Mizuho branch is in a state of chaos. It seems like the monsters are on a rampage. What's going on? You there. The Adventurers Guild is busy right now. If you have a request, come back later and step back. The man taking charge tells me to step back as I stand at the door. He must be the branch chief or something. He's a different person from the branch chief when I last visited Mizuho. It's understandable that he doesn't recognize me, but it's regrettable he doesn't realize who I am. Seems like your reputation isn't as widespread as we thought, boss. Seems like it. Sieg, sitting on my shoulder, speaks with a mildly exasperated tone. I thought I was one of the more well-known among the SS-ranked adventurers. I've come to accept a request from the Celestial Princess through the Adventurers Guild headquarters. I am Silver, an SS-ranked adventurer from the Imperial Adventurers Guild. If you're busy, how about I lend a hand? Upon hearing my self-introduction, the color drained from the man's face. Chapter 538. The Palace of the Celestial Princess. Mizuho is not a land of powerful monsters. However, it doesn't mean there are few monsters. It's even fair to say it's a habitat of monsters. But most of them are small fry monsters. Usually, they don't rampage. However, Mizuho is a land prone to natural disasters. A sudden occurrence can cause the monsters to start rampaging. That's why there's a branch of the Adventurers Guild there to subdue them. But the unpopular Mizuho branch is always short-handed. The lack of powerful monsters makes it similar to the Empire. But Mizuho sporadically becomes busy due to frequent natural disasters. It's the worst environment for adventurers. That's why few people willingly choose to be adventurers in Mizuho. The number of monsters does not decrease because there are fewer adventurers. Therefore, once the monsters start rampaging, the damage can become significant. Now, this problem seems to be highlighted. Silver. Why would an SS-ranked adventurer from the Empire? Haven't you heard? The Celestial Princess has given a request. I heard. But that was just the other day. Did you teleport from the Empire? How else would I come here? There are ships, carriages, and so on. Don't talk like teleportation is common. Sieg interjects my words. Thinking about it, he's right. I inadvertently agree with his retort, though I don't voice it out. So, do you need help? If you could assist, that would be extremely helpful. What's the situation? For several days now, there have been frequent minor earthquakes, and because of that, the monsters have started rampaging. We've dispatched adventurers to various locations, but the monster groups in the east have been left untouched. I see. Let me take care of it. I must tell you, we don't have the funds to hire you. Don't worry. I'm doing work that is not worth paying for. There are no powerful monsters in Mizuho. Not like there's a mass migration happening as there was before. Just a portion are rampaging due to being scared by the earthquakes. No need to move from here. I slam my foot on the floor and activate a wide area barrier to the east. Capturing the monsters that get caught in the barrier, I throw silver magic bullets towards them. The silver magic bullets divide into countless fragments in the sky, raining down on the monster groups like a shower. I can hear the sound of explosions. The reaction of the monster groups has disappeared, so that should be the end of it. I've wiped out the monster groups. You can take care of the remaining stray monsters. That can't be. Without even taking a step. I heard that you once swept away a tsunami. But to this extent. Are you really human? The members of the Mizuho branch, who are not used to my magic, were taken aback by my actions. I understand their reactions. It was more or less the same when I first started operating in the Empire. Hey, is what you just did okay? You didn't involve anyone else, right? Don't worry. I confirmed before I released it. Long-distance teleportation, detection barrier, and an attack with magic bullets. You don't even show signs of fatigue. How much magic power do you have? I don't answer Sieg's words. Even for me, moving from the center of the continent to the eastern end is tiring. But now I have the holy ring. Because of this, I can use magic without worry. I'm grateful that the worry about how to save my magic has disappeared. Well then, can we consider the greetings over? I am in Mizuho. As a branch of the Adventurers Guild, please keep that in mind. UN, understood. So, how long do you plan to stay? Well, that's something to ask the Celestial Princess. Saying that, I turn on my heel. My target is the castle visible in the distance. Oriheim is there. Section. When I visited the castle, I was greeted by an elderly tiger man. I serve as the minister of Mizuho Sengo. My name is Kotetsu. I'm the SS-ranked adventurer, Silver. I've come in response to the request from the Celestial Princess. Thank you for arriving so promptly. Let's guide you to the Celestial Princess. With that, Kotetsu starts walking. I follow him. But there's no sign of us climbing any stairs. Is this the right way? The Celestial Princess's residence is at the back of the castle. It's invisible from the surroundings due to a barrier. I see. It's better for the location of the guardian deity to be unknown. So, the splendid castle is a bluff. Ordinary people probably think that the Celestial Princess is also there. But in reality, the actual residence is hidden behind it. The castle is utilized by the king and those in high-ranking positions. So even the king is just a deceptive material for hiding the location of the Celestial Princess. This country is just like that. Nothing can start without the Celestial Princess. It's twisted. Call it what you will. It can't survive if it's not twisted. Everything relies on the Celestial Princess's presence. But it's not like she's doing it willingly. She has to do it to survive. She faces pressure from the neighboring Sokol Empire, and the land is often struck by disasters. The fact that they can live in peace is thanks to the Celestial Princess. I feel a little sorry for Oriheim. She's likely to be burdened with restrictions in the future. Her innocent personality might be a rebellion against such circumstances. At least let the things that can be free, she might think. We are here. After passing through a long corridor, there was a large door. When Kotetsu forms a special sign, The door automatically opens. And beyond it was a smaller door. Kotetsu approached that door and called out, "Celestial Princess Sama, I have brought Silver Dono." "Oh, you're quick. Come in." The same lively voice as always comes from inside. When the door opens, Oriheim is relaxing inside. "You've arrived, Silver. That mask of yours is as gloomy as ever," it's reassuring. "You're just the same as always, Celestial Princess Dono." In contrast to Oriheim's innocent smile, I feel my energy drained. Considering she called me out, it should be a fairly significant matter, but Oriheim is as laid back as ever. "Well, neither of us is free. Let's get straight to the point." Kotetsu. "Yes, what we would like to request of Silver Dono is the rescue of a child who has wandered into a mysterious forest known as Twilight Forest." "The Twilight Forest?" Sieg, who had been on my shoulder, reflexively asks back. Seeing his reaction, "Is that the place you're heading to?" "Yeah. By the way, Silver, how much do you know?" "I was just told that there was someone who had business in a forest in Mizuho and to take him there." "Celestial Princess Dono, this is a letter of introduction from Prince Arnold." Saying that, I hand Oriheim the letter. It had a brief introduction of Sieg and his purpose. I also added that they should ask him for more details. If Sieg didn't want to talk about it, it was better not to. Well, if that was the case, I wouldn't be able to expect Oriheim's cooperation. So you're the talking bear that Arnold mentioned. Arnold has declared that you have nothing to do with demons, is that true? Unless the Draconic tribe is classified as demons, no. The Draconic tribe. Why is the name of the legendary tribe being mentioned? Kotetsu is surprised at Sieg's words. In the end, Sieg tells his story to Oriheim, Kotetsu, and me, as Silver. After hearing everything, Oriheim nods once. "Yumu, I will believe you. And I will spare no effort to cooperate as much as possible." "That's the Celestial Princess for you. Your generosity is impressive." "Hee. Praise me more." Oriheim puffs out her chest with an AA. Then her chest swings mightily. Sieg is completely drawn to it, but I immediately grab him and slam him onto the floor. What the? Do you understand why? You noticed, so you must have been looking too. You gloomy wizard. Bleh. When I step on Sieg with my right foot, he makes a sound like a squashed frog. I continue the conversation while keeping him down. Our goals coincidentally align. We will enter the Twilight Forest and make contact with the Draconic tribe. Sieg is a rare returnee. We'll proceed while sharing information. Yumu, I leave it to you. Chapter 539. Marianne's departure. While Ul is in Mizuho as Silver, Mia is in the fiefdom in her position as an imperial envoy. I see. His Majesty the Emperor is serious about engaging in battle with the kingdom. Yes. Mia, who conveyed the Emperor's message to Marianne, examines Marianne's expression. Mia's visit was highly confidential. Only a part of the fiefdom knew about it. That's because the information had been sent to the fiefdom side in advance. Marianne was likely prepared for it at that point. She showed no surprise upon hearing Mia's story. His Majesty the Emperor has said that if you don't want to get involved, you don't have to. So, it's not an order after all. However, even if it's not an order, it's a request from my father-in-law. I can't refuse it. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Mia worries about Marianne. It's been a year since the fiefdom came under King Traugott. In other words, it had been only a year since the invasion by the Empire. It couldn't be helped. If they had left things as they were, many more people would have died. They had chosen the future of the country over their families. However, regardless of what they thought, the fact was that Marianne had brought in the Empire herself. There were not a few people who called her a traitor. Even though under King Traugott, injustices are steadily being rectified and the fiefdom is beginning to prosper, the voices accusing her do not cease. Marianne knows what it means to be involved in an invasion. If the United Kingdom acts on Marianne's request, the voices of resentment will likely come from the citizens of the kingdom who will be exposed to the invasion. Is it hard? Yes, it is hard. But I am a queen. I've come to understand recently that it's my role to push myself and persevere. That's quite the opposite of my image of a queen. No matter what words are thrown at me, I must smile and wave to the people. No matter how depressed I feel, I must encourage those around me. The fiefdom is different from other countries. The power of the king is still weak, and difficulties arise one after another. I'm the queen. I must be a symbol for the people who confront those difficulties. After saying that, Marianne gives a bitter smile. Even though she thinks that way, she is still not able to do it well. The queen has to portray the ideal image of a queen. And the ideal image of a queen is, the more ideal the king is, the higher the hurdle gets. Mia, has the fiefdom changed? Yes, it has. It has changed. She had only seen a bit, but the city was lively. Once upon a time, only the nobles were smiling. Those nobles were also watching the faces of the nobles above them. The country was the property of the king and a part of the nobles, and the rest were just enjoying the spillovers. The people were suffering from poverty, and children were always crying from hunger. Beggars were numerous, and many resorted to crime to survive. The city was overflowing with orphans and was far from lively. Every city was the same. But now, there is vitality. Foreign merchants come and go, and everyone is moving forward with energy. Many new stores have been established, and happy voices can be heard. Before Traugott became king, the people of the fiefdom had despaired of the royal family and the nobles. They were entities that only exploited them without giving anything in return. But now it's different. Voices praising King Traugott can be heard here and there. It's not just superficial words. There are heartfelt voices overflowing. The fiefdom is changing. Although this might be the normal state for a country and the past was abnormal. But it is indeed getting better. However, it wasn't achieved solely by our efforts. The fiefdom is rapidly improving because of the large support from the empire. Do you see this as a return for that support? If so, she should stop. That's what Mia thought. Support from the empire was certainly welcome. However, it was strange for Marianne alone to bear that debt. But I never thought of myself as such a significant figure. The gratitude we have received from the empire is something that the fiefdom will return bit by bit in the future. But we can't return it yet. So, there are people who are striving to make that possible. I'm willing to push myself for that person. Marianne. I am King Traugott's wife. In the history of the fiefdom, he will be regarded as the greatest king. As the queen standing beside him, I want to be someone who's not ashamed. I don't mind being called the wicked woman who stoked the United Kingdom. For the fiefdom, and for my husband, I should accept this cooperation request. Please tell His Majesty the Emperor that this Marianne will secure the United Kingdom's participation in the war. To Mia, her image of Marianne was from her princess days. But she had to realize that it was outdated. Even if her appearance was the same, the current Marianne was a different person from her princess days. You've changed, Marianne. Marriage changes a person. With a small smile on her face, Marianne emanated an aura of dignity that Mia couldn't help but feel. A few days later, Marianne was at the fiefdom's port. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Be careful of seasickness, and rest when you're tired. There's no need to hurry. Yes, don't worry. Her husband, Traugott, had also come to the port to see Marianne off. When Traugott learned everything, the ship was already arranged, and there was no stopping it. His anger at the time was immense, so much so that he sent a letter of protest to his father, Johannes. He was not angry about being overlooked, but rather, he disliked the idea of his wife shouldering such a heavy responsibility. Don't worry. You just need to convey the message. If we lack forces, I'll march into battle. That's not possible. And it would be difficult for you to substitute for a dragon knight, wouldn't it? That's not true. I've defeated a dragon knight before. If needed, I'll lead the charge and crush the kingdom's army. Like this, like this. While mimicking the swing of a sword, Traugott spoke with utmost seriousness. However, Traugott also knew deep down. The reason the empire was relying on the United Kingdom was because they had doubts about the fiefdom's forces. If the imperial army were to prepare a large-scale army, A mediocre force would not suffice as reinforcements. I don't doubt your bravery. You can show that bravery another time. His Majesty the Emperor desires the Dragon Knight order. I see. Watching Marianne chuckle, Traugott hung his head. He knew very well that no matter what he said, he couldn't stop her. Well then, I'll be off. Please prepare for the supply of the United Kingdom's forces. Understood. By the way, how much of the forces do you intend to pull in? Of course. I plan to bring in the Dragon King and all the Dragon Knights. That's quite a number. Although he thought it was impossible, Traugott smiled vaguely. Marianne waved to him as she boarded the ship. Thus, as an envoy to the United Kingdom, Marianne set off. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 48. The Dragon Race. Chapter 540. The Forest at Dusk. The southern part of Mizuho Sengo is home to a forest known as the Forest of Dusk. It's quite large for a forest, but that's about the only thing special about it. It looks and feels like a regular forest. Here, this is where I went in. Well, to be exact, I was dragged in. Sieg points towards a particularly large tree. But as they approach and touch the tree, nothing happens. That's strange. Sieg hesitantly steps into the forest, but again, nothing happens. It's just like any other forest. Could you be remembering wrong? No, I'm sure of it. The fact that nothing's happening probably means the forest's protective power hasn't weakened. So, if it hasn't weakened, we can't get in? Looks like it. The forest probably strengthened its defenses after the children got in. But that's not necessarily a dead end. I launched a few magical bullets into the forest, dropping them from the sky, shooting them straight into the forest. However, all of them pass through the forest. Interesting. It's similar to a barrier but different. This forest appears to be here, yet not here. What are you talking about? Just a theory, but I think this forest has a front and a back. What we're seeing and touching now is the front. The dragon tribe probably lives in the back. And to enter the back, you probably need a legitimate method. I'm amazed you figured that out. I'm well versed in magic, after all. However, this isn't magic. It's something different that merely resembles magic. It's not that the front of the forest is an illusion. The front genuinely exists. The back just exists in a slightly different location. The membrane is probably what's creating the backside, but the principle behind it is unknown. Is it shifting dimensions, or is it something even beyond our imagination? The curiosity is endless. But the dragon tribe doesn't let anyone who enters leave, right? The elder did say that. They don't let humans who wander in leave. So they exploited that loophole and turned you into a bear. There sure are some amusing fellows around. Well, it's funny if you're just watching. But being forced to drink a potion, then subjected to a suspicious spell that turns you into this. It's not something you can just laugh off. That spell is intriguing. I'll have to learn it once we get in. What are you going to do with a spell like that? I can use it on people I dislike. You've got some bad taste. It's a good deed, but your mask. It lacks style. No problem. I think it suits me perfectly. Sieg sighs at my unshakable confidence and whispers, is that so? But let's get back to the topic. The dragon tribe doesn't let those who enter leave. In other words, there have always been people like the children who accidentally entered. When did they wander in? When the membrane was weakened, probably. So, if we can weaken the membrane, we can get in. But as I've already tried, all attacks go to the front of the forest. So, what do? There are two ways to get to the back. Get invited in or sneak in when it's weakened. It's strengthened, right? So we have to get invited in. Saying that, Sieg stands imposingly in front of the large tree. Hey, Loretta. It's me, Sieg. Let me in. However, there is no response. You've been rejected. I haven't been rejected. How rude. Sieg is angry at my words, but it's a fact that there's no response to his call. It's just after the children strayed in. They must have at least some guard up. They should be aware of us. Either the woman Sieg saved is not there, or she is not in a position to act on her own. I guess it's the latter. As I have this thought, I exhale deeply. If Loretta won't help us, we're stuck, aren't we? I've already told you, we aren't. Then what do? We do this. I slowly begin to rise into the sky, and then I start to chant. I am the one who knows the truth of silver. I am the one chosen by the true silver. The silver star comes from the star sea, illuminating the earth and making the heavens tremble. Its silver glow is the truth of the gods. Its silver brilliance is the blessing of the heavens. The silver flash of the moment, the eternal silver brilliance. May the silver light dwell in my hand, to extinguish the insolent. The chant brings a sphere of silver light into existence between my hands. If I crush it, it will activate. My magical power shakes the earth and stirs the trees. To those dragonkin on the other side, whether you understand or not, let me introduce myself. I am Silver, an SS-ranked adventurer from the Adventurers Guild. Currently, you may consider me the strongest mage on the continent. As you can see, I am in an attack posture. Open the forest, or I will annihilate it. If the front of the forest is annihilated, the back cannot avoid the after effects. If they can create a backside anywhere, they should be able to create it anywhere else. The reason they chose the forest is that they can't just do it anywhere. The back of the forest must be dependent on the front. If the front takes a catastrophic hit, the back will not be unscathed. Hey, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious? I'm making a request. That's called a threat in most places, you know. Unbelievable. At Sieg's scream, I give a small laugh. But I don't release my attack stance. If I have to, I will destroy the forest. I don't have the time to slowly analyze the situation. Chapter 541. The Elder's Strategy. As much as I was running out of time, threatening to annihilate the forest with Silver Ray might have been too much. Already having deployed the Silver Ray, ready to activate at any time, I found myself questioning my actions. If asked if there was another way, I would say there wasn't, but I could have thought of a different approach. Hey, there's no reaction at all. What are we going to do? Just wait a little longer. While responding to Sieg, I lightly look up at the sky. I might have rushed things. Even so, I can't say actually, I'm going to stop now. If they don't come out now, the aftermath will be extremely troublesome. Well, the assumption that if something happens to the front side of the forest, it will affect the backside should be almost correct. That's why this threat should work. The problem is if there are many who will not yield to threats. Oriheim might get angry if I really annihilate it. This is a race that transformed Sieg into a bear. Even if the front side of the forest is annihilated, they should be able to escape. So, there should be no human casualties. Unless they are extremely hostile to humans, they may leave the lost children behind. Those who would do such a thing would surely execute those who wandered in. Considering Sieg is safe, that possibility is thin. In that case, the biggest issue is the act of destroying the forest in Mizuho's Yarn Kingdom. If I do that, I may be spoken of in the same breath as the other troublemakers. I'd hate that, I think, as I wait a little longer. And then, finally, they've shown up. Suddenly, an old man emerged from the forest. A demi-human with 2 horns like a dragon. The dragonkin race, already the stuff of legends. Whoa, it's the old man, the elder. If it isn't the warrior who brought back Loretta. Why have you returned? And why have you brought such a barbaric mage with you? The elder, who was called so, glares at me. In response, I shrug my shoulders. Well, sorry about that. But I need Loretta for something. Also, there are children who have wandered in, right? Can you help them out? The law is the law. Humans who wander into the forest are not allowed out. The children are safe, but they cannot be let out. If you insist, the only way is to change their appearance like the warrior here. Well, making them like me is a bit. Can't you release them somehow? Ordinarily, we do not interact with the outside world. We do not ignore those who have gone out, even if they have taken the form of beasts. Because the warrior here saved Loretta, we are turning a blind eye and even responding to this conversation. That is, I'm grateful. But the one who has undertaken the mission to save the children is that mage over there. Sieg turns his gaze to me. Then, the elder shifts his gaze back to me. After looking at me for a while, the elder casually swings his left hand. At the same time, he sets up a barrier in the left direction. A shock runs through, and the barrier crumbles away. Is this what you'd expect from the elder of the Dragonkin race? Even if it was a half-hearted barrier before the activation of Silver Ray, it was destroyed quite easily. Ancient magic? A troublesome mage. I'll take that as a compliment. Reviving a magic that even 500 years ago barely had any users, you must be quite talented. Not particularly. The lifespan of demi-humans varies. There are races with lifespans similar to humans, and there are long-lived species like elves. It seems that the Dragonkin race also belongs to the latter category. From his words, it can be inferred that this elder participated in the Great War against the demons 500 years ago. Undo your magic. I cannot let someone who maintains such a dangerous magic inside. You're going to let me in? Would you leave if I asked? I'm afraid that's not possible. Then undo your magic. I have no desire to confront someone who wields ancient magic. With that, the elder tries to gauge my reaction. Reluctantly, I cancel the Silver Ray and land on the ground. The elder then begins to walk into the forest. He's saying follow me, isn't he? Something seems suspicious. But we have no choice but to follow, right? Sieg's words, uttered from my shoulder, were correct. Just because it's suspicious doesn't mean we shouldn't follow. This elder is our only hope. So, I slowly follow behind the elder. Eventually, we reach the center of the forest. Suddenly, a light begins to glow beneath my feet. Hey, what is this? We've been tricked. Don't take it personally. This is for our survival. At the same time as the elder's words, Sieg and I are instantly transported away. This must be a trap, using a fixed-point teleportation magic. Lure us in and then throw us somewhere else. That old man, he did it. Sieg yells in frustration. It's expected since the whole situation was nothing but suspicious. The elder who kept talking about rules suddenly started guiding us. Probably he thought that excluding us by force would be troublesome. Most opponents would be dealt with a single strike from the elder. It's a trap for those who could resist that. There might be more to come. Speaking of which, isn't it hot? Where are we? Looks like we're inside a volcano. There are rivers of magma flowing all around us. Because we're shielded by a barrier, we only feel the heat, but normally, this isn't a place where humans can survive. Hearing the word volcano, one place comes to mind. He teleported us into a volcano. Is he trying to kill us? Seems like it. It's a good strategy to silence a formidable enemy they can't handle. I slowly turn around. Then, the magma behind me rises, and a huge red serpent's head appears. Hey, wait. I've heard rumors of a monster living in a volcano. Is this the time to be calm? This is a hydra. As if responding to Sieg's words, more red serpent heads emerge from the magma. In total, 9 heads. Underneath them is a massive body. This is a hydra, a monster said to be a subspecies of dragons, its ecology not well understood due to its rarity. Moreover, an individual living in magma is definitely not normal. What an unbearable old man. Hey, what are we going to do? Don't leave my side. If you step outside the barrier, you'll burn to death. You had a barrier up, and it's still this hot. I'm going to die. That's why you shouldn't leave. I won't take responsibility if you do. Just run away already. You can teleport, can't you? If we just run away now, the elder will just try something else. It's a dead end. We need to make them realize that we're not an opponent to be trifled with. So basically, we need to defeat this hydra as quickly as possible, then return to the elder. With that said, I prepared myself for the battle ahead. Chapter 542. Ice Magic. While swiftly moving around, I was beheading the hydra. Sieg's screams, while clinging to my shoulder, were extremely loud. You're loud. Don't be unreasonable. Sieg let out a roar of real anger, but at the same time, the the Hydra's attack came. The Hydra would typically spit out venomous slime. However, what it spewed was a magma-like substance. An individual living in magma, that in itself was not surprising. However, the stickiness was a real nuisance. When I caught it with the barrier, it would stick to it and gradually melt it. That's why I had to move fast, behead it quickly, but Sieg was seriously annoying. Seriously. While dodging the magma slime by flying upwards, I consider settling it with a grand spell. However, if I use a grand spell in such a place and cause an eruption, the damage to the ecosystem could be unimaginable. I don't even know where this place is. I should refrain from such an action. That's the common sense. Get rid of it with magic quickly. What if the volcano erupts? Have some common sense. Don't pretend to be sensible here. It's dangerous, see? The head is regenerating. The head, which should have been severed, was growing anew. An absurdly high regenerative power. The Hydra has high regenerative ability, but it is ridiculous for the severed head to regenerate immediately. Let's be unreasonable too. There are living things around us striving to survive. I don't want to cause them harm if I can help it. I wish I could tell that to the dragon folk. Well, from their perspective, I might be a monster who suddenly came to destroy their home, but from the perspective of the people of Mizuho, they are evil people who abducted a child and are holding her captive. I am on the side of the people of Mizuho. However, I tried to resolve the situation calmly. By threatening them, I didn't want to cause too much harm. My stance has not changed anywhere. We either have to somehow draw it away from the magma, or nullify the effect of the magma. So, just hit it with a grand spell that won't change the environment. Don't say something so complicated all of a sudden. You've done much more complicated things many times, haven't you? Sieg, in his anger, tries to jab me. But, unfortunately, the Hydra's attack came at that moment. So, when I dodged, Sieg then proceeded to fall. Ah, what a troublesome guy. As Sieg was falling, I extended my arm. Then, a gigantic translucent magical arm appeared. The magical arm caught Sieg, who was about to be swallowed by the Hydra with its mouth open, just in time, and pulled him back to me. How was it? An enjoyable trip. I thought I was going to die. I'm glad you didn't die. I don't even have the energy to retort anymore. It's hot. I want to eat ice. Ice. That's a good idea. If it's regenerating rapidly thanks to the magma, I should deprive it of that. Let's freeze the Hydra along with the magma. Let the freezing time come. The blue sky turns into an icy sky. The grassland becomes an icy field. Gather, ice flowers. Dance, heavenly flowers. All to white, all to zero. Give the sinner a white nightmare, absolute zero. A pure white sphere was created in front of me. The sphere slowly descended towards the Hydra. All 9 of the Hydra's heads tried to defend by spitting out magma slime, but the slime froze first. While breaking the frozen slime, the white sphere hit the Hydra. In an instant, the volcano, along with the Hydra, froze. The entire scene turned into a pure white world. Cold. It seems it can't regenerate if frozen. As a test, I severed the frozen Hydra's head, but it didn't regenerate. Even the stubborn regenerative ability of the Hydra seems to end once it's frozen with the magma. Hey, freezing the volcano will cause changes in the ecosystem. Life is designed to adapt to natural changes, don't worry. Ah, you realized that after being told, didn't you? Everything is within my expectations. While saying that to Sieg, I lifted up the frozen head of the Hydra. One should be enough to make a statement. It took longer than I thought. Let's get back as soon as possible. Hey, can you teleport even if you don't know where this place is? I have a grasp of the Adventurers Guild branches across the continent. Judging by the huge volcano, it must be within the Empire. It's not a problem. Saying that, I teleport to an Adventurers Guild branch within the Empire, holding the Hydra's head. As long as there is a place of origin, you can teleport to most places. The reason why I prefer to teleport from the capital branch is that it's easier to do so. Passing through several branches, we successfully returned to the Twilight Forest. We managed to return quite quickly. No, we took too much time, surprisingly. Now, let's proceed. Saying that, I threw the Hydra's head on the ground and began chanting again. Chapter 543. Moving. Hey, wait a sec. I guess we can't ignore this one. Ignoring Seek's protest, I begin preparing my magic. However, calm down. Let's discuss this peacefully. I'll sort it out. No. It seems that's not necessary. I stop preparing my magic and observe the state of the forest. There's no doubt that this is the Twilight Forest. However, the membrane that made the Twilight Forest what it is gone. The current Twilight Forest is no different from any ordinary forest. What happened? What's going on? The dragonkin seem to have left the forest. That's the only possible explanation. It appears they've moved while I was fighting the Hydra. They left the forest. We should assume they moved by teleportation. They must have a base somewhere else. No, we weren't fighting that long, were we? It's not surprising if they had already prepared. They were hiding, after all. It's only natural that they would have a place to evacuate. Even so, it was too fast. What an alarming decision-making ability. As I'm thinking about this. Hey, look inside the forest. Seek pointed into the forest. There were children lying down there. 5 of them. I'll check them out. It could be another trap. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Without a second thought, Sieg rushed into the forest and went to the children. After carefully checking the condition of the 5 children, they're all breathing. I can't find any external injuries. They broke the law for us. They are surprisingly flexible. I don't know how you came to that conclusion. Then what? They probably wanted to avoid any involvement with you so badly that they gave up their habitat and broke the law. They didn't even move when Loretta, the dragonkin girl I saved, was abducted. That's a sad story. I think it's wise. Hey, let's take them with us quickly. They might catch a cold here. That's true. Unintentionally, the mission was accomplished. Despite feeling a bit unsatisfied, I teleported away with the children. Section. You've done well, Silver. I didn't do anything. We took the children and returned to Oriheim. The castle's staff took the children under their care and were nursing them. They'll wake up soon. It was because of you that the dragonkin compromised. You should be proud. I don't feel proud. You seem dissatisfied. The mission was completed safely. Isn't this a perfect result for an adventurer? I'm glad the children are safe. But now we have lost all clues about the dragonkin. They are people who live in hiding. There's nothing we can do. The situation isn't easy enough to just give up and say there's nothing we can do. In the current situation where demons are appearing, knowledge from 500 years ago would be helpful. At least, I wanted to talk with the elder. It seems like you're always thinking ahead. So, what will you do? Oriheim's question silences me for a moment. I don't have that much time. But if I withdraw now, I lose the chance to investigate the dragon people. Moving as Arnold is important, but I'm an SS rank adventurer. I have to think about contributing to the continent. Henrik is pretending to be me in the principality. I'll have him hold on a little longer. Fine and Siebers will support where he falls short. If you allow me, I want to investigate a bit more. Allowing an SS rank adventurer to investigate freely within the country is a tough proposal. What Oriheim says is natural for someone who holds a national post. A human weapon, jumping around the country in the name of investigation. The citizens would start to wonder, isn't the matter resolved yet? Unnecessary doubts will be raised. But, well, Mizuho is a member of the continent as well. It would be problematic to deny cooperation here. I'll permit it with my authority. Thank you. However, try to minimize monster encounters. Don't cause any harm. And don't harm the dragon people. They have some reason to hide. To pursue that, we must show sincerity to gain their trust. I understand. Upon hearing my words, Oriheim gives a cheerful smile. Although she smiles, she will probably hear complaints from the ministers. I shouldn't drag it out too long. I leave Oriheim's palace and return to the castle. And I stop by the room where the children are sleeping. How are they doing? They're still asleep. Just checking. Are you angry? Angry? Why would I be? It's a rule that could be broken by just my presence, and they turned you into a bear. Aren't you mad? I don't think it was just your presence. They probably had to choose between survival and upholding the law. Besides, you can't equate adults and children. I see. That's good. Then, you can come along. We're going to find the dragon people. Oh, what kind of wind blew this? There are a lot of things I want to ask them. About the devils, for example. Since they participated in the war 500 years ago. Then, should we ask the children? They are our only lead. That wouldn't help. I can manipulate memories a bit, but I can't mess with strong memories. However, children are different. Children's memories are always vague. They can't fully process information. That's why it's not hard to manipulate. Hearing my words, Sieg doesn't look surprised, he just accepts. It's difficult to erase the memory of the forest, but it's possible to add alterations that contradict the facts. If it were me, I'd give the children false memories to confuse our side. We shouldn't rely on them. So, what will you do? We don't have any leads. That's not entirely true. The Twilight Forest must have been a favorable location for the dragon people. If we find places similar to that, we'll eventually get there. So, we're going to use our feet. Sounds tiring. Don't worry. We have a helper. Someone who'd willingly accompany you. Yes. My disciple. With that, I smile underneath my mask. Chapter 544. Reuniting with the disciple. Master, it's been a while. Chloe comes over to us, waving her hands vigorously. As Mizuho's sole high-rank adventurer, Chloe had been scurrying around to subdue monsters wreaking havoc in various places. But now, that too had come to an end, and she finally managed to meet up with us. It's not been that long, but I apologize for summoning you during your busy times. No problem. You need help, right? Leave it to me. Saying so, Chloe gives a beaming smile. Then, so the one on your shoulder is Sieg, right? Yeah. Young lady, I am the spear user whose fame resounds across the continent. Siemund Isla. Sieg introduces himself with a crisp nod. Wow. A real talking bear. So cute. Hold on, you're making me blush. Well, if you insist. I'll let you hug me. With clear ulterior motives, Sieg tries to get Chloe to hug him. To this, I whisper only to Sieg. Are you good at swimming? I can teleport us to the ocean at any time. Before meeting Chloe, I had warned Sieg about this. Remembering those words, Sieg falls silent. Hey, master, can I not hug him? He was originally human. Treat him as a human. It's disrespectful. Ah, I see. You're right. At my words, Chloe nods obediently. Watching Chloe, Sieg mutters under his breath. When I learned you had a disciple in the imperial capital, I wondered, is she really your disciple? What do you mean? There's nothing about her that's similar to you. On one hand, Chloe is always smiling and chatting. On the other hand, I wear a mask and avoid social interaction. Sure, we're not similar. But, does the personality have to match between a master and their disciple? No, but they usually do. I don't sense any of your typical danger from this girl. Chloe is an S-rank. I'm not talking about strength. I wonder, did she not inherit your sense of absurdity? Or is it an upbringing issue? I'm not that absurd. Everyone who's absurd says that. It's extremely frustrating to be told that by someone whose every aspect, from appearance to behavior, is absurd. Hey, master, what's our mission this time? The mission itself is already settled. However, something caught my interest. Isn't it bad to leave the imperial capital unattended? That's why I want to resolve it quickly. What piqued my interest is the dragon people, a race we encountered during this mission. They vanished mysteriously 500 years ago, but they seem to have been hiding in Mizuho with their power. What do you want to do with those dragon people? I want to talk to them. They refused to communicate during our initial contact. More like you refused to communicate. Sieg adds something unnecessary. Hearing that, Chloe's expression turns sour. What do you mean? I was in a hurry. I threatened them a bit. Then, they ran away. Of course they did. Obviously. They had kidnapped 5 children, and normal methods wouldn't have allowed me to make contact. But weren't there any other methods? Just so you know, your threats aren't normal, okay? Chloe seemed exasperated. She began to explain the difference between my threats and normal ones. Listen, a normal threat would be like showing off your blade, like this. She partially drew the sword at her waist and showed me the blade. This was an intimidation method, showing off that you have a weapon. A light threat. But the threat you use is. Immediately after, the blades of Chloe's twin swords was pointed at my neck. A fast action. And yet she wasn't even using her full strength. It's something that brings people to the brink of death. Threats are used to make people submit, but in your case, it makes people prepare for death. I see. I just feel like I'm lightly showing off my weapon, though. Even if you think so, the one being threatened doesn't. You use magic, right? Are you aware that you're the strongest mage on the continent? I am, somewhat. Now, could you please withdraw your swords? It's not like I was displeased with having the swords pointed at me. If I felt like it, I could use a barrier to defend myself. The problem was the position. Because the swords were crossed, the tips pointed towards my shoulder. And on my shoulder was Sieg. He had been shivering since a while ago. Ah. Sorry, Mr. Sieg. It's okay. I wasn't scared or anything. But you were shaking. Shut up. But, I kind of get why she's your disciple now. I'm glad then. Chloe bowed her head. This was one of the differences between me and her. Even if I feel like I've done something wrong, I don't usually bow my head. It's just not a habit I have. After all, I'm a prince. I've never bowed my head on impulse. When I bow my head, it's a conscious decision. So I don't bow to those I don't think I need to. So, our mission is to find the dragon people who were scared off by Master and bring them to a negotiation, right? That's the idea. I have several potential places in mind where they might have teleported. We'll split up and find them. I don't think it's a good idea to split up. If I were a dragon person and saw Master, I'd run away too. We should move as a group. We're too conspicuous as a group, aren't we? Taking the long way around is faster sometimes. Just leave it to me. When it comes to getting along with people, I'm better than Master, right? I think it would be more unusual to find someone who's worse than him. Shut up. Do you prefer the sea or a volcano? Sea. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. Your dangerous side is showing. Sieg shouted from my shoulder, but I ignored him. And so, the party of me, Sieg, and Chloe was formed. Chapter 545. Adventurer's Issue. I've been meaning to ask, why are you in Mizuho, Missy? What do you mean? Weren't you relocated to bolster the Empire's power? During our journey through the possible locations, Sieg raised a question to Chloe. She responded with a wry smile. Well, it's a long story. It's not that long. Knowing the circumstances, I interjected in response to Chloe's apparent distress. What? You know about it too? Originally, I was the one who called Chloe to the capital. There was a proposal to station an S-rank adventurer in the capital, and I advised the guild leader to call Chloe. Oh, really? So why did Missy come back to Mizuho? The replacement was incompetent. That sums it up. I'm not sure I can completely agree with that way of putting it. Mizuho is unique. That doesn't change the fact that they were incompetent as an adventurer. When Chloe was moved to the capital, the plan was to send a replacement adventurer to Mizuho. That replacement failed to function effectively. With that, Chloe couldn't be left in the capital. At least until Mizuho adventurer situation was settled, she had to return. That's harsh. Well, Mizuho does have a bad reputation among adventurers. The weather changes frequently, and the land is prone to earthquakes, making it hard to predict monster movements. I'm used to it, but it must be tough for a newcomer. The guild headquarters messed up and ruined my plans. Isn't saying they were careless with personnel a bit of an exaggeration? The replacement was an S-class, right? Actually, 10 adventurers of ranks A and AA came as replacements, but 8 of them got scared of the earthquakes and fled. That is indeed careless. Initially, Sieg had defended the guild headquarters. But hearing Chloe's words, he had no choice but to agree. Chloe was originally AAA ranked and had effectively managed Mizuho. They probably thought that they could manage with the replacements of such ranks. However, what is needed in Mizuho is flexibility and responsiveness, more than just power. It is the quality of an adventurer that is tested in a place where the environment changes frequently. Just being strong is not enough. The headquarters panicked and immediately requested Chloe to return. If not, Mizuho would have plunged into panic. The Clesty princess formally requested me to return too, so I couldn't refuse. Of course, you're like a panacea. Is that why you're upset? Your plan to call your disciple and prepare for the anti-devil situation got disrupted. I wouldn't get upset over something so trivial. Despite what I said, I was upset. Because the panicked guild headquarters had decided on Chloe's return without discussing it with me. Well, it was a natural decision. But I only got to know everything after Chloe was already on her way back. The guild didn't consult Master. He gets irritated when he's left out. What a petty man. I have my own plans. I just hate them being thrown off course. With Chloe here, I was able to leave the capital with peace of mind. And yet, they let her return on their own. It was annoying. And I'm supposed to leave the capital more frequently from now on. Well, the monsters have calmed down and I think I'll be able to go back to the capital soon. It won't work out unless a replacement arrives though. If at least someone capable of properly leading the A-rank class guys was there, the situation would be different. The monsters in Mizuho aren't that strong. If there was someone who could effectively take leadership, a group of A-rank adventurers could probably manage. The problem is that adventurers who can exhibit leadership are needed everywhere, and there aren't any available. Ultimately, it's a case of wishing for what doesn't exist. Isn't there someone out there? A seasoned adventurer who could replace Chloe? If so, I could safely go to the kingdom. As I was thinking about this, we arrived at our first potential site. A forest with conditions nearly identical to the Twilight Forest. The Twilight Forest was a place where a substantial amount of magic power had accumulated. If it's not such a place, it would be difficult to use various magic formulas. That's why the options can be narrowed down. It doesn't look like there's anything unusual from what I can see. Indeed. But they might have been here. As users of ancient magic, which is rare even on this continent, Chloe and I are different from other magic users. We can sense even minor changes in magic power. There were traces in that forest. There's no doubt that the Dragonkin were here, though they had already left. It seems like they've already moved out. They might have sensed that we'd come looking. As I spoke, I crossed my arms and pondered. As things stand, it could turn into a game of chase. I don't have the time to get involved in such things. Chloe, do you have any good ideas? There's one thing I'd like to try. Then, let's go with that. Chapter 546. Capturing Silver. The Dragonkin are fully on guard against you, Master, and I think they'll move if you move. We're not getting anywhere with this cat and mouse game, so I guess you'll have to erase your presence. Erase my presence? How? If there's a silver class among them, they'd definitely notice. Are you suggesting I leave Mizuho? Even if I mentioned teleportation, moving away would take time. So, you must stay in Mizuho. Chloe's suggestion was quite impossible. As long as I'm in Mizuho, the Dragonkin will continue to detect my existence. If they were careless about it, they would have found me already. It's like they think I'm a demon lord or something, the way they're fleeing. It's impossible even for me to erase my existence while in Mizuho, you know? Yeah, that's why let's borrow some help. Mizuho has the best barrier users, right? Saying that, Chloe gave a friendly smile. Section. Her Highness the Celestial Princess, please help us. Yumu. Very well. You may ask anything. Oriheim, who loves being relied upon, adores straightforward types like Chloe who ask for help openly. When Chloe says she needs her Celestial Princess's power, she immediately comes to meet her. When asked for help, she immediately nods. Even though it seems too easy, the person herself was delighted. As expected of the celestial princess, "You're very generous, Yumiu. Yumiu." Chloe is good at flattering people. Being praised with a sincere smile usually makes one feel good. Even more so for someone as simple as Orihime. She nodded many times to Chloe's words. But she still seems to want to hear more. "Other influential people from different countries wouldn't even meet with us. You are one of the few people that my master wants to borrow power from." "That would be so. That would be so. I'm the best on the continent when it comes to barriers. But I will not hesitate to use that power. If needed, I will lend you as much power as necessary. Because I am generous." It was written all over her face that she was absolutely satisfied. As I thought how easy she must be to please, Chloe nudged me with her gaze. It seemed like she wanted me to make the request as well. "I would like to borrow your power." Looking at the excited Orihime, I felt like deflating her a bit, but I couldn't ruin what Chloe had painstakingly set up. So I asked sincerely. Then, Orihime became even more excited. "Yumiu, leave it to me. Then, I would like you to isolate my master with a barrier, so that the dragonkin can't detect his presence." Indeed, this is a case where my power is needed. But I don't know to what extent the dragonkin can sense silver. It doesn't seem like they're directly watching. They're probably following my magic power. In any case, I want you to block my magic power. You ask for difficult things. But for me, it's a piece of cake. Saying that, Orihime surrounded me with a square barrier. A single one was already a top-class barrier. Now there were 5 of them. Even I would have trouble breaking through it. With this, the dragonkin should not be able to sense Silver's presence. So, how do you plan to lure out the dragonkin who thinks Silver is gone? About that, I think they'll probably return to the Twilight Forest. Even though they fled once. I've seen several potential locations, but none are as suitable for hiding as the Twilight Forest. Mizuho doesn't have many areas rich in magical energy. That's because the Celestial Princess is already using them. Therefore, Chloe predicted that they would return to the Twilight Forest. It's too valuable a place to easily let go. Furthermore, the movement from other places was quick, suggesting they had no intention to settle there. They were just using it as an evacuation site. That was Chloe's reading, and I agreed. It's not like I'll be in Mizuho forever. Eventually, I'll leave. All they need to do is evade me until then. That's probably their strategy. So, I will just have to pretend to disappear. Then, Sieg and I will go and check it out. Yeah, please do it as soon as possible. I told them, cringing inside my mask. The reason was the shape of the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Orihime had changed the shape of the barrier into a doghouse. "Here. You can't get out, Silver. It seems better to hurry up indeed." Yay, yay. How long will my self-control last? It's that kind of game. To Orihime, I'm nothing more than a new toy she suddenly got her hands on. She thinks I definitely won't retaliate, and indeed I can't. But, if my self-control runs out, I might break the barrier. If that happens, it's all over. Celestial Princess Sama. My master, he's surprisingly short-tempered, so please go easy on him. Yumiu. I understand. If you don't like the doghouse, how about a horse stable? I will give you the privilege to be my beloved horse. Chloe, go quickly. Absolutely no rampaging, okay? And hitting any dragonkin is a no-no too. Bear with it, okay? I'll try. While squeezing out these words to the fullest, I averted my gaze from Orihime, who wore a broad smile. Looking at her smiling face, I felt an urge to punch her. Chapter 547. The Dragonkin Sisters. Chloe and Sieg, who had headed towards the Twilight Forest, had confirmed that a membrane was present over the forest. It's just as predicted. Yes. I think they thought that Master's presence had disappeared and teleported back. While saying so, Chloe slowly walked towards the Twilight Forest. And when she got close, she put her twin swords, which she had on both hips, on the ground. My name is Chloe. I'm an S-rank adventurer based in Mizuho. I'm not here for a fight. Including Seek here, there are some things I want to discuss. First, she needed to lower their guard. If they fled again, it would be endless. Furthermore, pursuing people hiding in the forest contradicted Chloe's beliefs. They have their own territory. For generations, the people living near the Twilight Forest have told stories about how dangerous it is. It was the children who broke that convention. Mizuho is a dangerous place. Thanks to the Celestial Princess's barrier, humans can live normally. Going outside of that protection would be suicidal. Humans have their territories, monsters and the Dragonkin have theirs. It's only natural that conflicts arise if these territories are not respected. If the territory is violated, it should be removed. Humans have been hunting monsters in this way. The Dragonkin did the same. That's why Chloe honestly apologized to the Dragonkin. First, I want to thank you for releasing the children. And I want to apologize for our rudeness. The sorcerer Silver didn't intend to obliterate the forest. It was just a threat. He meant no harm. Please forgive us. Threats of killing are commonplace. However, depending on who says it, it can stir the imagination. Ordinary people might laugh and ask, "How would you kill me?" But if the person saying it is Silver, it becomes more like, "How will I be killed?" Killing is an easy task for Silver. The line of what can be achieved is different for him than for ordinary people. Threatening to obliterate a forest is like a threat of possibly attacking. However, if Silver says it, it's a clear declaration that he could do it in the next second. The intentions of the speaker don't matter. It's about whether the person being told can imagine it. And Silver has the record and power to stimulate such an imagination. It was only natural that the Dragonkin would flee. Our Adventurers Guild has fought against demons several times and is looking for information on demons. Would it be possible to hear from an elder who participated in the Great War 500 years ago? At the same time, we are looking for a way to restore Seek's form. We understand that you have strict rules, but we ask for your help. If they are hiding, they might not understand the current continental situation. So Chloe explained the situation. The demons are enemies of all those living on the continent. Moreover, the information that demons are starting to appear may move the Dragonkin. As she was thinking about this, suddenly a woman appeared from the forest. She appeared to be in her late teens. She had long purple hair and 2 horns. She was a beautiful woman with a mysterious atmosphere. "Oh, Loretta. It's been a while, Sieg." The woman called Loretta ran to Sieg, who had raised his hand, and hugged him. "I'm glad you're safe. You're overreacting. I didn't die just because I turned into a bear. That's a relief." Loretta muttered, seeming genuinely relieved. Following Loretta, another woman came out of the forest. She looked exactly like Loretta. The only difference was that her hair was tied up in a ponytail. "Hey, Sieg." "What?" "Roberta. How was it? Living as a bear cub?" "Not good at all. Turn me back into a human already." "Oh come on, you're cute like this." Loretta was the woman whom Sieg had saved, and Roberta was the woman who had turned Sieg into a bear. They were sisters. However, because they grew up in different environments, their personalities were complete opposites. Loretta was reserved, whereas Roberta was innocent and bubbly. "It's true that you are cute. I do like it, but being a human is more convenient in many ways. Oh, by the way, what about the elder? That old guy. He said I could enter the forest, but then he sent me to the volcano." Sieg complained, almost shouting, that he almost died, but all Loretta and Roberta could do was give a wry smile. "You were with that lunatic wizard. There's no way you would die." From within the forest, the elder appeared. Chloe gave a courteous bow to the elder. "I am honored to meet you. I am Chloe, an adventurer from Mizuho. I know. I've seen you hunt nearby monsters several times. Thanks to that, we've been saved a few times." "Is that so? I'm glad." Loretta and Roberta sometimes leave the forest to explore the outside world. They frequently mention your name. They say they trust you, and that's why I've come out to meet you. I'll say this, I trust you, the warrior, and you who have been protecting Mizuho. Is that so? Thank you for trusting us. But the person who wants to talk isn't me. Upon hearing Chloe's words, the elder nodded. He was aware of this, because the one representing the continent to fight against the demons is my master, Silver. It would be most appropriate for Silver to speak with the elder. Could you please forgive us for our previous rudeness? While I have been protecting Mizuho, Silver has been protecting the entire continent. Can you forgive us for his achievements? I don't mind talking. My companions are tired of running away. They'd rather settle things here than be chased. Thank you. But there is a condition. We, for certain reasons, haven't been out for a long time. Therefore, we must speak within the forest. But Loretta has been out for a long time, right? There are exceptions. As long as it's safe, it's not a problem. However, I can't confirm that with Silver. Because of his mask. No way. Make Silver take off his mask. The discussion starts from there. Chloe nodded, thinking this might be difficult. There was no choice but to nod for now. Chapter 548. The disease. If I move this piece here, and I will move like this. Ah, my piece. Before Oriheim's eyes, a night piece replicated by the barrier was destroyed. The one that destroyed it was my night piece, which was also a replica created by the barrier. From the perspective of an average magic user, this would be too advanced to understand. Originally, a barrier is not something to change shape with. First, it is about hardness, and then width. There's no need to develop flexibility. However, when it comes to Oriheim and me, we can deform it quite freely. I'm back, Master. You're back early. Did it go well? Yeah. I was successful in making contact. But why is Lady Celestial Princess inside the barrier? Chloe's face was filled with confusion. Well, that's understandable. Before Chloe left, Oriheim was trapping me and enjoying it. She was very enthusiastic about making me her toy, enjoying every moment. However, ask her yourself. Celestial Princess Sama, what happened? I'm glad you ask. I was young back then. I trapped Silver in a barrier and was feeling quite proud. But I soon realized that when I was outside the barrier, I was the only one talking, and it felt kind of empty. This masked man, when outside the barrier, didn't react to anything I did. I was supposed to enjoy it, but it felt more like I was trying hard to get a reaction. So, I thought it was wrong and decided to enter the barrier as well. Now we are on equal terms and the conversation is lively. In other words, you enjoyed trapping Master in the barrier at first, but soon it wasn't fun anymore? That's right. To put it simply, I got bored. It's very like Oriheim. Even if she taunts me from across the barrier, it just makes me uncomfortable. At first, my reactions seemed to amuse her, but gradually they seemed less amusing. And so, she entered the barrier to play with me. Whether you call it doing things at her own pace or being innocent and bubbly. At first, it was a game of comparing barrier strength, but since there was no hope of winning, it turned into a game of making pieces with the barrier. This way, she can't pull off any unreasonable power plays. So wait a little. I'm about to defeat Silver. Try it if you can. I already dominated the board. There should be no way to turn this around. That's what I thought, but my king is invincible. Suddenly, Oriheim's king began to move and started to destroy my pieces. She had only strengthened her king. Hey, destroy it if you can. If the king is not defeated, there's no loss. Foo ha ha ha. Maybe it was naive of me to expect her to follow the rules. My pieces, which had been dominating the board, were rapidly being destroyed. Eventually, only my king and Oriheim's king were left. And then, it's the end. No, it's already over. I crushed Oriheim's king. Seeing this, Oriheim let out a scream. Ah, my king, what are you doing? I only destroyed your king, right? It was supposed to be a rule to battle between pieces. It's a rule violation. You were the one who did it first, weren't you? But attacking directly is unfair. Well, it's a draw then. Saying so, I concluded the game. If I admit to losing to such a power play, it would be a blow to my dignity. If it's a draw, my pride won't be hurt. Orihime, who couldn't be assertive, reluctantly accepted the offer for a draw. I was so close. Why are you being so immature, master? I just don't like to lose. So, what kind of conditions did they propose? How did you know they proposed conditions? It must be difficult to be pursued. They must propose some conditions to make us stop. It's a base-to-base move, so the pursuer has the advantage. That's right. They seemed really fed up. On top of that, the elder said that he would trust master if you remove the mask. I smirk at Chloe's words. If it's about trust, their proposal is very reasonable. It's hard to trust someone who is hiding their face. Is it absolutely necessary? It seems so. They say that if we want to talk, we have to do it in the forest, and to enter the forest, I have to remove my mask. If that's the case, I have no choice. I'll accept. At my words, Chloe's eyes widen, and Orihime lets out a surprised voice. What? Are you going to take off your mask? The demon issue is a continental problem. Me hiding my face is a personal issue. It's a fair balance. The chance to talk to someone who participated in the war 500 years ago may not come again. The information that can be obtained here is crucial. The elder probably has more information than I think. What happened during the past war? He is the living witness. Can I watch too? Don't follow me. Why not? I refuse out of mere curiosity. I tell Orihime to break the barrier, and I start walking. Then I turn my gaze to Chloe and Sieg. Will you come along? No, I'm good. Aren't you curious? I am, but you'll tell me if I need to know, right? That's true. What about you? I'll pass, too. Instead, could you ask them about how to revert to being human? I'm surprised. I thought you'd come along. Sieg is the party concerned. If he says he wants to hear the conversation, I won't deny him. But if I was the one letting him hear the conversation, I'd let him see it, but the elder is the one talking. The right is with the elder. I choose to keep the mystery. You're a reasonable guy. Well, if that's the case, I won't force it. I'll be going then. With that, I teleported to the Twilight Forest. Section. Upon reaching the Twilight Forest, the elder came out from the forest. I heard that if I remove my mask, you will let me into the forest, right? You must remove your mask to confirm our safety. Safety. We weren't hiding from humans. We've been avoiding contact with the outside world for 500 years to escape the power of demons. You've been running for 500 years. What kind of power is it? It's the power of a virus. One of the Demon King's close aides, Weppel, casted a black rain when he returned to the demon world. It was poisonous rain. However, it didn't affect those with strong blood. But the troublesome thing about the poison was that it grew little by little. It started from the weak and eventually spread to the strong as a disease. Knowing Weppel's characteristics well, he chose to hide. We could predict that the poison would eventually approach us. Listening to the elder's story, I let out a quiet breath. As calmly as possible, I inhaled deeply and exhaled deeply. And then, why didn't you take measures? There was no way to take measures. The symptoms were almost the same as a common cold, and to completely eliminate the poison, you had to kill Weppel. However, he had already returned to the demon world. We didn't even know who carried the poison. The black rain fell all over the continent. And we chose to hide, and the main ones who fought the Demon King chose to recover. There were plenty of possibilities. We, who were hidden, might find a solution. The growth of the poison might be slow. There was no threat at that point. I've read many books, but such things were not written. It can't be helped that it wasn't conveyed. Only a few knew. That few also lost their lives in the chaotic period after the demons left. Now, if you understand the reason, remove your mask. If I see, I can tell if you're safe. Prompted by the elder, I removed the silver mask. Then, the elder widens his eyes a little, and soon shows a pained expression. As I thought. You're of the Adler bloodline. I am Arnold Lake's Adler, the 7th Imperial Prince. Am I infected with the disease? It's lurking in your blood. But if you're an Adler, the story changes. Come into the forest. Your Adler blood is stronger than ours. With that, the elder turns on his heel. And then, to think that in 500 years it reached the Adler. I thought it would take 1,000 years. Is there no way to cure it? We've been researching it all along. The past kings, including the emperor, entrusted everything to us. But we didn't make it in time. The fate of mankind is also nearing its end. What do you mean? The poison Weppel released was to eradicate the strongest bloodline. Its name is Emsberg. If it reached Adler, it will eventually reach Emsberg. If the bearers of the Holy Sword are lost, the power of mankind will be greatly reduced. The remnants of the demons are waiting for that time. Chapter 549. The Tired Clan. Following the elder's guidance, with my mask put back on, I entered the forest. For a moment, I experienced a sensation as if I had entered water. Then, the forest that had been an ordinary one at dusk transformed entirely. In perfect harmony with nature, there was a village. It was a Dragonfolk clan village. We have prepared shelters in various places, but we have been living here for a long time. Everyone likes living here. I'm sorry for what happened. I wanted to get the children back as soon as possible. We are both in the same situation, so I hope you can forgive me. I don't intend to blame you. Even more so now that we know your identity. I passed several Dragonman clan members, receiving curious looks, and was guided to the elder's house. No one enters without permission. We should be able to talk at length here. Then I want to ask right away. My mother probably has the virus. But my mother is a commoner. Why did she contract it? Isn't the poison supposed to target the strong? What we know is that Weppel's poison is somewhat sentient. It acts as an individual, not a swarm. Each poison learns as it moves towards its final target, the bloodline of the hero. That's why there are variations in the evolution of the poison. However, if it's your mother, the timing of her contracting the disease was probably during her pregnancy. This disease doesn't develop immediately, just like you haven't developed it yet. There is an incubation period. If a child with such a large amount of magic power is in her womb, it wouldn't be strange for the mother to become a target of the poison. The answer was roughly what I had expected. At the same time, I felt regret that my expectation was not denied. So, it's my fault. What happens if one develops the disease? It gradually weakens the body and eventually takes their life. There is no way to completely cure it. And the poison becomes more powerful and moves on to another person. It's a vicious cycle. Can't we prolong her life? It's not that there is no way. But what would that do? The virus carries an enormous amount of magic power and has reached you, an SS rank adventurer. There is no future for the Adler family anymore. And for the Emsberg family as well. The empire that holds vast territory will collapse. Then the demons will take advantage of the chaos and attack. That will be the end of everything. Are you telling me to give up? To give up everything because of the poison that was scattered 500 years ago? If only we knew. What would you do if you knew? Whether the records were passed down or not, the result would not change. Besides, it seems that the records were not passed down, but measures were taken. The Adler refined their blood to keep the poison away, and they protected the Emsberg, making sure their blood did not dilute. They did what they could. At the elder's words, I fell silent. The Adler had been taking in stronger blood into themselves. I thought it was to prepare for the future demon invasion that was expected, but it was also a measure against the poison. And because of the existence of the poison, the Emsberg accepted the position of the brave house. To not let the strong bloodline that can handle the holy sword perish, and to prevent it from diluting. If we kill Weppel, will the poison disappear? That's correct. A demon's authority disappears when the demon does. However, Weppel is the one great demon that the hero failed to finish off. After the demon king fell, Weppel, who severely wounded, fled back to the demon world with the remaining demons. His injuries were so severe that we thought he had died unless the black rain fell. In fact, until the black rain fell, we thought all of the demon king's aides were exterminated. The hero was so thorough in finishing them off. Unless something serious happens, Whipple, who escaped barely alive, probably won't come out of the demon world. Hearing the elder's words, I nodded. Then there is only one thing to do. Tell me how to get to the demon world. I will go and subdue him. The holes that connect to the demon world are essentially one way. You can summon them, but you can't go there. Even the demons took advantage of being summoned to invade. Unless you're summoned from the other side, it's impossible to go to the demon world. Then how did they return? They had expanded the hole when they were summoned. From there, a stream of demons came. But after Whipple retreated, the hole was closed. By the hero. If there was a hole, why didn't you send a subjugation force? The continent didn't have such resources. The hero offered to subjugate him, but we stopped him. To close the hole, a super powerful attack from the outside was necessary. The only one who could do that was the hero's holy sword. If by any chance the hero were defeated in the demon world, we would lose the hero and the holy sword, and we would not be able to close the hole. We could not take such a risk. I could tell it was a bitter decision just by looking at his face. But the result is now. I wish he could be in my shoes, unknowingly infected by the virus and being told that the fate of humanity is hanging by a thread. Is there a medicine that can alleviate it? We, the Dragonman clan, are skilled in medicine. If we had another 500 years, eradication would not be a dream. But there's not enough time. What we can make is only medicine that can alleviate the symptoms. Even if it prolongs life a little, the end is predictable. The poison that has reached the Adler will soon head to the Emsberg, humanity's hope. That is the real time limit. And the virus is already in my blood. In other words, the time limit is until I die from the disease, right? If that happens, it would undoubtedly be too late. After a strong individual like you, there's no one left but the Emsberg. But we can delay it. That's right, isn't it? If we have time, there's no problem. I'll just search for a solution during that time. Do you not have the word give up in your dictionary? This is why the Adler are. The elder showed a tired expression. But immediately after, he let out a faint smile. No matter how much of a genius you are, it takes time to develop medicine. Instead of completing the medicine, it would be better to think of another way. A way to get to the demon world. Or a way to drag Whipple out from the demon world would be good too. If we can cut off the root, this poison will disappear. It sounds easy when said. But we're troubled because we can't do it. Do you have any wisdom? Good grief. It's been a while since I've talked with an Adler, but you're an exhausting plan as always. I heard that demons have started to appear, right? Yes. I've already subdued several demons, but I believe there are still more out there. If multiple demons are moving at the same time, there are likely more. If they see an opportunity to win and start moving, it might be a chance. What do you mean? Just as it sounds. If they are overwhelmingly dominant, Whipple might show his face from the demon world. The emperor at that time proposed this idea, but we couldn't use it because the demons, who live for a long time, wouldn't easily let their guard down. Besides, giving the enemy the upper hand on purpose is a double-edged sword. But now there might not be a problem. A long time has passed, and humanity doesn't have much time left. I froze as I thought up to that point. It is indeed a crisis and a chance at the same time right now. But that kind of development wouldn't come so easily. What if, just if, this situation was orchestrated? The weakening of the powerful Aldrasia Empire, reigning over the center of the continent, would be the cause of the unrest. Due to the frequent disturbances in recent years, the empire has weakened and is now on the verge of full-scale war with the kingdom. Whether we win or lose, both sides will suffer damage. From the perspective of humanity as a whole, it is nothing more than a reduction in military strength. For the demons, it's an opportunity, an excellent chance to invade. But that also means there would be a chance for humanity to make a comeback. The person who sets up this counterattack is. End of Volume 13.